You have some really bad feedback on your end.
Some feedback. Wait, let me see. Might be that fan.
This environment tough. Oh, you didn't know? This environment tough. Oh, you didn't know? This environment tough. Oh, you didn't know? This environment tough. Policy scholarship. This is the knowledge you can't get in colleges. If you read from the Bible, obey the commandment and know who your mother and father is. Tune in to Sinaitic, cause he the protector of the gods. I'm talking about Dr. Benjamin, Yusuf, Yacanan, and John. We got the scale of my art. If he light as a feather, let's go on where it's hard. I am the shrine of Ptah. If you say I am, better recognize a god. All I see is pseudos and frauds. Kudos to my dogs. Shit judo for you frogs. I think it's time to hop off the environment. Oh, you didn't know? This environment tough. Oh, you didn't know? This environment tough. Oh, you didn't know? This environment tough. Oh, you didn't know? This environment tough.
Will survive, comedic knowledge on the rise, raising consciousness divine to the truth we subscribe. Jabari leading the way, Shaka Amos don't play, Sonetta to open the gates, and up been banging the day. It's a family for the culture, rebuking all you vultures. Service environment full of soldiers, unlock your mind, they'll expose you. HOK is the squad, debating the truth is a nod. Watch where you step in the pod, or they'll tear you apart.
Oh, you didn't know? This environment tough. 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 Oh, you didn't know? This environment tough.
This environment is tough. Peace. Assalamu alaikum. Hotep. Namaste. Shalom. Shalom. Peace to everybody in 2026. I am Napashada. You are in the House of Consciousness. Please hit the like button. Peace, Santana. I see you. And I see everybody else out there giving love. Shout out to my brother and sister of Afu Nation. Yes, Sonetta is making those AI hits, but nothing compares to the authentic, original music, especially when it comes from the musical geniuses of Afu Nation. So peace to Afu Nation, peace to Lady Kier, peace to her husband, Devin. Hit the like because we have a real interesting show today. Joining us once again is Reverend Whoopass. Reverend Whoopass. He is all about that smoke. And today he's going to teach us something about paganism. We are on the House of Consciousness right now and the HOK Coliseum. If you're a regular, you know how it goes. I'm going to let it run for about 3 to 5 minutes, maybe less, whatever the spirit moves me. Then I will end it here on the House of Consciousness. So bring your beautiful selves over to the HOK. By the way, I am also on the R.I.S.E channel. Reality is Simulated Existence. So that's my channel in the HOK network. I am Napashada, if you didn't know that, if I didn't already say it. So get ready to move all your drinks, popcorn, notepads, all the stuff you're going to be needing for this stream today. Get ready to move it over to the HOK Coliseum. So now, without further ado, let me go ahead and introduce the one and only Reverend Whoopass. Come on in, Reverend, and introduce yourself. You're muted. You unmute your mic. Hit the mic. See that little square up to the right in your little icon? Unmute yourself. It's a little mic and it has a slash through it. If you click on that.
Okay.
Good job. Okay. Peace.
All right. What I wanted to share with you is some knowledge that Co and I picked up on about 40 years ago. And to me, it seemed like the people that's your age bracket, like the 30 to 40 and the 50-year-old, certain groups are searching for knowledge. But one of the most important thing is the word paganism. When Cole and I started studying this word, we ran across some unbelievable stuff to see who was practicing paganism. I want to share that with you today, this knowledge. How we know that the nation of people that practice paganism today in 20, what's this, 2026? That ain't the true date. We're going to get into that.
Okay.
And to what they call 2026.
Okay.
Now, in order for us to start to study this, when we learn about this is we first studied the history of the Japheth, people that lived in the north, Japheth's children. That's you find his children at the 10th chapter of Genesis. You got Magog, Gog, and Tubal. Those are the three nations that we deal with. And then you got Gomer had a son named Ashkenazar. And I know you're quite familiar with the word Jew, the Ashkenazar Jew. Well, Magog, Gog, these children are cousins to Ashkenazar, who calls himself a Jew because his cousins named him a Jew. Now, he called his cousins Gohens. Now, when we study their history, then Ashkenazar has wrote the history of Magog, Gog, and Tubal. Magog, Gog, and Tubal is Germany, Russia, and England, and America.
Can I jump
And
in?
yes,
All right. So off the bat, remember everybody, we're going to be moving over to HOK Coliseum. Are you going to talk to us about the Bible and paganism? Because I just want to be clear.
no, what I'm doing is I first have to start with the history of the people that give you paganism. This is the way
Okay.
we studied it. I'm telling you the way that we studied this to come to the conclusion of what we come to.
Okay.
This is
So
the Germanic. This is the Germanic race of people. These are the people that do not look like us. 1/3 of the world, you have the pink man, which is the Germanic race of people. We call them white folks in simple language of this language. When we studied their history, we can see that where you can find paganism is the calendar. The calendar that you own right now is incorrect. It's been incorrect for 2026 years. January is not the first month of the year. That's what they teach you on the pagan calendar.
right,
January.
we're in an environment where I'd say probably 90% of us know that we're in the Gregorian calendar. So we're pretty informed in here. But thank you for the 10% who don't know. He's teaching. Go ahead.
Okay. January is the 10th month. Our ancestors, I asked the question, how did the number one, become Sunday and January? Your 7 days of the week, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, is ancient pagan gods.
Come on.
January, February, March, April, May, June, July, and August, September, October, November, December is pagan gods. You can do the research. You can do the research on this. Now, how did number one become Sunday? Now, Sunday, the Roman Emperor Constantine gave the term Sunday, which is also called Solus Invictus Mitris.
Mm-hmm.
This was the Roman Council Emperor gave a edict that this day was to be celebrated under the penalty of death. This is why you go to church on Sunday. You go on Sunday. I like to start with how we recognize a satanic, pagan, heathen, barbarian form of thinking, which is taught to you at childhood. Now, this is see, we was taught as children of the pagan rituals, the
Are you saying
pagan
paganism is
tradition.
satanic though?
Paganism is satanic.
Okay, can you break that down first? Because
Wait. Let me break it down. Saturday is what ancient pagan god?
Saturn.
Satan. Saturn.
Well, Saturn.
Okay, I start at the number 7, which is Saturday.
Yes.
I start with that god right there. The Jews call the 7th day Shabbat.
Mm-hmm.
His cousins, the American, the European, we on this calendar, United States, we on this calendar, we call it Sunday. That's the first day of the week. That Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday should be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 7, 8, 9. That's the way the ancient pagan, our people did. This is how you can recognize paganism. I'm trying to let you see how you can recognize paganism. Sunday was the worship of the sun god, which was Mitra, which Christianity is nothing but the sun god worship. That whole rituals of the Roman Catholic Church goes all the way back to ancient Druid paganism, starting with the Gauls, who was the first Germanic race of people that accepted Christianity. Was the Gauls, the Astrogal and the Visigoths, which was actually Gauls. They separated there and made Astrogal, Visigoth. You can go check that history out of these people.
Right. Let's keep going. I'm ending this on HOK on the House of Consciousness, y'all. So come on over. I'm ending this. Sorry about that. I didn't mean to interrupt you. But so are you saying, I want you to get back to what you said about paganism being satanic. Can you explain to us what that actually means? I'm sorry, Reverend Whoopass. I'm sorry, Sonetter. I'm privating it on House of Consciousness, so don't delete it. That way we'll still have it when you want to unprivate it. Don't delete it from the stream. So it's just private now. So I'm ending it on House of Consciousness, my loves. We are in the toughest environment, Reverend Whoopass. So you Dewaya Sakaya, but you also are about that smoke. I won't give you any smoke today, but I am going to kind of like, take apart what you're saying, what you're asserting. So we're back. Now we're on the HOK Coliseum. Explain to us again why paganism. What is Satanism? First off, can you tell the people what is Satanism? What I know, Satanism is a religion of self-worship.
It's the same as paganism.
But
what is paganism first?
Isn't Satanism a religion of self-worship and not believing in
right, not believing in Christianity, Islam, Judaism, those three religions.
God above you. You're in Satanism. They don't put a God above them. They use Satan as a model.
I've been had the Satanic Bible since 1969, before you was born.
Okay, well,
I have the Satanic Bible that we've been teaching out of that long. I mean,
teaching out of it.
Right.
Okay.
We didn't miss no knowledge. Necromancyism, understand that?
Yeah, necromancy. Yeah, you just contacting the dead.
Okay. We I got all of these books. We taught on all of these books before you was even born.
But okay, I know heard you say that, and I appreciate that. But I'm saying, how is paganism Satanism?
Yeah, I know what you call it today, but what did it start off as? Just like Sunday used to be number one, but it's called Sunday in 2025 right now. You
Hmm.
see what I'm saying? So to understand that your whole thing, everything that you believe in, all your Christmas trees, all of
Hmm.
this rituals, these are not, these are the customs of the ancient pagan people, which is
Hmm.
called themselves the Americans. They didn't become Americans until May 1st, 1776, when they changed their name from Anglo-Saxon. So you had to understand who was the Anglo-Saxons. So the
Hmm.
Anglos, the Saxons, and the Jutes, which was in Britain, you have to know their history and what gods that they believe in for to understand what I'm talking about. We researched all of this all the way down to what I'm sharing with you now of how to recognize paganism, because it doesn't seem like anybody that's in America that look like me and you, that's a Christian, they don't know what paganism is. Not even they preachers that have doctor's degrees with summa cum laude, magna cum laude, and cum laudes, because it clearly tells you in a book, which they say is the Old Testament. Ain't no such thing as an Old Testament and a New Testament. It was a book wrote called Torah and Tanakh that didn't have no chapters or nothing in it until somebody rewrote it, put it in a revised version. You had to understand this this pink man, I call him, that he renames everything, just like he renamed a Negro that was a colored person in 1970 and didn't come into effect until 1980 because Jesse Jackson had a black African American. Now I can ask anybody that's born after 1970 what a Negro that was a colored person is, and they don't know what it is. That means that you've been genocided up under a pagan government and a pagan school system and a pagan belief. You've been taught that from a child. Same as me. I was taught of Santa Claus as a child. My mama taught me that, but my daddy didn't teach me that. My mama was a Christian, but my daddy was an atheist. And they was married 55 years. You see, that's the side of families that I come from. Daddy would tell us who Santa Claus was. Because he went along with the traditions of mama. And that's what I'm just only how you understand a pagan people is through the calendar that you own right now, that you believe in. The government starts the government off October 1st. That's their new year. Why? The Jews start October 1st. That's their new year. So why is our government starting their calendar October 1st as the new year and then celebrate January 1st as the new year? You see how we've been dumbed down to believe that we are up under the right system? How do the time go up and time go down? Time can't go, time is infinite. It keep on running. How can time go up and time go down? The daylight saving time and then standard time. An evil nation of people would change time. So we know who that evil nation of people is. That's wrote in a book. So everything that you've been taught is paganism. You've been taught by people, paganism, and you know who they go for? The children. So the children, when they mastered the children, when the mama taught the children, well, then the same children gonna teach their children all the way down to the 18th generation. From 155 years, we've been taught this stuff. From 1870 to now, it's 155 years. You've been taught the traditions of pagan people, and you didn't go check it out. You believed in Santa Claus, you believed in Valentine, you believe each one of these are old pagan gods. Every last one of them. If you read in the Torah tell you that April the 1st, which white boy call April Fool's Day, is the beginning of the new year. So I just wanted to shed some light with your group and your people to realize that every holiday everything is paganism that we believe in the United States that's taught to you. Some believe and some don't, but most believe, especially if you call yourself a Black African American that's a Christian. You believe exactly what he has told you, and you ain't going to change, and you ain't going to go check out if what he told you was the truth and he told you a lie. And that's all I'm trying to get your group of people. Look like you guys are studying because you learn a whole lot, but keep on studying. And I wanted you to understand that paganism started with the calendar that we own now. It's incorrect. It's 2026 years behind time.
Okay.
And that's really, so that's what I wanted to share with you.
That's very interesting. Now, I thank you so much. I want you to get into. Do you have anything to share, like any PowerPoints?
No, I just wanted to talk on paganism because it seems like most of the people don't understand that all these pagan signs that you see, they worship, especially the hip hoppers. People, you worshiping paganism as we speak. I mean, it's done took over now. It's at its highest level.
Okay.
I mean,
so would you say that the Kemetics, were they, they worship the netters. Well, they didn't even worship. They followed the nature and revered the netters. Were they pagan as well, by your definition?
If you study nature, if you on the calendar with nature, that's not paganism. That's original. Most of the people that practice E-Fi is original. I mean, before Cole died, he put out the calendar, the correct calendar, and most of the people that practice E-Fi, they practice nature. They practice. In other words, I put it like this: the only way you can change your mind is you change your name of what the slave name. You get rid of it. Elijah Muhammad said a long time ago. I remember him saying that in the 60s, about 65, I think. He said it because I was stationed in Chicago. I heard him say that the only way you change your mind is you change your name. As long as you keep this name, Dave Wide, that slave name, then you have the slave mentality. you can't grow. So I changed my name to Daoud, which is Arabic. And then I went and traveled, and then I traveled with uh, the rabbi, and I changed my name to Dawid. Then Ko and I went off, and I changed my name to the ancient language of Dawaya Zakaya. That was my last name change. It's not a name, it's a statement of who I am.
Okay.
The Waya means the beloved. Zakaya means didn't forget Yah, meaning the teaching of Yah, which my great great grandfather had already taught me from 3 years old till I was 15 years old. When he died, when I was a sophomore in high school, he was 120 years old.
Oh, wow. That's
And,
beautiful.
and I lived with him from 3 years old to 6 years old in the mountains in Crockett, Texas. Just me and him. And
Well,
he teach me nature, he teach me warfare, he teach me how to camouflage, and that's what paganism is now. I call it camouflage paganism because it's camouflage so great that you can't see it because it's so entertaining.
great.
Valentine's Day, Christmas, Easter, all of these are entertainment for the kids.
And you're saying they're satanic?
Yes, they satanic.
Okay, I want to jump in here and tell you, first off, Reverend Whoopass, everybody, it seems like a lot of people love what you're saying. This is a great topic. I do want to answer this question from Dwayne Franklin so we can get on the right page, because that's true. Paganism, a lot of people might see it in one way, and then people see it as Satanism. Some people see it as just what I understand it as, something that's not Abrahamic faith. So what's the definition of paganism is what Dwayne Franklin Jr. asked. Please hit the like. Thank you all for being here. Let's read the definition and have the Reverend Zakaya respond, aka Reverend Whoopass. Okay, so let's see here. What is the definition of paganism? According to the Encyclopedia Britannica, it says paganism is a Christian term used to designate those religions that do not worship the God of Abraham.
Right.
So throughout most of history, Christianity, few, if any, of those labeled paganism, labeled pagan, have adopted this label for themselves. However, since at least the first half of the 20th century, the term has been reappropriated as a self-designation by a family of related new religions. So basically, anything, according to Merriam-Webster, paganism also, they say, it is outside of, it originated as something used by the Roman Empire to refer to people who practice a religion outside of Christianity and Judaism. So,
and Islam. Outside of Christianity, Judaism, and Islam.
Yes, and Islam. Those are all Abrahamic faiths. So basically, paganism, if you just get the quick definition off of Google, it is a religion other than the one that the main world religions, specifically non-Christian religions, are considered pagan. If they are outside of the Abrahamic faith, they're considered pagan. Now, with that understood, we would be talking about Ifa. We'd be talking about anything that is not Abrahamic, correct?
Ain't none of them religions Abrahamic. They ain't not in the wings of every religion, Islam, Judaism, and Christianity is a revised reversion of what the original Abrahamic religion is. The original Abraham religion didn't have no Christian, no Islam, and no Judaism in it. It was the ways of Abraham. It wasn't the ways of doctrines and creeds.
Gotcha.
Islam is moon god worshippers. They tell you that by their sign. Christianity is sun god worship. They tell you that by the signs.
This is what, thank you. I wanted you to address Mr. Definitely. Mr. Definitely, your face looks familiar, but if you aren't subscribed, please hit the like and subscribe. Answer this, because see, as now I absolutely agree with you about the little things mixed in, but I want you to address what he asked or what he stated. Can you address that? Can you read that, or is it too small? I'll read it for you. It says, right, so pagan doesn't by definition automatically mean satanic. By definition, right? It's so Ephah is not said satanic, because we don't
No,
want to.
yeah. By definition, give me what do Noah Webster dictionary say? I don't want to Daniel Webster dictionary. You went to the Merrimack dictionary and Encyclopedia Britannica. Go to the Noah Webster dictionary and tell me what the word pagan means.
All right, yes, sir. I will do that. And while I do that,
yeah.
The Noah Webster dictionary.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, and while I look for that, you wanna
not the Daniel Webster. See, everything been revised from what the original is. It's just like in the United States up until 1990, if you was a homosexual, you was mentally ill. But you ain't mentally ill no more. So I give you an example. From 1619 to 1970, I was called a Negro that was a colored person. You call a Black African American now. And people born after 1970 don't even know what a Negro that was a colored person is, and that's me.
And me.
Do you see what I'm saying? You see what I'm saying? You never heard. I asked my nurse when I went to get my checkup, did she know what a Negro that was a colored person was? She said, no, I don't know what it was. I say, how old is your grandmother? She said, 80. I say, well, get on the phone, call your grandmother and ask her what a Negro. And when she called her grandmother told her, say, you fool.
Right.
you a Negro that was a colored person before you got renamed and put in a revised version up under a satanic government. See, this you rename up under government.
Okay.
See, the government renamed you. The government renamed you from 1619, gave you all kinds of beautiful names, the people that look like me.
Okay, well, we do have Noah Webster up here, and he is one of those people, by the way. Just want to let you know that you talk about. So his dictionary, the dictionary from those times, it says paganism, noun, heathenism, the worship of false gods. To them, they're talking about outside of the Abrahamic faith, the worship of false gods on the system of religious opinions and worship maintained by pagans. Men instructed from their infancy in the principles and duties of Christianity never sink to the degradation of paganism. So that's kind of, to me, that's worse, because
let's understand something. Christianity in America believe in the Nicene Creed and the Apostle Creed.
But wait a
minute. Right now, the Western Christian churches is either Apostle Creed or Nicene Creed. The Abrahamic belief, the way of life, one didn't have no doctrine. It didn't have no creed. It didn't have no theology. It wasn't Sunni. It wasn't Shiite. It wasn't Baha'i. It wasn't Hebrew Israelite. It wasn't not Judaism. It was none of that stuff. The ways of Abraham is got into a revised version. So ain't no religion as we speak right now, Abrahamic religion, is all been revised and put in another version by a man. And like I said, documentation beats all BS conversation. That's my motto. Been me and Cole motto for the 35 years that we together. See,
Documentation beats all what? Conversation.
Beats all Christian, Islamic, Judaism, Hebrew Israelite conversation, documentation,
I like that.
documentation.
So what
That's
is a pagan? Is a pagan? What to you? What do you say is pagan? What is a
a
pagan?
pagan person is a person that believe in pagan. How you know that on Wooten Day, on Wednesday, they have what? Prayer meeting. Well, what is the ritual for Wooten?
Let's see.
On Wednesday, they went to prayer meeting. You use the word as a Christian, I'm blessed. Oh, I'm blessed, not in
Blessed,
stress.
covered in the
I'm
blood.
blessed.
Covered
That's what the Christian use. I'm blessed. When you blessed, that means that blood has been sprinkled on you over a pagan altar.
Woo, praise Jesus.
You can go look at the kingdom of heaven. You can go look at the barbarian, the Viking on TV right now, and they'll show you blessed. When you bless, one person out of that group had to sacrifice himself to Odin. They cut his throat on a pagan altar, and all of them get his blood and sprinkle on them before they go in the wall. They even show you that now on TV. See, they don't hide nothing from you. You just been programmed not to pay it no attention and think it's science fiction. It ain't science fiction. You use the word I'm blessed, and that's all you hear. That's all I done heard all day. You ask somebody over here where I live, how you doing? I'm blessed.
Well,
so that means
aren't all the religions don't they have blood sacrifice in absolutely every spiritual vein of thought?
All religion has blood sacrifice. You even drink the blood of Jesus and eat his body. That's accountable.
So I don't get. So is that so? What are we doing? So even in
you doing it symbolic?
Yeah,
you doing it symbolic. It's a form of paganism.
Okay.
It's a form of paganism. I ain't got no problem with nobody doing it. My mama was a pagan.
I have a problem with people doing human sacrifice. I have a problem with that. But I'm saying
I don't have no problem with nobody doing whatever makes you.
We do not condone human sacrifice in any way, shape, or form unless they are child unalivers and child violators. I think they should be put to unalived, but I don't believe that we should do any type of sacrifice of humans. What I'm saying is, how do we distinguish between paganism and Abrahamic faith when Abrahamic faith also does the blood sacrifice as well, right?
Ain't nobody in Abraham's belief. Do not nobody. Ain't now group of people.
Didn't Moses sprinkle the blood on the people in the Torah? Didn't he bless them?
Well, the worship of the bull. So you got to understand the Torah, the Tanakh, and the Tanakh is the history of Judah and Israel, Yasharal and Yehuda. That's their history. That's what them first 39 books of the King James 1881 Bible is the Torah and the Tanakh and the history of these people. And nobody had, one had 18 kings, the other had 21 kings. And now one of them that didn't worship pagan Canaanite gods, every last one of them. And if you don't know the pagan Canaanite gods that each one of them worship, I got a book with the name of each one of those kings who they worship.
May I ask you a question about that? And because we've been kind of touching on that in the Peace Misunderstood, we've been talking about that. I want to ask you, is El the God of the Israelites? Is he the God of the Israelites?
That's what they say.
The Canaanite God is the God of the Israelites, right? I want you to, talk to us about that.
Yeah, I have a.
We really appreciate you being here. I like to pick the brain of Reverend Whoopass. That's why I be
You see this book here? You see what that says?
okay. Yes, we see it. Michael Jordan. Michael Jordan. Whoop, whoop. I know it's
No,
got
not Mike, not
I know
Mike
it's got a
Jordan, the
Michael Jordan. I'm just
basketball.
kidding. I'm kidding.
You see
Okay.
that? That's an
Encyclopedia.
encyclopedia of gods.
Mm-hmm.
330,000 different gods of the world. I got this book tell me what tribe of people worship them, what year they came in, who replaced them, just like Odin was replaced by Wooten was replaced by Guten, and in the 6th century they replaced Guten with God. And
Uh-oh, let me drop that bomb for you.
you believe in God. So Odin. So when
Uh-oh.
you believe in God, you believe in Odin.
Uh-oh,
This
let me go
book
to it.
get away from me. That's why I took my daddy's name, Reverend Whoopass. I owe him up a can of whoop-ass on you. Because documentation beats all conversation. Show me your proof because I got my proof. I got
Mhm.
over 2,000 books in here. Me and Cole had just that many books. And we've been in them books for 35 years. One year, we was in them books 18 hours a day for one day, for 1 year, 7 days a week. We slept at the Canas. We didn't do nothing but study for one simple reason. I wanted to know who God was. My big mamas, both of them told me that since I got grown, go find who God was. I was fortunate to be stationed in Turkey. So I was fortunate to be in the Navy for 30 years, where I went from, got 3 shellback cards where I've been around the world 3 times. I was fortunate. I spent my time when I wasn't chasing women, when I was in the Navy, in the libraries and learning people's history because I loved history. And I'm just sharing with you some of the things that I picked up on so you can go do the study. I tell you where you go, but there ain't no true religion as we speak as how it started out. The only true religion that ain't a religion, it's a way of life that is still ancient is Ephi. Ain't nobody rearranged and put it in a revised version. Are you still there?
Okay, let me see here. I got to find out what happened to Reverend Whoopass. Hold tight, everybody. Sorry about that. You know, this is a live broadcast, so a live stream, I should say. So he's back. He's back. He's back. Okay, sorry about that. And yes, so I don't know what happened. Had a little bit of a tech moment.
Mm. Okay.
No visual, no audio. Wait, is there audio now? Because Columbus Hill says there's no visual and no audio. Put a
I
one
hear
in the chat or
you.
somebody. Yeah, I'm just talking to the audience a moment.
Oh,
If you can hear us and see us on the screen, let us know. If you cannot, let us know. Anybody? Yeah, okay, great. Thank you. All right, we're back. So I don't know what happened when I fell off. I don't know if you kept going. That's the plan. If I do fall off, just keep going. You don't have to leave.
okay. Ooh, I didn't know what happened.
Yeah, but if you
It's-
see me go off the screen, just keep doing your teaching. Don't worry about that.
yeah. Well, something popped up on my screen said you in the background or something. You
Oh, you
that
were
I
in
wasn't.
backstage? Wow, that's
Yeah,
crazy.
backstage.
Somebody put
Yeah.
you backstage. Must be the eye in the sky. Okay, okay. All right, so continue, please. Thank you, everybody. Please hit the like button. And this is interesting. We're 49 minutes in, right? A little bit 10 minutes. We're 10 minutes shy of an hour of this great information. I want to let the Reverend Whoopass continue, letting us know that we are celebrating. Talk to me about what we just had, since you're talking about paganism. We just had New Year's Eve, which is considered a holiday, and the first of New Year's. Can you talk to us about that? The links, the pagan links to that.
Well, Janus, the god Janus, is
Yeah.
January. January is actually the 10th month. See, April is the first month. I mean, you can go into the Torah. The Torah, if you with Abraham's, call yourself with Abraham's religion, and then you can go into Exodus 13 and 4, Exodus 34 and 18, Exodus 23, 25, 34, 18, Deuteronomy 16 and 1, and see where Abraham was told to start the new year, Abib 1. That's April the 1st. That's
Well,
that's that's
yeah,
the beginning of spring. You
yeah,
starting in January, everything dead in January. And
right.
then let's see who Janus was. Janus was the god of what? He had
Of
two
looking
faces.
forward and looking back. Yeah.
Right. He had two faces. So you automatically know that that whole 30 days, they give praise to their god Janus. And then Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, is Saturday, you give praises to the sun god, the moon god, Tuesday, Wooten, Thursday, Thorn, Friday, Frigid. All of that is pagan. That should be 1 day, 2 day, 3 day, 4 day, 5 days, 6 days, 7 day. Everything is up under the numbering system. If it's not paganism, if it's paganism, then it has a name to it.
So I want to ask you, how does it why is it, if it came first, not specifically the Nordic, or I should say, not specifically these gods you're talking about, like Frigga and Thor, but if we go back to the definition of paganism that says all things outside of Abrahamic religion, where's the problem?
You forgetting everything ain't no religion Abrahamic anymore.
Okay, well,
Understand that? Get that through the head. That no religion is Abrahamic. It's been revised and put in a version by another group of people, which is called a cult.
okay, well, let me ask you back to the thing about
See,
the
during
paganism.
Muhammad time, there wasn't no Shiite, Sunnite, Baha'i and Sikh Muslim. During
But wasn't he
Abraham's
pagan?
time, it wasn't no Christian, wasn't no Judaism, wasn't no Islam.
Weren't they pagans though?
Was they pagan? They worship
Right.
pagan gods. Yeah.
So that makes them pagans, right?
During Abraham's time, they were worshiping pagan gods.
Right. So that makes
I
them
mean,
pagans.
the time he went up in the mountain, what happened when it came? Those people, I got a list of gods that tribe of people worship.
Talk to us. Bring the list out, please.
Oh, shoot. Let's see.
And please hit the like button, everybody. Yes, the elder is kicking game. He is kicking game. He's bringing out the information. And, it's interesting when we really sit back and think about it. People might say, well, you're worshiping the god Janus. Yet on New Year's Eve, you're worshiping the god Janus. And when you did your little prosperity meal on the first, you're worshiping the god Janus. But were people really worshiping the god Janus? I want us to have a more of a philosophical conversation off of this stream, not here. But when we say, oh, you're worshiping the god Janus when somebody goes out for New Year's Eve, are they really worshiping the god Janus? That's a deeper conversation. When you give gifts to your children.
If I'm gonna ask you a question. If you participate in their rituals, what are you doing?
Well, that's why we need
When
a
you
deeper
go out on
conversation.
when you go out on New Year's, party and get your head bad and stuff, what are you doing? You participating in a writ that carries different customs with it. It's a custom that at 12 o'clock you drink you some champagne.
Mm-hmm. But then we got to talk about the consciousness behind that. Well, then that counts for everything. If you go and you sit in a seat where somebody was doing something vile and you were eating at a restaurant and that person sat there and that person did what you did, are you also doing the same vile thing that person did with their intentions when they sat there? You know what I mean? It's like it's a deeper conversation for me.
I mean, it goes to this thing here, calling good good and good evil.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
That's what it goes into. You say it's all right for you to do this, but according to standards, it's wrong. But
it's evil. It's evil for children to get Christmas gifts.
It's just like in today's. See, I have watched.
Mm-hmm.
See, I done lived in 4 different worlds. I lived in the world of the people they call themselves jitterbugs.
Okay.
I lived in the world of the people that call themselves soul brothers and soul sisters. I lived in the world that the people call themselves bitches, hoes, dogs, and fools. I done lived in the world. I'm 80 years old. That means I've been grown almost 4 times. You grown, you really grown at if you're on Black Law Dictionary, if you're a female, you're grown at 12. If you're a male, you're grown at 15. So I've been grown.
Wow.
Almost 5 times. I have experienced and seen stuff that you only read about and heard about. You heard about Martin Luther King. I knew Martin Luther King. I watched him of stuff that he did that I disapproved of. See, why would you go out and get women and children to march with you when you know what them crackers was gonna do to you? It's all right for the men to do that, but why you gonna get women and children beat up with dogs seeked on you? I looked at this on TV. I was in the Navy when this happened. I watched this. That was less than a man to me. You ain't no man go out and get women and children beat up like you know them crackers was doing. I was stationed in the South. I was stationed in the South the 20 years I was in.
Mm-hmm.
I was
Well, what about
stationed
the
in,
women and children getting beaten up anyway? Even what about the church, boomings? And what about the women and children that were getting grabbed up by the KKK anyway and lynched? So,
yeah, well,
I
you
mean,
know what
wouldn't it
you
be better if the whole world could actually see the
yeah,
travesty,
well,
the horrific treatment?
let it see with the men, not with the women and children.
No, but
I would,
wouldn't it be better if if the women are already being unalived and the children are already being kidnapped and tortured, Emmett Till, wouldn't it be easy? Wouldn't it be better for the whole world to see on Front Street how they treat the women and children? Like, why
but
would we just say let the
let
men
me
do it?
let me tell you, during that period in time, everybody that lived in the United States knew how the South did somebody look like me and you. Everybody knew. Everybody. I was in the
But
Navy. When I
they
went in
may
the
have known,
Navy,
but they didn't see it.
when I was in the Navy, it was segregated. When I got stationed at Biloxi, Mississippi, I couldn't go downtown after 6
Yeah.
o'clock. I had curfew.
And
All black
could women go downtown? Could women go
no,
downtown?
nobody go downtown that look like me and you at
What would
Biloxi, and
happen? What would
they
happen
put
to
you
the
in
women
jail.
if they went downtown? Would
They
they beat
beat
them
you.
up?
They
Yeah.
beat you unmercifully. So why
So
would you
why
go?
not show
Now
the world? Yeah.
I'm gonna tell
So
you
why not
something,
show the world?
sister. Me, Jones, and Trafficants, we went downtown.
Good. Yeah.
We went downtown. The
My
pol the
grandmother
pol
marched with Martin
the
Luther
the pol
King,
the pol
and
the, the
she didn't her
policeman.
my grandfather and my grandmother marched together with Martin Luther King, and it wasn't about the women hide because the women were getting killed anyway. So why
Well,
shouldn't the
I mean,
women go march with them?
well, now I disagree with you. That
Well,
marching
yeah.
junk, it's all right for the man, but a female, my woman, I ain't gonna let my women and children go out marching with nobody.
But they
I
had
mean,
no
if
protection.
you're
No, but
looking, if
listen,
you're
Reverend
looking for,
Whoopass,
if you're
Reverend
looking
Whoopass,
for
let me
pressure,
ask you a question. Let me ask you a question. Could the black man protect his woman really back in those times? Could he, or was she at the mercy of the KKK? Was he protecting his
no.
woman? No, he
You
wasn't.
ever
So
heard of
why
it?
shouldn't she go out and
You ever
march? Why
heard of the
shouldn't she go out and
deacons
march?
of defense? You ever heard of the
Yes, I
deacons?
am debating. Hold on. Let me answer this question. Yes, I'm debating because you know why? He's in the toughest environment. He wants to smoke. Y'all think you don't have any respect for him as a grown elder. He can handle this. So yeah, I'm debating that the women had every right to be out there marching because they weren't
Yeah,
protected
if
anyway.
you want,
Thank
you know what
you.
that
Thank you, Shadow Band. Exactly.
you know
Go ahead.
what you want recognition. You wanted recognition of marching with King. You wanted to be
See?
known as
Bring
that,
it out.
but
Bring it out.
you could have
See?
lost your life out there wanting to be known.
So
Your
so
your
women just
your
wanted
your
recognition, right?
grandmother could have lost her life out there wanting to be
But she
known,
didn't. But she
but
didn't.
she didn't. She
She
was
stood up for her
fortunate.
people. She stood up for her
She was
people.
fortunate. Right.
So
She
let me
was
get this
fortunate.
straight. Let me ask you a question. No, listen, hold on. So you're
Yeah.
saying because the women wanted attention and they wanted to be known, but the men were doing it for a real deeper reason, right?
I don't know what they were doing it for because I wouldn't march with nobody. If
Okay,
you
see,
want to
that's the
pick up
issue.
now, here's when I'm with you. If you want to pick up a gun, like I have done, and we
Mhm.
go to Vietnam with that white boy, I go to Vietnam with him. if you want to pick up a gun. See, it's two things Rem Whoopass ain't never been scared of. He ain't never been scared to die. He ain't never been scared to kill you. Never.
Okay, let's
I was
take it
taught
easy
that.
on the
I was taught that by my daddy. I was taught that from 3 years old. That's how I
Right.
felt. Now, if you wanted
Okay.
to pick up I ain't gonna march with nobody. But if you want to pick up some guns and we go take like the deacons, I ain't got no problem with that. I'll be on the front line with you.
Yeah, that's foolishness. So Nepal, let me read this comment. So Nepal, women had the right to get unalived. It was a movement, a civil rights movement that changed the world. And to say that women shouldn't have been in it is very it's
You
archaic.
ain't
It's
you
barbaric.
ain't
Let me
saying
finish. It's
yes.
wait, sir, give me a minute, please. It's
Yeah.
archaic, it's barbaric, and it's misogynistic, and it's chauvinistic, and it shows what he just said. Women just wanted attention. The women who stood on the front line didn't just want attention. They wanted their children to stop being unalive. They wanted to stop being snatched up and violated and unalive. Women were lynched with their babies sliced out of their bellies. For you to say that they shouldn't have been over there because the men were protecting them. They weren't protected anyway. So why not go fight for to make the change? So yeah, I am stating that it's his opinion, but I'm going to put the other side out. Like the brother said, devil's advocate, if you will. Women had every right to stand with their husbands and fight against oppression, unaliving, everything that they fought for in the civil rights movement. And it is sad for someone to sit up and be elderly and say the women just wanted attention. That's what the elder just said. That's why they were up there.
That's what I just said, and I'm sticking to it. I mean,
And I
here's
like
what
that.
I'm telling you.
Stand your ground.
Here's what, sister. I ain't gonna let my woman and my children march with nobody when them crackers were putting dogs and killing you. I ain't gonna let my children. I ain't gonna stand the risk and say I was lucky. I ain't gonna do that. Now,
So what if you hold on.
And here's another thing. Here's another
Before you
thing.
keep going, I want to read this super chat. But wait, let me say this, and they can say what they want to say. I don't care. You gonna go off this point. So you're gonna leave her home so the KKK can take her out the house while you out there protesting? What's the difference? Okay.
Well, I'm gonna tell you what. If you go to my woman's house, then you gonna get busted.
Okay, well, most women didn't have
my wife, both my grandmothers and my mamas would light you up with a 22 rifle with 18 shots in it. With my mama, before she just died 1 year ago, she slept with her pistol up under her pillow. I gave her her key. I gave her her key back. I gave her her key back. All the women in my family could hunt and shoot. So if anybody came to that house, they were gonna get a rude awakening.
Well, good for you, but most women didn't.
I don't know how I don't know if your grandmother know how to shoot or was a marksman, but all of my women in my family could shoot. Hunted with the men.
My point is that you're saying they were in danger going to Mars, but they were in danger at home.
It wasn't in danger, in danger at my house. It wasn't wasn't no woman in danger. I gave my mama her key back because I came in her house and didn't call her and came in her house and she shot.
Okay, well, the point that I'm saying to you is you're saying that they shouldn't have gone out marching because they were in danger, but they were in danger everywhere, okay? Whether they had pistols or not. So let me read the super chat really quickly that I lost. Dang, you can respond to that, but you said that you made it like, oh, they're protected at home. They're not protected at home. They're not. They weren't protected anywhere. Maybe
in your house. But in my household, they was protected because they could protect themselves.
I'm sorry, I lost your super chat. Yeah, but you did this last time. That's where you and I had to when you start talking about women in a disparaging way, And I am letting him speak. Don't get timed out. Okay, he's speaking. Go ahead. They
Well, you
think
know,
you're a little baby bird.
I
They think
have
you're a
no
little
problem.
baby bird in here. Some of these guys think
I,
you're a little baby bird. And no, I'm not drinking, but you're getting banned. I'm absolutely 100% sober on all that I love. So I just don't like when men come in and start talking about women in a disparaging way. Why don't you guys get with that? We're not doing that in 2026. I don't care if Jesus comes down from the cross, from the heavenly throne, and says something against women. I'm going to kick against it. Okay?
well, I
Now,
ain't said nothing against no female. I
you said they
just
should be home.
right. They
You said
did.
they should be home.
Okay. Now, back in the 60s, didn't nobody have that idea that
So many
Martin
women
Luther King
haters.
had.
We got to get rid of these
But the
women
people
haters in
that
this year. We got to kill all the women haters.
everybody looked like me didn't believe in Martin Luther King's movement. We didn't believe. Everybody didn't believe in that movement. That's what you got to understand, sister. I was there. It was more people didn't believe in that movement that believed in it. It's you youngsters that came after 1970 glorify him. Ain't nobody in my age bracket glorify him.
He said, let me read this. Yeah, because modern women want to be masculine. No, modern women have to be masculine because you're soft and you're weak. That's the problem. And this has nothing to do with masculinity. When you say the women back then, Dr. Frances Cress Welsing, Angela, oh my God, Angela Davis, my
Right.
grandmother, women who stood up. They stood up for their people. They didn't. No one told them, oh, baby, I need you to stay home. They didn't need to stay home. So all this stuff about, whether it was a civil rights movement or not, women need to stand side by side, and they often have stood in front of their men. George Floyd, all the Black women who protested for him, they stood in front of their Black man. And what's the thanks she gets? Why are you out there trying to be a man? We need to stop this madness. And I'm absolutely sober. I'm going to hand the mic back to the elder. We could get back to the paganism. Thank you for your super chat, Immortal Dragon. And elder, Reverend Whoopass, do you mind me challenging you on this stuff?
It doesn't matter
Because they're
with
over
me.
here thinking you're getting beaten up.
Listen, I have understanding. I understand what age bracket you're in. I understand how you think. I already know how you think before I even see you. When I see you and look at you and see what your age bracket is, I already know how you think.
Okay.
You
That's
think
okay.
you think like you've been taught to think.
Mm-hmm.
See, a mind is a school of thought. A school of thoughts has to be taught to you. And that school of thought was handed down to you. So you was taught by your mother, your grandparents, and your father, and you believe what they say. This what molds you into being programmed in a
That goes with
system.
you. That's everybody, right? You as well. That's everybody. You too, right? You as
Right.
well, right?
I was once programmed to believe that the third time I went back in the bush, that the Sarge told me, I asked him, why I got to go? We just came out the bush. I'm finna go home. He told me, why'd you got to go back in the bush? Because of the freedom of speech and the freedom of religion, and for your freedom, and you fighting for your family. I went back in the bush. I was the biggest damn fool that ever walked the face of the earth to believe that I was fighting for my freedom, because the definition of freedom is one who is free from government rule. And I wasn't free from that, and you ain't either. So you ain't got no freedom. And you wasn't freed in 1870. You was emancipated. a difference between being freed and emancipated. The Americans carry us as emancipated ex-slaves. That's what you took it on America. You ain't free. You ain't got no freedom. Freedom means you free from government rule. Tell me who in the world is free, because there's 150 uncivilized tribes that got a tribal government. So you ain't free, but you think you free. And I went back in the bush, think I'm fine, and it was segregated. Now that's how big a fool that I have been up on the white folks thinking. So I spent many years, me and Cole did, asking ourselves, how could you be this damn fool that it was segregated, and you could believe that you go to Vietnam, volunteer to go to Vietnam to fight for this country up under the word, you're fighting for your freedom. Now, I've been that damn fool. And when I see other people, I just be smiling, because I know when you open your mouth and talk to me, I know what damn fool you are. That's what I know at this age. I just be smiling, because I've been that damn fool before, believing that I was free, believing that I had civil rights. You ain't got no civil rights. What you
Do you think,
accomplished?
let me ask you a question. Do you think because you're older,
What did you
Got it.
did you accomplish? Tell me one thing that you accomplished as being a Black African American. You had 129 colleges. You ain't got
well, you're
now
sitting on
college
the
now.
internet right now. You're talking. You wouldn't be able to do this. You wouldn't be able to do this if it was still segregated.
Why did they integrate? That's why you got to answer that. They integrate because they were losing money.
Okay, I know that, but you asked the question. You asked the question. Do you
Yes,
think that because, listen, do you think because you're older that you're wiser than someone who is not your age? Do you think that that goes for everybody? Not you, but let's say there's a guy. Let's say there's a guy right now who's been doing Christmas and he's the same age as you, and he's been doing everything, saying I love America, wearing the MAGA hat. He votes for Trump. He's in his 80s. So do you think because he's older, he could
you got
let me get this all the
them.
way out. Can I get this all the way out? Because I need to make a point. You deserve respect for living long, but you keep on acting like because you're older that your word is gold. Like there are people who are just the opposite. Wait a minute, hold on. There are people who are the opposite mindset as you, and they're the same age, and they can sit on the panel as the same age as you and say, you don't know what you're talking about because Donald Trump's the best president. And because I'm older, I know that. So I want to ask you, how much weight do we put on age instead of actual information?
Well, experience beats all. You haven't experienced what I have experienced. You haven't sit on the back of the bus. You ain't drank colored water. You ain't went through what they got, the drive-through windows in the Dairy Queen and Whataburger back in the 50s and 60s. That's where the colored folks went to get their food, at the Dairy Queen, Whataburger, and the places that you see the drive-through window that you think is just a drive-through window. That drive-through window got some history to it. You don't know nothing about that. You don't know nothing about that.
Yeah, but what about the person who says, wait, hold on. What about the person who says, oh, I remember that drive-through window, and I'm so glad that Martin Luther King marched so I don't have to do it anymore. My point is, I do know these things. Let me give you a little bit of information. I have a mother who actually lived in those times. I have a family who taught me. My grandfather was a part of the civil rights movement. My grandmother, my father. So I have a background in understanding those stories. I didn't know about the drive-through window. You taught me that part. But when you say, it's civil rights movement was for dummies and things like that, don't you see that there are also people who are the same age as you who disagree with you? So who's got the truth?
Hey,
Who should we believe? Just because you're both old,
no,
should we
no,
believe?
no.
Who should we believe?
You didn't hear me when I first came on. What did I say? Believe what you want to believe. I have no problem with what you believe. It's plenty of people my age that look like me, but got a white mind. Their mind is completely programmed to the white culture. Plenty of them. And you ain't got too many people that think like me. That's my age. Because for one thing that I know that you didn't know about me, but I told you when we first met, Cole even told you that. I don't love nobody. I respect everybody, but I don't love nothing. Now that's what you got to know about Reverend Whoopass. And see how many people that you're going to find that tell you that they don't love Lord, God, Mama. The Bible said, the old ancient said, honor your mama and your daddy. Honor means respect, but I don't love nothing, sister. Nothing. Nothing that's on earth do I love. I respect everything for one reason, what my daddy taught me. Because you was a danger to me and yourself up under this word called love, which is 4 types of love: eros, philo, agape, and storge. Now, when you say love, which one are you talking about? That's what I'm saying. So, how many people my age that you ever heard say that didn't love nobody? You ain't heard him, have you? See, so I'm a person that's out there by myself and thinking.
Right.
And so now we got a good understanding now, right? But see, that's
Yes,
the
and
reason
let
I
me let
don't.
you know,
That's
Reverend
the reason.
Whoopass.
That's the reason I
Go
don't.
ahead.
I don't mind what you say or
Thank
what you
you.
think. That's you. I'm not you. So when you tell me how you feel, that's how you feel. I'm not gonna question it
And I
because
appreciate
I
and
ain't
respect
you.
that. Thank
Because
you.
I ain't you.
And Reverend, let me ask you a question. You're gonna keep on coming back because you don't mind me giving you this smoke, right? Because they all scared of you. I'm not scared to give you the smoke. So
No,
back
baby.
to the Reverend. Listen, back to the Reverend and his presentation. Back to you, Reverend. I want you to get back on talking about your presentation about paganism. Can you go back
Well,
into tying in paganism with the current government? Can you talk about that since we're talking
well,
about government?
here's another way that we know it's pagan, ancient Babylon. There have been
Yes.
seven great empires: Babylon, Assyria, Syria, Persia, Greek, Rome, America. They all had the same colors. That's the most interesting part. You know, when we was in military, you always have the color red, white, and blue. They always have the same symbol, the eagle. And when you know they real deep is when you get the double head eagles. You see, all of them been red. The Roman Catholic Church, red. The cardinal, red. The words wrote in red in the Bible is Jesus. This is how you know this is Mitra. This is paganism, mythology. And the color of who they call the devil is what color? It's red. So this is how you can tell. You can tell by their feasts. You can tell by them cutting down a Christmas tree, Easter. There's a book called Two Babylons. You ever seen that book?
Yes, sir.
Well, you need to get that book. And he does a beautiful job. That's a black bishop with the Coptic Church, I think, wrote that book. He Hissel. He did a great job of breaking down paganism. And I have another book is how did evil get started? The idea of evil and the devil get started. I think I text you those books of that. Those are good books to read for you to understand that this white boy, Magog and Gog, and if you go into their Bible, what do they say about the tribes of Magog and Gog? And see, here's what I appreciate. Ashkenazim, who you call a Jew, and he ain't no Jew, but Ashkenazim wrote the history of his cousins. They cousins, Magog, Gog, Tubal, Javan, they are cousins. That's the Germanic race of people. They all kinfolks. And they've been fighting each other ever since they came out of the Caucasus Mountain for power. And now Ashkenazim, who you call a Jew, he wrote a book called The Protocol of the Learned Elders of Zion in 1486. When he wrote that book, he told how they could control the world if they stuck to this book for 450 years. Well, they was in complete control of the Germanic race of people in 250 years. They wrote in that book, if you borrowed money from them, from Rothschild, you know him as Rothschild, to fight a war, he owned your country. When Woodrow Wilson borrowed money for World War I from Rothschild, then the stock markets fell in the 30s, but then they own America. They foreclosed on America, which is called a deficit. You owe the deficit. Every country owes them a deficit. They foreclosed on America. When Trump was first inaugurated, that was the end of the Great Jubilee year. That was the end of where all the countries had to pay them their money back, or they foreclosed on you. They didn't bring this to the public. It ain't the public. Now, unless you done studied the Protocol to Learn Elders of Zion, you can download it now. But I done studied this book since 1955. I've been reading this book. It's been in our family since then. I don't know how in the world Big Mama had the 1914 edition of the Protocol, the one that they burned in Russia. She had a copy of that one. That's the original one. The new ones coming out has been mortified. But everything that they said in there, what they was going to do. When Trump became president, then the next day Israel made a coin of his head, a 50-cent piece of coin. They said that Trump was like Darwin to them. So you would have to know, if all you Christians that done read the Bible, you had to know who King Darwin was. And they said that Trump was the same as King Darwin to them. Trump told you this was the last election. This is the last election, and they already done started. I sure wish Cole was alive, because me and Cole had said that the new year, when this year come in, 2026, see 6 and 2 is 10. You own the 10 on the number 10 with this year. And the number 10, this is the 250th anniversary of a Democratic and Republican nation called America. 5 and 2 is 7. That's perfect. But no Democratic Republican form of government ever lasted over 250 years. So they have started already. The whole year, Trump say, is dedicated to the 250th birthday of America. Now, when July the 4th comes, I don't know when it's going to happen, but you can rest for sure that there ain't going to be no more United States with a constitution like they got now. Everything is going to be run by the federal. We're going up under complete federal control. They done already wrote the new constitution. That's the reason Trump got on the TV and told you one no more voting for president, because the president is going to be selected by the Council of Foreign Relations, which is he is the chair spokesman for the Council of Foreign Relations. He do all the foreign business. They write his speech. He get on TV, tell you the American people. And I find it ironic because, see, he's the commander-in-chief of the military, but he got 5 generals and 4 admirals that make the decisions. And they tell them what they're going to do. They're going to bomb these boats. And he get on television and tell the American people that he's doing it. But he ain't calling those shots. He worked for somebody. This last time, he didn't even know about the bombing of the boats. He said, whoa, the general must have did it. That's who's in charge. So you've been hoodwinked, cable-toed, because the Great Seal of the United States belonged to a secret society called the Scottish Rite Illuminati Masons. They were Scottish Rite Masons when George Washington was there. But when George Washington left, you couldn't hold President One, and Thomas Jefferson and Benjamin Franklin went into the Illuminati's, which is, they put it on the dollar bill, one world order. That red and Latin that's on your dollar bill means one world order. And they tell you what year. And all of that, that's what you can look forward for the federal government taking over the rule of the United States. And once they call martial law, you can kiss a goodbye. And look like every state is acting a fool, and the troops is already coming in. We're getting ready for martial law.
Okay, let me ask you, when we talk about the dollar bill and getting back to paganism, when you say you're talking about e pluribus unum on the bill, one world order, what paganism, is there a particular god that's being worshipped, or is this like an eclectic?
Protocol number 14
Mhm.
tell you that it would be a one world religion. Well, they already done started trying to do that now but it's going to be strictly Abraham, the religion of Abraham. But they putting all 3 religions together to start this one where everybody going to be, all these doctrines that each one had, going back to the Abraham form of religion. Now, the Abraham form of religion, the Christians have to live up under grace because of what is this religion? This is a hard religion, sister. If you are homosexual, they stone you to death. Why you think that Trump is taking away all the rights that that community, the LGBT, well, I call them sissies. I'm old school. Why you think he's taking away all their rights right now? They disbanding them constantly. What Barack Obama, y'all's first black president, which he was the 7th black president, because there's been a whole lot of mulatto presidents that was mulattoes that you didn't know anything about. Dwight Eisenhower was one of them.
Eisenhower.
Dwight Eisenhower.
Lincoln.
I got a list. I got a list. I got a book with the 7 black that had black blood in them. They family came from mulattoes and mustees and
right. Not saying this is the president, but what about Hoover? Are you in agreement that he was also black?
Hoover, yes, yeah, I'm agreement with that. He had black relatives. That's when he hated
Mhm.
black folks. So same way with
Right.
Hitler. Same way with Hitler.
Oh, wow. He
Same
was
way
black?
with Hitler. He had black ancestors.
Okay, this is a controversial video. Just let me say, for YouTube's sake, this is all the opinions of our guest. We absolutely want to hear this. People are enjoying it. I did drop the link if you want to join and ask questions to the elder. But wow, so wait, Hitler was of African descent?
That's what they had reported. He was of
Oh.
Jewish
Mm.
descent. That's when he hated the Jews and blacks.
So he's Jewish,
But,
meaning you're saying the black Jew is real? The Hebrew Israelites, are they
well,
really?
wait, let me tell you. Okay, let's talk black Jew. Now, Ashkenazi is two types of Jews:
Sephardim?
Ashkenazi and Sephardic. A
Yes. Okay.
Sephardic Jew is a Spanish Jew. That's two balls children. He ain't black. He ain't no ways from black. He is a Sephardic Jew, is a Spanish Jew. They rule Spain. That's who Isabella borrowed money from for Christopher Columbus to come over here and call us Indians. See, so when you say I'm a black Hebrew Israelite, if you ain't a Spaniard, then you ain't that. You just a what I call a Negro claiming something, looking for a home like a boll weaver. See, in 1932, you got some people say, I'm a black Muslim. Well, before it was a black Muslim, it was a white one. Then you had some people in 1960, some Benin saying, I'm a black Hebrew Israelite. But then you the black one. It was a Semitic one before it was one of you. Then you turn around and say, I'm a Gentile. I'm a black Gentile. Well, a Gentile clearly tell you those are the people that lived in the Caucasus Mountain. My question is, how did you become the black one? How did you
So
become a black
are
one? How did you become a black one when it was
mhm,
the first one was same way with the Moors? For you to be a
mhm.
Moor, your mama got to be a Berber and your daddy got to be an Arab. If you ain't that, then you ain't a Moor. You might have Moorish beliefs, but you ain't a Moor.
So
Same way
are the
with
Hebrew
a black
Israelites,
Hebrew.
were they like us? Were they people, do you say they were black, like phenotype?
Benjamin, Ben Carter, was
Yes.
with the Nation of Islam at one time. Benjamin and I met Benjamin. We was good friends because I was the assistant imam for Jeremiah Farad Muhammad here in Dallas, Texas. He
Hmm.
lived with Benjamin for 10 years. Benjamin came to visit him. And that's where I met Benjamin. And I got a book that he autographed, gave me his book. One of his books is a heavy book. It's a heavy book. I mean, he broke down a lot of stuff, good knowledge in his book. But these new black Hebrew Israelites, they ain't about lottie dottie. When you say I'm a Hebrew Israelite, that means that you worship pagan gods. Baal was your god. And what are you doing coming out of the Bible? If you a black Hebrew Israelite, your book was the Torah. You you greet me with the King James Revised Version of the Bible, which is the 27th Bible of the Christian religion.
Was
I
King
sent
James
you
black? Take a drink of water. We'll let you hold on. Y'all hit the like
no,
button,
no,
please.
no. King James was a Jacobite. What is a Jacobite? Is he a black man?
Sounds
Huh?
black to me. Come on,
Yeah,
talk to me,
Jacobite ain't
brother.
no black. A Jacobite ain't no black man. That's a Europeano.
Are you sure
A
about
Jacob,
that?
yeah, I'm positive about that. The Jacobites and the Coptic Church was expelled from the Roman Catholic Church in the 6th century.
Okay,
Over,
okay.
over, they left over the belief of Christianity. King James, now you had some queens and kings in that European dynasty that was black at one time. They got history on them. But King James wasn't a black man. I don't
Was he a Scot?
understand. Here's what I don't understand.
Break it down.
Is that this black African American, he wants to be associated that Christianity was started by a black man, and Christianity wasn't started by no black man. Christianity was started by Constantine and put into high gear by a Pharisee named Apollonius of Tyana. You call him Paul in this language. And he tell you in his book at the second Titus that he raised Jesus Christ, the seed of David, out of the grave according to his gospel. His gospel. His personal gospel up under the Nicene Creed, the Apostolic Creed, and the Tertullian Creed. That's why the split in the Western and the Eastern churches split behind these creeds. If you are a Methodist, Presbyterian, Episcopalian, a Catholic, you say the Apostolic Creed every Sunday at your church if you go to those churches. If you go to an African Methodist Episcopal Church or Colored Methodist Episcopal Church, you're going to say the Apostolic Creed every Sunday. How I know? My mama was Methodist. If you go to a Baptist church, you ain't going to say the Nicene Creed, but all you have to do is look behind the preacher. And in the old black churches, there the Nicene Creed was. Now, the Nicene Creed, they disagree in their teaching. The only thing that the Nicene Creed and the Apostolic Creed believe in, agree upon, is they believe in the Holy Catholic Church. That's at the end of each one of those creeds. Have you ever read those creeds? The
I grew
Nicene
up
Creed?
in the Catholic Church, so yeah.
Yeah, I believe in the Holy Ghost, the Holy Catholic Church, forgiveness of sins, and forgiveness of sin, resurrection, Christ, everlasting. I said that from 3 years old till I graduated from high school at Mama's church.
Same here. Yeah.
And asked my mama, do you believe in the Holy Catholic Church? I asked her when I got on. She said, no. I said, Mama, you got 2 doctor's degrees. You told me that reading was comprehension. Then you teach me that? She said, yes. I said, well, what do the Apostolic Creed say down here? She had never, ever paid attention what it said at the end there that you believe in the Holy Catholic Church. And she said, no, I don't believe in the Holy Catholic Church. And the people that say this creed every Sunday at a Methodist church, you ask them, do they believe in the Catholic Church? And they'll tell you no. But your creed that you're saying says yes. If you up under the Apostolic Creed, they say you don't have to be dunked in the water 3 times, damn near drown it, to be baptized. You can be sprinkled. The Apostolic Creed say a female can be a preacher. The Nicene Creed, you ain't letting no female in the pulpit. You can sit down there at the podium and you can't be no preacher in the Baptist church up under the Nicene Creed. The Apostolic Creed say you can be gay and be a bishop in their church and be gay. And the biggest church, Methodist church, is 2 lesbians that's married to each other running. The one here in Dallas, Texas, done painted their steps rainbow. So, but the Baptist church say you can't do that. So my questions to the dean of theology at SMU and the dean of Dallas Baptist, I asked them on KRLD, which one of them could tell me which one of y'all is lying on Jesus? Because one of you got to be lying. So your creed that you up under, they don't jive. They hung up on me. They wouldn't answer that. I asked Freddie Hayes the same damn question. I ask every time I meet a preacher that's a Baptist and a Methodist, I ask them that question. Which one of y'all lying on Jesus? Because your creed and your doctrine don't jive. This Reverend Whoopass with the can opener. I ain't playing with you. See, so you automatically, if you got any kind of common sense, know that this religion called Christianity, somebody lying. And you was given to Christianity. You couldn't be a Christian until 1870. And that's another thing that you Black African Americans need to look at that's got the Holy Ghost. You couldn't be, and when they did say that you had to take a Christian name to become an emancipated slave, they say that you can be two religions. You can either be African Methodist Episcopal, colored Methodist Episcopal. You couldn't be Christian Methodist Episcopal. You had to be Second Baptist. You couldn't be First Baptist. You didn't get integrated until after 1970. All these people's in the church now. But those are the only two religions that the white government let you have. And here's the kicker to it. You had to be segregated. But you had to be up under their theology of what they taught you in school. So all you Negroes with the Holy Ghost and, and believe in who I call the hippie on a stick in Jesus, got a history. You just don't know. You was given that religion. And
Well, let me ask
you've been praying, you've been praying and marching and singing, "We shall overcome" for 155 years. And what has you overcome? You've been singing and marching, "We shall overcome," and lifting every voices and singing, "We shall overcome." What have you overcome? You in a worse condition in 2026 than you was in 1960. You had 129 colleges in 1960. You ain't got now. And then the white boy gave you affirmative action, but when you became a Black African American, he said, "Oh, you're an American now." He took the shit away from you because the affirmative action was for Negroes that was colored people. You don't identify yourself as that anymore. In other words, you say you're an American. The most ignorant person that ever walked the face of the earth is a person that say he's a Black African American. My question to you, anybody that said that is that what the Creator created? I think the Creator created a male and a female, and he didn't have no race of people, because the race of people was started by Jonah F. Blumenbach. In 1786, Jonah F. Blumenbach said it was a race of people. He said on the left was the Negro, in the middle was the Caucasian, and on the right was the Mongolian. Now, on the left, everything that was Black, he put "ite" on your name. You became a Hamite, a Cushite, Israelite, Canaanite. On the right, he said you was the Nice boys. You became the Chinese, the Burmese, the Chinese. But here's where racism started. In the middle where the Caucasian, he said he was the English man, Scottish man. He was man. And you was a ite and a niece.
So
But the
if we're
Creator created,
are
but the
Israelites Black?
the Creator created a male and a female. Somebody else created a human being that was a man and a woman, because the Creator created a male and a female and called it a supreme being. That's who I am.
Okay, so an ite is Black according to you. Okay, so if an ite is Black, then the Israelites are Black.
Right. They was classified as Negroes.
Y'all heard
They
it.
were,
He said the Israelites
they
are
were
black.
classified. They was classified as Negroes.
Got you. Okay, come on. Thank you, Elder. We have Genesis joining.
Well,
Anybody, if you want to come in, we're approaching 2 hours. If you want to come in and ask a question to the elder, hit the link and come in like Genesis. Peace, Genesis.
hey, P, so I have a question. So now you see Trump, he's going over into Nigeria and he bombed the Muslims. He got the okay from Nigeria to bomb North Nigeria. I think these were the Muslim Nigerians in that area who were supposedly attacking the Christians. And Trump is, would you say that Trump is a pagan or is he a Christian? Or what do you believe that Trump's religion is?
I, I, I sure wish my partner was still living. Co, all of a sudden, have you noticed that Trump has got the Holy Ghost? All of a sudden, Trump is Jesus Christ. He had a picture of Jesus at his vineyard thing. He had this big picture. Have you noticed that he's Jesus Christ?
Is
Have you noticed that
Christianity
about him?
paganism? Is that paganism?
Christianity is more paganism than any religion that's out here. They got more
Ooh.
pagan belief than any
Okay.
religion that's out here. It's Christianity,
So, what do you
which
think the
which
big thing
which was
about
given to you.
against the
Which
Muslims, which
so if
is an
you
offshoot of Christianity? Because so Judaism, Christianity. This is the way that religion has gone.
well,
Judaism,
see,
Christianity, and Islam. That's
let
like
let
the order, and then
Islam. Islam is a moon god worshiper. They worship Humbrik. Judaism, who you call they who did they first worship? First, they worship the El gods, and if you go into Zoroastrianism, most of the gods that was in Judaism come out of Zoroastrianism. Are you familiar with Zoroastrianism, which is an old Persian religion? See
yeah,
if you talk if we talk in chronological order, the oldest religion is Hinduism, started at 4000 BC. 2500 came Judaism, and at 2500 came Zoroastrianism. Them three religions right there all together. Christianity came way down the line. You see this book right here? What that say? The
Let's
history
see.
of what?
The history.
What they say? The
It's a
history
little
of
too close to
religion.
the
the.
history. It says the history of religion.
Oh yeah, you showed
What,
that one right.
you see that? Well, then I got your history. They wrote. See, this is what I like about the Jews. They wrote a history. They put it in a book. See, we put our knowledge on stone tablets. We didn't write from left to right. That's another thing that you can know that they pagans. All people that look like me and you write from right to left. They write from left to right. That's the language we speaking. Ain't English. It's English, Slavic, and Teutonic. It came out of the Opodite Lodge, which is the ancient serpent lodge. The oldest cup in the world is the serpent cup. And you see that serpent is in many different things now. And then you see that serpent with his tail in his mouth. Then you see him come through there, and then he got the tail in his mouth. Well,
That's the
baby,
Ouroboros.
that symbol right there, the tail is in the serpent's mouth now. He ain't slipping across the Milky Way. The tail is in his mouth.
So here's
And
a question.
you had to know what secret society that sign and symbol came out of is who? The Rosicrucian. Who is the Rosicrucian? The Rose and Cross. Who is these people? Who is the Great Seal? The
The
Great
post.
Seal of America, who wrote the
Um,
Constitution, the Preamble, and the Bill of Rights. Who are these people?
Yeah,
Who
but
are
that symbol came way before the Rosicrucians, the Ouroboros. That's like
I
ancient
mean, I
Kemet.
mean, you see, you had to, every country is ruled by a secret society, which is known as a Mason. And a damn country you can name that ain't ruled by a secret society.
Here's my
None.
question. Here's a question. So is animism considered pagan? Because animism existed before Hinduism, and that was just the way that, and there was no real documentation of it. I guess. Well, we just say that Hinduism is the oldest documented religion, but animism and different things like that existed prior to Hinduism, and would they be considered pagan as well?
Atomism, Adam, this Adam and Eve story was
Animism, not
started.
atomism. Animism, not atomism.
Animism, like when we talk about like nature worship, the worship of nature and things on nature.
Well, that's and see, the Yoruba people, they believed in nature. The people that lived over here, all of us believed in nature. Big Mama taught us nature. The teaching, what I was taught as a child, you're not taught that anymore because those people are dead. And most of the people that's my age, they didn't want their children to learn what they had. That's the biggest mistake in the world. That's when you became a black African American. Because if you was a Negro that was a colored person, you knew the craft of your people. You knew how to plant the seeds. You knew how to hunt. You knew how to make a bow and arrow. You knew how to make a hook. You knew what flowers that you could eat, what grass that you could eat. You knew all of this because it was taught to you. It was taught to you as a Boy Scout.
So, but is that paganism? Is animism? Is that nature-based faith? That
Every
aspect of learning from Big Mama
nature,
and
the only thing, the way of life deals with the 12 laws of nature. That's the way of life. Your EFI is not a religion; it's a way of life.
It's a
And
religion.
and and
it is a way of life. Because there's a
Well, what's the
it's
difference between a way of life and a religion? I mean, Christianity is a way of life.
a religion is a belief that ain't. In order for you to believe in religion, you have to be a believer.
Yeah, but
A belief.
Christianity is a way of life.
What is the definition of a believer? If you a Christian, you got to be a believer. If you're a Muslim, you got to be a believer. If you're a Hebrew Israelite, you got to be a believer. A believer believes what a man-made religion has told you as facts,
So
and it
EFA
ain't
isn't
facts.
EFA isn't a man-made religion? Yes, it is.
No,
no, it's
no,
not.
no.
Okay,
It's a way of
so you
life.
don't
Trees,
have
like
risk.
herbs, the study of nature is like that's the difference. So the difference in the way of life is like, okay, that upon like study of nature, you realize that,
Well,
oh, this herb is going to
every,
heal me. If I eat this herb, I can either heal someone or kill someone with it. And
right.
the way of life aspect of it is that okay, the main thing is like, okay, living, trying to live life balance and understand being one with nature. That means you should know the flora and fauna around you. You should know things about nature. You should respect nature. You should respect people around you. Is that a man-made concept, or is that innate within all of us? When you're born inside,
Man-made. It's man-made because people created it. It's not something that's just that people just naturally do without being taught. And then you talk about Hinduism. When you talk about animism, it's a broader conversation. Animism can be looked at in Hinduism. It's not considered a religion of animism because there are different aspects to it. Just like in Kemetic uh practice, the netters, that can be considered animism, but there are other aspects to it that don't point toward animism. So I would argue that animism is seen in Hinduism, uh Kemetic worship.
You know
um
what? I would have to see this word that you use in animism. When did it come into this language? What year?
animism's been around since the beginning of time because that's the first thing we
No,
did.
no, sister.
Okay.
All you got to do is ask Google, when did the word animism come into this language? It's going to tell you etymology. We use an etymology. You can't just see when we study with
Well, you
etymology.
may talk about a
Eh,
word,
eh,
but we're talking about a concept. The
Well,
practice.
you use the word. It has when it came.
Someone put a label on
That
it.
word,
It was about the nature around us that we
that
revered.
that word that you
Native
use
Americans do it.
came.
I brought it up. Here it is, so he can, in case he doesn't understand what that
Yeah,
word is.
Sure.
And I'll read it for you. I'll read it out. And see animism. So the difference between we talk about Ifa and
What
like
year? What year was that word introduced to this language? As that what you using?
let's see, I'll look it up. Okay, so the word animism was popularized and defined by British anthropologist Sir Edward Burnett Tyler in his influential 1871 book Primitive Culture, describing the belief that natural phenomena have souls or spirits. Through the term itself comes from Latin anima, soul, and had earlier scientific uses. Tyler used it to describe what he considered a fundamental stage in religious evolution, but modern anthropology largely rejects its evolutionary framework.
Yeah. Well, who said that?
I'm just reading what Google gave as the
Yeah. What white boy created this beautiful word that you're using on me?
Edward
Huh?
Burnett Tyler. Edward Burnett Tyler. And
Yeah. So you see, and you tell me that Hinduism came into existence at 4,000 BC, and what he said just now got here. Which one you believe? Now you can't hand me this word and
that's
tell me that
yeah.
what was wrote at 4,000 BC, that this word outdates that. I don't go for that. But if you go for it, it's cool with me.
So I would
I
guess to say,
mean,
rather we say animism, if we say nature-based religion or nature-based culture, not even religion, nature-based cultures like the Native Americans, like the Yoruba, that
well, see,
didn't necessarily have a
ain't no
dogma.
such.
Hold on. Because the difference between like religion and like these cultures is that they didn't have necessarily a dogma. There was more of a way of life that they lived, right? It wasn't.
When you say Native American, who are you talking about?
Well, indigenous people. I mean, I don't even know what the name, whatever the name would be. Indigenous, people of America.
Because when you say Native American, an American is a white boy. Wasn't nobody over here white. Leif
So
Erich the Red came over here in the 935, October the 23rd, in 935 BC. Leif Erich the Red was the first European that came over here. And then they got the U.S. government has a holiday called Leif Erich the Red Day. Did you know that? It's a national American holiday. Did you know that? You don't celebrate it, do you? Down here. But they do up in Maine, in the New England states. You don't celebrate. You never heard of that, have you? I just
no,
laid something on you. Huh?
no, but I
Leave
want
it.
to get back to the original subject when I talked about, because we talked about Ifa and we talked about nature-based. Really, I'm trying to understand that. Okay, so when you have those things, Nepal is saying that Ifa and certain things like from like those nature-based group. So you have the indigenous tribes of Australia, the indigenous tribes of America, the indigenous tribes of Africa before, and even in India had their own indigenous faiths, right? In Hinduism, I guess, was probably the first dogmatic version of that. That's why there was like a thing, or that might have been their nature based religion, or I would say
Well, they
way of.
was called a divinity people before they was called Hindu. Hindu
But
was a
I would say this is
white boy name.
so Indian has a way of life.
Hinduism, yeah, they're the
Way of
same
life.
as Ifa. I mean, there's Ayurvedic practices. They do spells, potions with herbs. They are very similar. So it would be, it's a bigger conversation. Ifa isn't exclusive, especially not when it comes to Hinduism. They
No,
do the
I
same
would say they
thing.
all kind of do the same thing. So those ways of life, like even with Taoism and the I Ching and all that stuff, like they all kind of have like a similar type of a practice all throughout the tribe. Before there was a dogma put to it, these people had just their way of life and how their society was ran. And I think that's the difference between religion is that okay, there is this God figure, and then there's these rules and dogma that come after that, and that's where religion comes
For
into
you
play.
to have a religion, you got to be a believer.
Yes.
That's you. You have for when your stuff is a religion, you have to be a believer.
I think also
Ifa,
the concept of
Ifa is a way of life. It's
the
common sense.
Mhm.
concept of God in more nature based religion, not religion, I would say ways of life. And so I'm getting mixed up. In nature based ways of life is that God is not necessarily connected. God is does not deal with human affairs. God is
Well, see,
just
I don't believe in God. What God are you talking about? What's the name of this God? God is a noun.
Oludumare. What people with the concept of this God is not the same in, I would say, nature-based faith or nature-based ways of life than it is in religious dogma that come from the Judaistic side. There is no like God that's interfering with human beings, and that you have to believe that
Mm.
that there's a thing, and the God is like looking down on you and all this other stuff. That concept.
There's no God there's no gods. There aren't gods that interact with you in Ifa.
God,
Those
the
are
creator.
those are deities that got named God. See,
Yeah, so
people
there's
look
no
like me
deities,
and
there's
you
deities.
believed in deities. They didn't believe in worship no gods. A
Okay, but
God is
listen, they're
worship.
deities. There's deities in Ifa. I mean, I get that you're saying it's not dogmatic because there's no principle set of rules that say if you don't do this, and I appreciate that tremendously. However, it still is a religion where people revere deities which are gods. You can split hairs and play semantics, and I'm saying this to Reverend Whoopass, but there's still deities that interact with people, and there's rituals and traditions and things that are pagan. And it gets back to the conversation. Ifa
Right? I
is a
mean,
pagan, it's a pagan practice. So
Well, no, the
by
Orishas are
pagan,
not God. The Orishas are not God. Orishas are not
by pagan people, by pagan
let me let
people.
him answer, and then you can go after him, Genesis. Go ahead,
I mean,
Reverend.
see, all religion is paganism. It's started by a man. A way of life means that you have, when you live a way of life, that means that you go into nature and you find out what helps you in nature. In nature, my big mamas teach me there's a tea and a herb that'll cure any disease that you have. But you used to pharmaceuticals. White boy done put you on pharmaceuticals. You on 100 pills to laugh. And people my age, see, I don't take no, I ain't never took white boy medicine. I ain't got no high
Some of
blood.
those medicines are good. We don't, for
I ain't,
sure. You
I
gotta
ain't
back
got
off
no
that.
high
Wait,
blood.
I
I
have
ain't
to
got no
stop
tight.
you. Why
Oh,
are you not stopping? They say I talk over people. I'm the host. We can't talk about that kind of stuff so much because we'll get flagged on YouTube. We cannot discourage
oh,
people from taking medicine. So yeah, try to, if you
oh
could
no,
just
I ain't
work
discouraged.
on.
Did you hear what I first said? I don't care what nobody do. You can
Yeah, I want to clarify that.
do what make you happy. I tell anybody that know me, do what make you happy. Whatever make you happy, do it. Whatever you believe that make you happy, you do it.
Right.
I
We don't
could
want to
care
give
less.
any medical misinformation.
I
Okay.
could care less.
So
I'm just
you don't
sharing.
take any prescription medication. Got it.
I'm I don't take no high blood pills. I don't
I
take no
believe you.
type 2 blood. I don't take nothing. I just had my physical 2 weeks ago. Doc say, I ain't never seen nobody like you at your age. Your blood pressure perfect. Everything is perfect on you.
That's beautiful. Blessings.
No, it's my way of thinking, my way of life, how I think.
I believe you.
Why would you eat
Well,
something
didn't
that you
your
know?
friend, what about your friend
It,
who the brother,
it,
this isn't any disrespect. I want to ask you a question. What about the people who think just like you, but they have they're predisposed to certain diseases? Are they not, and then they are not as well, they're not well healthy as you are. So how is it just your way of thinking? What about those people like your friend, may rest in peace? He was on the same mindset as you, and he has transitioned into another existence. So you got to
No,
be careful. That's the kind of sounding like the Hebrew Israelites when they say, "Oh, the Most High did unalived you because you don't think like us." Got to be careful with that.
well, no, because
what
Baba Yashabai did take medicine. He did cleanse
you
the
don't.
system, so that's good.
I, here's what I look at. As many books as I done studied, I know what's right and what's wrong. I got a choice. I can do what's right or what's wrong. I made a choice of doing what is right for my body. I had a friend that I was in the same house with her and she got COVID. I ain't getting no COVID. I don't even get the flu. It's because of what I do that Big Mama taught me for myself on a daily basis. At 5 o'clock in the morning, I have a ritual that I've been doing for over 40 years. I drink.
That,
I do exactly what the old folks did. I drink me lemon and water, spring water and honey, and I warm it. I take a teaspoon of garlic, a teaspoon of turmeric and honey, clove and honey, ginger and honey. Every day I
mm,
take this. I eat at least 15 or 20 beets a day. I drink a glass of cranberry juice, a glass of cherry juice, tart cherry juice, every day for
oh,
40
wow.
years. 40 years at 5 o'clock in the morning. I do this diligently. So I have built up my immune system where all of these things that I'm around and everybody over here where I live, all of these people, it's about 30 people over here where I live took this new COVID shot.
Mm.
10 of them is in the hospital now, and the other ones are sick
Okay,
that
well,
took that
this is
shot.
again, I love what you're telling us about how you live. We'd like to hear more about the things you do daily. I do want to say for YouTube and for everyone, we do not discourage anyone from vaccinations. That is not
Right.
what we do. We do not do any type of medical misinformation. So these are the opinions of our guest. He has a right to his opinion, but I want to say that clearly for the guidelines. So thank
Yeah,
you.
well, you could say that for me. See, and for me to be able to do that, that's a school of thoughts. That's mean that's something that I had. See, you had to know how the mind worked. The most important thing of the mind is the will. You got a choice, but the will is the most important part of the mind. You will do what you know that's right. You have to have a strong will. And like my dad had said, like the way they developed my will was sending a message from my butt to my brain. to do what they say that I should do. So,
What do you
so I
mean?
got
Are
a
you be
strong
clear? Be clear. Are you talking about corporal punishment from your butt to your brain?
baby. Baby. When I came along, not only would anybody in the neighborhood punish you, but you got punished at school
You're
if you
talking
got
about
damn
hands. You're
wrong.
talking about physical punishment. I just need to be clear.
Physical punishment, baby. I got scars on me that my daddy
I
left on me from whooping me, telling me when I stole something, he told me I'd take these scars to my grave. I was 11 years old. I stole something at Duke of Nery's. He said he didn't whoop me for stealing. He whooped me because I got caught.
okay. So
I
are
got
you
these
saying
scars.
that corporal punishment is the way that's the superior way of teaching?
That is the superior way to teaching because people born after 1970, the children is out of control.
Well, what
You
about the
ain't.
families
Let me
where
let me tell you
those
something. Let
children
me tell
got
you
beaten?
something. Let me tell you something, sister. For 75 years, I have smoked kiff. But when I had been smoking and Big Mama and them come around, I get sober as all outdoors.
Okay. Well,
I had respect. And
what
see,
I'm going to get back to corporal punishment though, because we got to talk about that. You see, this is the thing. It's easy to beat a child. No one has been since the 70s. They were beating their children. It's harder to sit down and actually talk to the child and actually model your life for the child to look at and live life like that's harder for people, especially our people. They had we weren't lacking in beating children from, and that's talk about slave
well,
program.
I know you come from an era where you don't believe in punishing. You believe in
No,
talking
that's
to
not
them.
true. I believe in punishment.
You-
I believe in consequence. I don't believe in beating children,
what you call punishment?
especially not to leave scars until they're in their 80s and still see the scars. I don't damn sure don't believe in that.
Well, I'm proud. I'm proud of that. I'm
I
proud.
know.
I'm proud. I thank my daddy for every whooping he gave me before he died
Yeah, different
because it
mindset.
was because it was for right. See, your mindset, the generation that you come from, I didn't come from, but I lived in your world, and you didn't live in my world. You
Are
understand
you
what I'm
saying
talking
that the
about?
people today who are
Yeah,
doing crime didn't get beaten as children?
yeah. Well, see, most of when I came through, all the black families in my hometown believe in punishment.
You
And
mean
if the
beating?
courts,
Are you saying
yeah,
whippings? Whippings, right? That's from
a
slavery.
whoop,
That's from
whoop,
slavery.
they wouldn't whoop you with a bull whoop or a dragonoff whoop. They wouldn't whoop you with that. But some people got whooped with extension cords and
Yeah,
and and,
slavery.
and razor straps, which is just as bad
Goddamn.
as a bull whoop. See, I
Mm.
was a master at bull whoop and a dragonoff whoop. I was taught how to crack the whoop with a cracker on it. I was taught all of this as a kid
See,
of
just
how
like
to
the slave
use these.
masters called the cracker, right? So you were taught how to do what
Right,
the slave master did.
right.
So
And see,
so you're
a
taught how to
cracker,
do
a
cracking the
cracker.
whip on your own child.
Yeah, I mean, I believe in punishing a child. And I believe in sending a message from their butt to their brain. And all my grandchildren would tell you, Pop Pop, send a message from your butt to your brain.
Does
If you
violence
getting down
beget
run,
violence?
if
Does
you
violence
if you
beget
running,
violence?
if you running through my house, my son is 55 years old.
Mm-hmm.
And he told me that it was against the law to whoop him. And I tore that tail up for him. I said, now you go call the police and tell
Yeah.
them that I'd have
Yeah,
whooped you. And he
that's a
he
common.
called them.
Mm-hmm.
And when they got there, I told them.
And then
I
they told you
appealed.
to whip him again. We've heard this story. Yeah, I've heard
Yeah.
this story.
So
You
yeah.
can't do
So,
that today, though. You
no,
can't. You
I have
can't.
no,
The
I
cops
have no
won't tell
problem.
you. The cops won't tell you when a kid calls and says he's getting beaten. The cops won't say, keep on whipping him. We heard these stories. So I just want to make a point that I totally respect you, but when you certain things you say are gold, and because you're an elder, we have to point out that those are the old ways of that's slave thinking. And yes, whoever said in the chat, whippings were before slavery.
That's
So was
not
murder.
slave
So was
thinking.
unaliving before. Wait, unaliving was before slavery too. But we are, as a culture of people, we are proud to beat our children and put scars in them. That is an archaic way of thinking, and that's one of the problems. That's one of the major problems with us. We got to stop beating our kids.
Because see, what I look at, I look at your children now, and remember when I was 7 and 8 years old. My sisters didn't put no stockings on they makeup on until they graduated from high school. You got 7 and 8 year old girls looking like the ladies of the night. I was a retired.
That's not typical. That's not typical. Don't do that. Don't do that.
I see the praise dancers in the church.
That's not typical. That is not typical, though.
With the praise dancers, every church got praise dancers.
Are you talking about the children that dress up in costumes or like beauty pageants? I'm talking about everyday children aren't wearing.
I'm talking about makeup. Every day. I don't know where you've been. I've
been here just like you.
Well, I see them
when I go to Target or to the park. I don't see little girls with makeup on.
And they Christians.
I don't see little 8-year-old girls with makeup on. Are you talking about 15-year-olds?
I'm talking about 8, 9, and 10-year-old.
Well, I don't see that typically. I don't go out and see 8-year-olds with makeup on their face.
I done seen that over here where I live.
But even if I did, elder, even if I did, makeup that is a cultural thing that has nothing to do with. See, this is the problem, and I want to take it back. You could call me a feminist if you want. Makeup and clothing. Hold on. Makeup and clothing do not equate to anything sexual or precocious. They have little baby makeup kits for little kids that they sell in the store. Makeup is fun for a lot of children. It's not something that says, oh, she wants to be grown, but our culture, especially the male chauvinistic misogyny, equates that with someone who wants to be in a sexual relationship. So even if you do see them wearing makeup and they are 8 years old in the church, it is a fun thing that when little girls do that. Now, should little girls be walking around with red lipstick and eyeliner? No, that's inappropriate in our culture. But to use that as an example of something that they're being bad, we're talking about beatings. We're talking about beatings and corporal punishment. If I see a child wearing makeup or even smoking a cigarette, they shouldn't be beaten and scars put on them. They need to be someone needs to sit down with them and talk to them. And then they need to get consequences like, well, you're not going to be on social media. Well, you're not going to go around these children. Well, I got to leave your door open and watch everything you do. I got to take your door off. I'm going to search your room. You lost that privilege. So that is more of a way to prevent a child from having low self-esteem, becoming violent themselves, thinking that they're not important, that they deserve to get beaten. This is what's wrong with our children. We always used to make fun of so-called white people that they didn't beat their children, but come on, they seem to have a lot more self-esteem than Black children and Latino children. And it may be because our children are getting beaten bloody by our parents, and we think it's something great. We got to stop it.
Well, I tell you what, I ain't never had no low self-esteem. All these things that you say with whooping a child's butt that you're gonna have, I ain't never had that.
Well,
I ain't never had that. I ain't never had that. I ain't never had that. And see, here's
I
one thing.
believe you didn't have that. I
And
believe
see,
it.
here's one thing I know. What you got now walking around is children that's out of control, complete. That's why you got so much crime. That's what
It's not because
I
of
was
lack of a
let
beating,
me tell
though.
you
It's not
something.
because lack
Let
of
me
a
tell you
beating, though.
something. I was a pimp. I pimped from 65 to 69 when I was in service. The women that I pimped didn't look like the women that go to church and walk around and every day showing their
Did you beat
tail.
them? Did you beat them? Did you beat the? Because I
No,
heard
no,
pimps
no, no.
beat their hoes.
I didn't have to beat no.
But
No,
do pimps
I wasn't
beat
that
their hoes
I wasn't
though? But
I
do
wasn't that
pimps
type
beat
of
their
pimp.
hoes?
I I was pimping on the base.
Do pimps beat their hoes though? I ask you a question. Do pimps
Well,
beat their hoes?
some
So
pimps used to. I had some partners. They tell you to go out and make so much money, and you didn't go make it. They whip your tail. That's why
so let me
pimps
ask you a
took
question. Let me
control.
ask you a question. So sex traffickers, aka pimps, beat women that they exploit
Right.
for money. So let me ask you something. How are we also doing that to our own flesh and blood children,
But some
even
people,
children who are adolescents? How are we
it's
doing that?
sister. That's the way of the world now.
Got
The
you.
the prostitutes that was in the 50s and the 60s was very sophisticated. They didn't show their butt like the prostitutes do now. The
Oh,
prostitute walk around
got
just about, but I don't know about you, but I live in
it.
where I live over here, ain't nothing but a bunch of prostitutes over here that's walking the
Wow.
street. The prostitutes didn't act like that. The church people that went to church in the 50s and the 60s don't look like the women that go to church in today's society because you look like you coming straight out of a nightclub. I went to a
Ugh.
holiness church. I went to a holiness church where the preacher was a female. She had a short dress on, blonde hair, lipstick, long
So what?
fingernails
So what?
in the church of Christ, the church of Christ,
So what?
the church
So
of
what?
the,
You just said
the church
prostitutes were dressing respectably. So who
the church of
cares,
Christ,
right? Like
the church of Christ, the church of God in Christ didn't play that stuff back in my days. You didn't go to that church showing your leg. You was covered. But look
so
at
the
the church
prostitutes.
now.
Okay, so the
Now I tell
prostitutes
you
look
what,
just like the
the
people at
the
church back
people
then. Got it.
the people that's closest to a Christian to me is the people with the Nation of Islam. The way
Mhm.
you see they children dress,
He is
do you see them
speaking.
sag? You got Negroes in church sagging that's coming in every Sunday. The church, they teenagers.
Got
I
it.
told
Yes.
Nancy,
Got it.
you got them sagging. You got them coming in. The girls
So
showing
what?
everything.
What does that
You
have to do with anything? I'm asking you a
what
question. Who
it ain't
cares?
got nothing.
Yeah.
Here's
No,
what I
I
know
want to
for a
ask you a
fact.
question because now you're showing your true again. This comes out of you. Let me ask you a question. Hold on, don't talk. Because they're saying
Okay.
let you speak. You are speaking, but you're going on and let me ask you a question. You just said the prostitutes. You said it, not me. You said they were dressed
Yeah.
respect. See how you let me get this out because y'all need to hear this. You said the prostitutes were dressed respectably in your day, but they were
Right.
prostitutes. So who?
Right.
So hold on. So it
But
doesn't matter. I'm trying to get it. I know you. So you get triggered too. It doesn't matter how they dress because you just made a point. Even the hookers were wearing long skirts to their ankles and they were turning tricks on their backs. So who cares if there was a short skirt or a long skirt? You just said it. Who cares if the preacher had a short skirt on? She was a preacher. She wasn't a prostitute. But you said this is my
but
point. Like get off of
what
this look. Get away from women's clothes, makeup.
let me tell you
You're
something.
wrong. You're wrong.
I'm gonna tell you like my big mama told me and my sister when one
Yeah.
Christmas we got to go out. She say, "Boy, you look like a pimp." I said, "Big
So
mama, I am a pimp." My sister had a miniskirt on. She said, "You look like a hoe, Pamela. Is you a hoe?" She said, "No." She said, "Well, why you dressed like one?"
But you said the hoes
So
dress
if
like
you ain't,
respectable women.
so if you ain't one, don't
Yeah.
dress like one.
But
Because if you ain't
you
one,
just
don't
said the
dress
hoes
like
dress
one.
respectably.
That's what I'm saying.
You said
If
the hoes dress
you ain't
respectably.
one, don't dress like one. Because
But
I
the
see the
hoes
women
did
that go
dress
into church,
respectably.
it's dressed like the women that's running down the street right now outside my house.
Okay, I'm gonna have to
So,
say it again. This is why I was driving it home. You said, not me. You said the hoes in your day were dressed
right,
like ladies and respect. So it doesn't
right.
matter. That's my point.
But the new hoes are dressed like hoes, and the
Don't,
preacher dressed like
don't
hoes.
nothing matter, sweetheart.
It's a new time frame, and you can't tell the preacher from the hoe because the hoe is
Thank
dressed a
you.
certain way, and the preacher got the same outfit on as the hoe. I think
And obviously Genesis, and obviously in his day, you couldn't tell the hoe from the preacher anyway, because he said the hoes dress respectably.
well, I think
So
in his day,
there.
Right.
Let's
But
get back
but
to
but
paganism.
preach. I
but
think
but 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 in 2025, in 2026, if you look like one to me, I ain't gonna say nothing. You can have the Holy Ghost and shouting all up and down in church, wig falling off your head, raw eyes rolling in the
Yeah,
back, foaming
got
in
it.
the mouth. I could care less.
Okay,
But to
got it.
me,
Let me ask you a question. Let me say this again. See, you just talked about Islam. Do you realize that women in Islamic nations are wearing the entire hijab? They're wearing niqabs in different parts of the world, and they're still being hoes. You do know that, right?
I do know
They
this,
have
and
videos of
I
women
didn't.
twerking in
I
the
said
whole
that
entire
I said you didn't
hijab.
hear me what I said.
No, you
I
didn't hear. No,
said
I need you to acknowledge this first. Do you know that women are twerking? They have videos of women in different Arab nations twerking in the hijab. So in ancient times, when we want to get back to paganism, when you talk about Tamar was dressed like a whore in the book of Genesis, and she fooled Judah, it's because she was completely in a beekeeper outfit, cloaked, and that was the garb of the whore. See, it's all relative. So like Genesis said, today you can't tell who's who. So what's the point? You couldn't tell in your day because the hoes were dressed respectably. So what is with this whole
oh, you
obsession
could
with
tell
women?
you could tell they were walking the streets just like the hoes walking the streets out there now in front of my house right now, but they was dressed differently. What part of
Oh,
that you don't understand?
I thought they were on the base, on the Air Force
Oh
base.
yeah, see they ain't showing they butt like they showing they butts out there now. The women back in the 50s and 60s that was prostitutes. They
Ugh.
didn't advertise themselves. Well, then you don't have, you know what you're getting out there. When I can go out there on the streets right now in front of my house and I know what I'm getting because
That's
it's
because they're on the
advertised.
street. That's because they're on the street, not because they're wearing something. They're standing on the
Yeah,
street in that outfit.
yeah. I mean, I understand. I understand your belief. I understand where you
No, it's
come from.
not my belief. It's reality.
Don't
It's
you never
reality.
think I don't understand
No,
what
it's
when you tell
reality. Do
me.
you know there's white people who wear the dashiki? Are they Black Power African people? No, they wear it though. So there's a
Well,
belief that
they
you
were
have. You
and
believe that
see.
women who wear a certain thing are a certain way. You do. You believe it. I know that I can't judge a book by a cover, especially not in 2026. I can't look at somebody and because of what they're wearing, I know who they are. Now people will say, well, your first presentation, it doesn't matter. I'm not going to sit and look at a person and say, oh, that guy must be a crackhead because he's wearing flip-flops, two different flip-flops, and he's got a hoodie on. Or let me just say it like this. I can't look at a Black man. Let's get off the women. I can't look at a Black man who has on, some designer stuff. He might be showing his underwear a little bit, a young Black man he's walking around, I can't automatically say, oh, this Nigga is a thug. See, you don't want to be profiled as Black men. You cry about it. And I'm talking to you brothers who are agreeing with him. You don't want anybody profiling you as a Black man, but you constantly talk about women are hoes because they have on yoga pants. I'm not talking about people with their booty cheeks hanging out on standing in front of his building. I'm talking about women who are just wearing what they want, putting on eyelashes if they want. They go out and then suddenly she's a hoe because men have not been able to break that mindset that because a woman looks sexy to you, you think she's a sex object. That's a problem. And Reverend Whoopass, you got a lot to learn from some younger women here. We're gonna break that out of you because every time you get up here, you be talking crazy about women. And I love you, but come on.
He from that time frame. But can I just interject real quick? I'll say this. I think the point he's trying to make is if you went to the ER and the doctor came into the room and instead of wearing a white lab coat, she had on like a little tight little mini skirt, but she's a doctor, and she got like her cleavage out or whatever, this, that, the other. That might be a slight of a distraction of whether or not you think, well, what's going on? Where am I at here? Am I not at the even based on what you're expecting to see at the hospital, right? So I imagine if you go to a church, you're not expecting to see that type of outfit at a church because that's distracting. Right. You know what I'm saying? So right. I think what happened because people ain't even listen to the word no more. They look at, men are visual, right? So when a guy sees a woman in a pulpit trying to preach, he's just watching her boobs jiggle up and down and whatever she's saying, and he's not even able to focus on the sermon and what the God is saying because of his own fleshly, whatever. Right. So I think that is a distraction away from what the word of God is that you're supposed to be preaching at church. And and the outfit should be worn. It's people should dress accordingly to where the location that they're at.
Okay.
If we at a 5-star restaurant, you should dress accordingly. If we're at like the host row, you should dress accordingly.
Okay, well, guess what? Let me say this. We always hear that about her titties jiggling and they can't focus on the word of God. First off, I don't know what women are wearing in their congregation when they're preaching. I don't say, look, if it's the context and the group is okay with the outfit, then you wear what you want to wear in that setting. Now, all this stuff about she's distracting me, she could be wearing a turtleneck and a judge's robe. Men are going to still think of her in a sexual way. Let's please stop this. Can we please stop it? Because guess what? It's being used on children. Because men are attracted to children. Not all men, of course, not men that are not the men in our audience, not this elder, but there are men out there who are attracted to children. And they are using these damn statements about, well, she had on this, and we have to stop this. And then there are people who aren't wearing things like this, and they're still getting SA'd. They're getting assaulted. We have to stop with the whole, she had this on, so that's what she was doing. I was distracted by the doctor's cleavage. I didn't hear her say that I had hypertension. Look, it's your mind. It's you. Now, if she's putting them all in your face and trying to get you to motorboat her and twerking, yeah, it's her. But if she comes in with an outfit on and she's not bending over and doing inappropriate movements and gestures, it is something that's going on with you. And we're doing the extreme talking about church. I'm talking about men attacking women for going to the grocery store in yoga pants. This is the real conversation. Men who are telling women, I saw some of your cleavage, so you must be a HO. This is a problem. Stop. Not you, Genesis, not even Reverend Whoopass, but the real conversation is that men are calling women HOs because they have a problem with them wearing body conscious outfits in public. We have to stop it.
But the thing about it in the pot is that, let me tell you, growing up, I remember, I think that it's also like a generational thing, that, and it's also, I think it's a positive thing to get kind of checked by, the older woman and say, hey, this is how you dress and be appropriate. Because I'm sure that those older women that was in that audience with that pastor that was dressed inappropriately. Definitely did not agree with that. You know, I can tell you because I've been to some churches, and honey, if you got your shirt, if your skirt's too low, short, they'll come over and put a little loincloth over your or a cloth over you to
Yeah,
like
that's
cover you
appropriate.
up.
Yeah, that's what they
And
do in that
that's part
context.
of just having decorum. So I think that we shouldn't just get completely away from that and just say, you know what, so what? I think that we do need to like teach our young women to be modest,
Mhm.
because there
I
are
didn't say so what. I
no,
never said so what, though. I just want to say that I never said so what. I'm
that's sorry.
saying we need to stop attacking women for what they're wearing and start, like we said, guess who's mostly doing it? Men. Men are doing it. Not, I like what you said. Maybe a woman could tell. I've told my nieces, I've told women, young women, like, when it's my business, uh, you shouldn't wear that.
Well,
You
honey, back
shouldn't
in
do
the
that.
day, older women did not wait till it was their business. They would come right up to you and be like, "Okay,
And
honey."
that's a problem. And that's a
Yeah, you
problem.
didn't wear a slip underneath your dress, and that dress get to hiking up your booty. Crap, you know they'd come and pull it out and tell you need to put on a slip. You know, I remember
Okay.
right the time I got up at the church and didn't have a slip on, and it
We're
looked.
still talking about church. I'm not
Well,
just talking about church.
that's where he brought. That was his point. He said it
Well,
needs.
no, he was talking about prostitutes on the street, y'all. Don't do that. He was
No,
saying
he was
women
talking
look
about
like,
he went to the pulpit at the church, and the woman that was preaching was
Right,
dressed similarly.
and he
right,
also talked about how prostitutes looked respectable. It wasn't just about the church. Y'all are trying to take it just to
Back
church.
in that
He
day,
was,
so back in the day, prostitutes were respectable, and now you have a thing where the people in the pulpit are dressed like a prostitute.
yeah, but that's not the only
Today,
limit of the conversation. We're not just
let,
talking about that. We're talking about
let,
corporal punishment, and then it went into how women dress. Now I'm going to go back to the paganism thing because look, you guys aren't going to win this conversation anymore. Let me tell you why. Because you're not going to keep on saying it's women's fault and focusing on what women do, talking about, oh, we need to go up to the girls. You're going to get arrested doing that or beat up, beaten up. Listen, a lady in Utah was at a restaurant. She went up to some young girls that had short skirts on, and she tried to pull the girl's skirt down and cover her up. She went to jail and she got put on the sex offender list for putting her hands on that person, and she deserved to go to jail and be put on the sex offender list. You don't need to go up to anybody that you don't know. You don't need to go up to anybody that you don't know and tell them what to wear in 2026
but
because
why
we're
should
going to have a lot of problems.
offender list though? What? Why would she be considered a sex offender by
you,
child?
Because she touched the girl. Because she
you
touched
you
her.
don't need
She touched
you don't
her.
need to tell nobody. You don't need to tell nobody nothing in 2026 of what they doing wrong. I don't tell nobody nothing with what they doing wrong or how they look. It's your business. You do it. You doing what make you happy. But me, I have never dated. I will not date a woman that's a Christian. I will not date a woman that is any religion, that got any religion, because we're gonna have a problem because I'm not a religious person. The most women that I date, most of them either is off into EFI or conscious minded women. I don't mess. You got anything false on you, you don't have to worry about me trying to date you because I don't want nothing false on a woman. If you got anything false on you, this is me. But
What about false
if that,
teeth? At your age, I'd figure that'd be like a thing. What if she had false teeth? You don't want to be with her?
it don't bother with me. Hell, I got false teeth.
Oh, so you can have something false. So you can have something false.
Yeah, you can have. I'm talking about false eyelashes, false fingernails, false behind, false
Why not
breasts,
well, what's wrong with false
false
teeth? Why
hair,
why are false eyelashes worse than false
all
teeth?
of that. Now, if
That's
that's
my
what make
point.
you happy, if that's what make you happy, that I don't have no problem with
Okay.
what you do. But I ain't gonna mess with you. You don't have to worry about me
I hear you, and you
messing
have a
with
right
you.
to think that way. Great. Can
Yeah,
we talk
I've
about you and
been.
Ifa? Can we go back to Ifa and paganism? Like, so you're okay with
Yeah,
women who are pagans then, right? Because that's Ifa, correct? I don't take it
Well,
personally. This is a conversation. Hey, Reverend Whoopass, I want to ask you a question real quick because you're old school.
Nephi
Do you
is not
remember?
paganism, by the way.
Hold on, Genesis. Hold on, Genesis. 1 second. I'm talking for a second. Reverend Whoopass, do you remember Phil Donahue, the Donahue Show?
yeah, I remember that show, but I didn't look at it that much.
Well, he used to really challenge his guest. Y'all, this is the toughest environment. Stop crying and whining in the chat. He wants the smoke. He calls himself Reverend Whoopass. When we had the talk, he says, I like the smoke. I like the challenge. He's not a soft shell. He's a solid steel elder. Stop crying in the chat for him, please. Okay, so go ahead. I'm gonna hand the mic back to you guys. And I'm glad you're here, Reverend.
Yeah, but whatever you want to believe, I'm all right with it. I told Cole the difference between me and him. We took up the personalities of a hunter and a fisherman. I'm a hunter. I'm not a fisherman. I'm not trying to get you to do something or believe in what I say or nothing. I just tell you to do the research. I share knowledge with you. I don't debate no more. When we first started off, we debated anybody. I've asked to debate several preachers here in Dallas, and they ain't gonna mess with me because I've been
scared of you.
For 30 years. I've been asking them. I even go to their church and ask them, and they they get all upset if they see me. But I don't care what nobody is or what they believe.
Thank you.
But it's with me, you don't have to tell me anything about yourself. All I have to do is look at how you dress and how you talk, and you will tell me out of your mouth what you believe.
That's right.
I mean, just you'll tell me out of your mouth. So I understand your school of thoughts, and I'm not a person that, oh, if he ain't got my school of thoughts, I don't want to talk to him. I'm not that type of person. I listen to everybody, because I look at everything, and I judge you. You come up under hard judgment from you, but you don't know that I don't judge you. That's the way I am, and that's me. And most people ain't like me. Like Cole would say, I ain't never met nobody like you. I know, Cole. Ain't nobody got my thumb print, fingerprint, toe print, eye print. It ain't but one of me.
And we appreciate you.
Yeah, and
let me ask you, Elder, let me ask you a question. I want Genesis to read this because we're going to get back to paganism. Hit the like button. If you want, come up in here and either agree or challenge the elder. He's not looking for debate, but he is definitely looking for that smoke. And it's all love and respect. He doesn't love, but I do. And I have nothing but love for him. I have nothing love for my people. They don't like what I say, but I still stand with everyone here. Now, I want you to read that comment, Genesis, and then I want you to ask the elder, because earlier we did the definition of paganism. I want him to answer that or address that. Can you read that comment that the brother put on up there? I mean, that he put in the chat.
Is not paganism.
Right.
Remember the definition said anything outside of Abrahamic. So can you elaborate on that, please, Reverend Whoopass?
Like I said, like that word paganism. What year did that word come into existence, and who said it? That's what White Boy said. Just like White Boy said that the people that believed in Nephi was pagan, believed in hoodoo and voodoo. And that's a funny thing. When you believe in voodoo, you got to have Christianity to believe in voodoo, because hoodoo is the oldest belief. If hoodoo was here before voodoo got here, and all voodoo got Christianity in it. It's just like Kwanzaa. When you off into this Kwanzaa, you got all 4 religions in there. You got Christianity, Islam, Judaism, and Nephi. So what are you saying? You're saying that when Ephi got conquered with Christianity, Islam, and Judaism, that's what you're celebrating. You celebrating Ephi got conquered by 3 religions. When you celebrate this Kwanzaa, who is the Black African Americans culture. And that's what I know about you, that you didn't know about yourself, because you didn't sit there and study of what are you worshiping? What are you so proud? Oh, it's Kwanzaa. Oh, it's a black man. Oh, what you celebrating? You celebrating Ephi being conquered by 3 religions by their conquerors. That's what you celebrate. Same thing if you celebrating Thanksgiving. What are you celebrating? 4th of July. What are you celebrating? You did have a holiday called the 19th of June, and now they commercialize it that the white folks getting all the money on 19th of June when it used to be a black thing. But a Negro. You didn't, Carter Wilson, he didn't start no black African American history. It was Negro colored people history. How did it get changed to black African American history? Because it wasn't that in the first. Go in a chronological order. What was first? And then you'll know what second and third and fourth came in. See, so ain't no such thing as Black History Month. It ain't but 55 years old. Because the man started Negroes that was colored people history in February. Now, 4 times 7 is 28. Ain't but 28 days in a month. How did the months become 29, 30, and 31? That lets you know you're on the wrong calendar. The white folks can't. 4 times 7 is 28. but they say it's 29, 30, and 31 days in a month. That's a lie. But you believe it. You believe it. Oh, I believe it. You say white folks gave us the shortest day in the month. February. February was their first month. Once upon a time, before the church changed the calendar to the god February, the old ancient god. So you see how you believe? See, I just listen and know that what you believe, is it the truth or is it a lie that a white man done said? And see, look how many people, 43 million people believe they're black African Americans. But in 1970, it wasn't but 1 million that said they was black African Americans following Jesse Jackson. Another fool. To me, him and Al Sharpton, that whole movement disintegrated the Negroes that was colored people. Like I said, you had 129 colleges, accredited colleges. You ain't got now. You got a historical black college, as you want to call it. Black is an adjective. It describes a noun. It modifies a noun. So when you tell me that you put black on, label yourself as a black anything, you've been modified by the government, the good white man. That's
Thank
what
you.
I know.
Excuse me.
That's
Okay.
what I know. That's what I know about you that you didn't know, but I just be smiling.
Okay, thank you. Excuse me, Elder. Who is Moorish? Who's this dual streaming the Facebook thing? Sonetta asked me. Who is this? Who's doing that?
Oh no.
God damn.
I asked if I could, but I didn't do it because I didn't get the answer
Is
back.
that you, Elder? Is that you, Moorish Master Teachers?
No, he don't
I
know.
don't know.
He don't know how to dual stream.
Wow, that's crazy how they just came in and did that.
My name
Well,
is Decalico. Somebody Decalico.
yeah, we're gonna have to come in and flag that. I'm gonna go to Facebook and find it. Don't come in here and just start streaming something like a weirdo. I mean, come on. So, Elder, thank you for breaking that down. I want to talk to you more about, and Genesis, I want you to get in here. I want to go back to when you were talking about religion, what is the oldest religion that is practiced today? And is that paganism or what? What's
Wait,
the
say it
oldest
again.
religion?
Say it again.
What's the oldest religion or the oldest religion practiced today? And is that also paganism or not? Well, wait, before you answer that, take that back,
To
scratch
me,
that. Put that in the back. Put that in the back. I want you to address, because I saw Brother Law. Is Islam, is that paganism? Because I need you to break that down, because Brother Law was in here, peace to him and his queen. He was saying that's why he's happy about Islam. I'm just paraphrasing that he follows it. Is Islam paganism? And both Genesis and you can come in and talk about that. Is Islam paganism?
well, the sign of Islam is what? The half moon.
The crescent moon, yes. I'm gonna let you go and then talk to
Okay.
Brother Law
Well,
about the
well,
Islam.
well, that's moon day. That's the second day of the week. Islam first worship a god named Hambruk. In the Kaaba, they had 360 different gods in the Kaaba. Islam, Christianity, and Judaism, all of them are old pagan gods. Judaism is that of same as Zoroastrianism, who was started at 1200 BC. Go study Zoroastrianism and see how Judaism took that teaching and revised it and put it into a version.
And
It's
don't
just
they
like
have to?
just like in the 6th century, the Mesmerite Jews, which is mostly over here in America, the Mesmerite Jews, they say take on the Western way. They the one that believe in Jesus Christ. The Hasidic, the Orthodox Jew, they don't believe in no Jesus. Never existed. The Adam and Eve story. The Pope say that Adam was born October the 23rd, 9 o'clock in the morning, 4004 BC. The Yoruba tribe, the Comanche tribe, the Cherokee tribe, the Dogon tribe, the Zulus, the Aztec, the Maya, the Incas, Olmec is older than the Adam and Eve story. But you believe in Adam and Eve if you're a Christian. You believe that's when the world began. But then they got some history called pre-Adamites. It was some here before Adam got here. But you didn't go check it out. You just believe what was handed down to you through traditions of Adam and Eve. They're the first person that started on earth. Now, how can Adam be the first person on earth? And then you wasn't taught about Adam's first wife. You had to go out and research. Adam had a wife named Lilith, according to the story. It's come from out of the Jews. All the Jewish children wear an amulet around their neck to keep Lilith away from them. All of these, you say it's the truth. You believe that it's the truth. You see how not like my daddy used to say, don't believe nothing that you ain't researched and studied to see if it's for real. Don't believe nothing your daddy say. He used to tell me that all the time. He said, you go do the research to see if I lied to you. That's what he told me. Because I was getting two different teaching. I was getting one teaching from daddy and another teaching from mama. But he told me I had to do what my mama said that I had to do until I graduated from school, till I got grown. Meaning that I had to go to church all day on Sunday because had been playing the piano at the church, the Miles Chapel CME Church, from when she was 7 years old. And she died at 101, and she played the piano from 7 years old to 93. So she was 93 years old. And two of her choir members still living, that they started that choir when they were 7 years old. But I had to go to church all day Sunday till I graduated from school. Because when Mama and them, they went to church on Sunday evening, I had to sing in the choir and sing. But my daddy didn't believe in that, John. See, I had two different raisins. I had that of a field nigga, which I say is my daddy, and then a house nigga, who was my mama, with 2 doctor's degrees, a doctor's in music and a doctorate in piano. She was the dean of music for 42 years at Mary Allen College, which no longer exists. But in Crockett, there was a college called Mary Allen College. My grandmother gave the land to the college to build a gym. We lived right next door to the college. I was born and raised on the college campus. I started reading at 3 years old in the college library. And I got a lot of those books from that library when they closed down that they throwed away, Big Mama kept. I got them right here in my living room as I speak. And that's the way I was raised. I have the raisins of a field Negro that was a street man. My daddy was a chef cook, had a restaurant, a gambling shack, and bootleg. I started racking balls in his pool hall when I'm 7 years old and shining shoes. I've been on both sides. I know prim and proper. Barack Obama can't beat me being a white man if I wanted to be one, of being prim and proper, because I was taught by a prim and proper woman who was my mama. My sister always, she always be messing with me, calling me Dorothy Faye on account of how I dress and the way I act when I'm performing on the stage. She said, "You your mama." I said, "That's right. She taught me well." And so that's the reason I don't have any problem with what someone believes or what someone say about me or whatever. It doesn't matter with me. But I just share information now. I like dialoguing with you. You all right? you,
I
you,
absolutely love talking to you. Let me say this too,
you
Elder.
remind me
Go
of my
ahead.
grandbaby.
Oh, really good. I'm glad. And I absolutely love talking to you. These people don't know we have a connection. Let me say this though. Listening to you, I will say this, that's important. This is one of the oldest people in our, in our generation today. It just like I tell my children about my mom, and I talk about you. We do need to sit down and listen to the elder, whether, like I kick against the things he says because some things I don't agree, but we agree with, but just listening to him. Yes, but just listening to you, it is such an amazing honor to hear someone who has lived like this long. I used to talk to this person who actually served in the Korean War. Now, I think you're a little younger than him, though, because you said you were in the Vietnamese War. But I just want to say this for sure to everyone. I respect the age, the age of the person to listen to someone who actually lived in these time periods. I do want to say that to you, whether I agree with it or not. So thank you.
Yeah, you got 5 generations in America as we speak, 5 different generations. I come from the 2nd generation, the baby boomers. My mama come from the silver. And then you got your X generation, your Z generation, your millennials, and all of the other new generation. But I come from the baby boomers, which most of us is getting ready to go underground where we can't see us no more. so, So I mean, I'm very fortunate that at my age, I was doing my James Brown show when I was 10 years old, and I could still do my James Brown show at 80 years old. And I play music anywhere from 4 to 5 nights a week. I used to play for 45 years. We played 7 nights a week. But the guy that we've been playing with for 55 years, he's way younger than me. He's only 69. He got a lot of health issues because he loved them ribs. I ain't ate no pork since 67. I ain't ate no beef since 1970. I eat vegetables and fish. And I don't eat no catfish. I eat crappie, brim, and salmon.
What about, do you eat
And
tilapia? Leave
oh
tilapia
no,
alone, right?
no, tilapia is it's a fish that got scales on it, but they bottom feeders, just like
Mm,
the buffalo and the carp. They feed on the bottom. They're scavengers. So you're not supposed to eat anything that's a scavenger. It's just like if you go into they call the Old Testament, if you read clean food and unclean food, well, then the Christians live up under grace from that law. That's called the moral laws, 613 moral laws that the Christians say they live up under grace from. These 613 moral laws was Abraham's laws. But the Christian is the only one that live under grace from the laws. I can say if you with your dietary laws is followed real strict in Jainism, Taoism, Buddhism, Confucianism, Islam, and Judaism. But you got some new Jews, they eat pork from the rooter to the shooter. You got some Muslims eat pork from the rooter to the shooter. You got a new version of people. But most of the people that's off into Judaism and these other religions, they don't eat pork. They don't eat
right.
blood. They don't eat blood in the meat. You're supposed to kosher your meat, and that's soaking in raw water for 3 days. If you take that old chicken that you love to eat, or that steak, and soak it in raw water, salt water, the first time you see none but blood in it. You take all the blood out, and then you re-season your meat with herbs.
That
But
is true.
every piece of meat you buy in the white man's grocery store is what? It's got blood running through it. But you can go to the places where they have a law, they
Halal,
kosher
yeah.
the meat,
Mm-hmm.
and
Yeah.
and they are very expensive places. They got them here in Dallas, but I'm friends to all of them, and they got a different price for for a person that know a little about their religion. Because if I go to a Muslim market or Jew market, they give me the price that they give their people. They give them their people different prices than they give to the outside people. And I got that kind of connection. Me and Cole had that kind of connection with the people here. The tilapia is a fish that feeds on the bottom. He's a bottom feeder. He feeds on his waist. I mean,
Right.
you have to net him. I don't know. I seen I had a friend caught a tilapia on a worm, but it's hard to catch them. I know some lakes that got plenty of tilapia in them. I fish at least 4 or 5 times a week. I fish, play chess, and play the blues at night. That's what I retired from in 2012. I retired to do those 3 things, and that's basically what I do every day. Yeah, I went fishing
Yes.
today, but the fish ain't biting.
Let me ask you a question about the dietary laws, and you're talking about Leviticus 11. So let's look at that example. In the Bible, it says that you have to check and see if it has scales. So
The
we know
scales, right?
tilapia has scales, but then
They bottom
then someone would
feeders.
say they're bottom feeders. But if you stick to to the Bible, it's okay to eat them.
Yeah, yeah.
And
Well,
when you say they, well, I want to just get this
you,
out and then.
yeah,
So you're
you,
saying they're coprophagy. They're coprophagous, like they eat their own waste. They eat waste. So
yeah.
chickens are also coprophagous. They practice coprophagy, and they eat their own waste too. But chickens are lawful. So how much of that? You know what I'm saying? How much of that do we stick to?
Well, see, what? See, I know you wasn't raised on a farm,
No, I
but
actually was raised. Yeah, I was raised with. I raised with animals, goats,
okay,
chickens.
okay. Well, I'm gonna
Yeah.
ask you something. When I'm gonna call Big Papa a Big Mama. I was raised on two farms. One week I stayed with my daddy's people. One week I stayed with my mama's people from 7 days old till I was 18 years old,
Hmm.
graduated from school. I didn't stay at home. I stayed with my grandmother's now house when I was growing up. And the other four kids stayed with mama and daddy. But they took me when I was born to keep the peace in the family. I stayed east. Each one of them had a farm. Now, when they got ready to kill an animal,
They put
the
it up.
chickens
Yeah.
that for 30 days,
Yeah.
feed
Yeah.
it
That's true.
quinine water and grain. If they got
Right.
ready to kill a cow, a hog, 30 days, quinine water and grain. They flushed and cleaned the meat out. Now they smoked a lot of the meat. Both of them had smokehouses and got the blood out of the meat.
Yeah.
Grandpa and them
What?
would take the blood out of me. Well, you don't do that no more. You buy store-bought stuff.
Well, let me ask you. Don't go too far off. Then see what you just said. That's not what the That's not what the dietary. And I'm not going against what you're saying, but I'm making a point. So yes, we put the chicken up, and it would be my mom mostly. So you put the chicken up and keep it away from the ground and feed it certain things. Yes. So when you do that, though, when you do that, isn't it still the same animal? So are you saying? And I know you're
It's
not,
the
but I'm
same
saying
matter, but
the
you cleaning them.
tilapia. The tilapia. What if you want to eat the tilapia? You take them and you put them in a certain tank, and you make sure you clean. There's a filtration system where when they do
Right.
have waste, it goes somewhere else, and the tilapia don't get to feed on their waste. So then, does that make it a good animal to eat, or even a pig? Do you
Well,
take the pig and put it up? You know what I'm saying?
I put it like this. Now you do whatever make you happy,
No,
but
not
I ain't
me, but
gonna.
I don't do it. I follow the Leviticus
Yeah,
diet, but I'm
when
saying
you ask
someone who would be
you ask
doing that.
now if somebody want to do it like that and want to eat it, that's their business. I'm not doing it. I don't eat tilapia. Uh, at first, I ate tilapia, and after I did the research, I quit it. Maybe about a month, I ate tilapia when it first came out. It's a new fish that just came out, just like the that Vietnamese catfish.
That's swine. Swine.
Right. That's
I hate
a
that.
swipe.
It's nasty.
Yeah. You see,
Yeah.
now that's Vietnamese
But if I got
catfish. That's
hungry enough, I would eat the hell out of it. I would
well,
if I was
I
starving.
can't. Well, I can go without food for quite a long period
Forever.
of time.
I'm
I
saying
only
in a
eat.
famine.
I only.
In a
I
famine.
only eat. I only eat one meal a day. I've been eating one meal a day for over
Uh-huh.
20 years. Your body don't need but one meal a day. I My major in college was anatomy, so I know a lot about the body. If what how the body was designed. See, when Cole and I used to teach, do you know yourself? And everybody gonna say, hell yeah, I know myself. Then I would ask the question, how many systems in your body? Could you tell me? If you say
I could
you know
actually.
yourself, you say you know
Let's
yourself, you
see.
got
Let's see. There's
how
an
many
endocrine system, digestive system, circulatory system, You want to keep going? Respiratory system, we're on 5, right?
There's 9
There's a
systems in your body. That's what I
yeah,
want to hear you
exactly.
say.
Okay.
Really, it's
Yeah, no,
10
I
systems.
but I want the people to know what you're talking
Yeah,
about. Yeah,
yeah.
instead
And
of just saying
so,
9 systems, so they can go and do the
They
research and
found
find
2
out.
more, by the way. They found 2 more.
so you got to know
Thank
that
you, Genesis.
the third law of nature is balance. Those systems has to be balanced. You got no business with a gut like I got. I done stretched my gut when I was you first ate what? You first ate liquid. All of your food that was put into your body for 3 years was in a liquid form. Not unless somebody took some pot liquor and chewed up some meat and put it in your mouth. You don't get molars till you're 3 years old. So you can't eat meat. If you eat, and
What?
we
Don't do that.
we
Don't go
we
there.
experience
Please. They're tired of hearing me go back and forth with you. Don't do
we
that.
we experimented. Me and Cole, he took his grandbaby, and we fed him nothing. He ate. He's about an hour. He's about 30 some years old now, but he
Mhm.
ate. He was a fruitarian and a vegetarian, and everything was processed. You got to process your food in your mouth. It should go in your stomach, processed in a liquid form. How long does it take steak to digest in your body system?
No, before you do all that, are you saying you
Yeah.
can't eat it? You can't get it? You can't eat it as a baby?
No, how you gonna eat meat as a baby? You eat all of your food is in a liquid form, in a mush form.
So you can't make meat,
How is
you can't
baby?
liquefy and mush meat. You can't liquefy it like you
Uh,
liquefy everything else.
the body, it has to get to the point where it's able to process the meat.
No,
Your
but
body, your
y'all
body.
are doing. Don't do that. We because you just said a baby, but babies we know that they eat different types of baby food, and there's meat that's baby food that it's been processed, or you could do it at home. I'm not talking about processed food like bad for you with preservatives. You can process meat at home and give it to baby. You can mush up beef and mix it with oatmeal, and the beef isn't even present, but it's there. It's like almost virtually liquefied.
But that's your body is designed from birth to either be a fruitarian or a vegetarian. See, what was you first? You was a breatharian first. That's when you're in the womb, and you get fed what through your mama's blood. Then when you born, you become a what? A fruitarian, a vegetarian. And then when you get 3 years old, you become a cannibal, meaning that you eat meat.
Okay.
You become
You're a cannibal?
yeah, cannibal.
How are
Is
you
when
a cannibal if you eat beef?
you are a cannibal
How?
if you eat meat, because that's
Explain,
what
please.
cannibals eat. That's what
So,
cannibals eat. What
so
do
if I eat
cannibals?
a chicken, I'm a cannibal.
Right.
So when you ate
If you
fish, you're a
eat
cannibal?
no, because the fish
Why
is what
not?
a fish is what you're supposed to eat.
What?
Remember, Abraham asked the Lord. It goes in that book. Could they eat meat? Then when he said they could eat meat, he said you could eat meat, but it's a certain way that you're supposed to process
You
that
said,
meat.
you mean Noah. You mean Noah.
Yeah, I mean, it's a certain way that you process that meat. And so,
Did the
so,
Lord say they're
so
cannibals? Did the Lord say they're cannibals if they
no,
eat it?
that's what a cannibal eat meat. That's what I call a cannibal.
A cannibal is if you eat your own species, your own something that is the same as you.
To me, is you a cannibal if you eat any kind of meat. I said
Okay,
to
to
me
you, I
now.
can respect
To
that. To
me,
you, I got you. I got
okay.
you. This is something that you say. I got you. Okay, so you're going back to processing meat. So you're saying babies aren't supposed to have meat products ever?
No, your stomach is not designed, your body is not designed for you to eat meat. If it was designed for you, you reprogram your body. You program but your body is a big old computer. You can program it right or you can program it not right. You only get cancer, which most people that look like me and you got cancer from meat. You don't get cancer from
Let me ask you a
vegetables.
question. Let me ask you a question. So, what about your body not being able to process seeds? Does that mean we're not supposed to eat food with seeds in it? I'm
Well,
on this right now.
certain seeds are good for you.
Wait. I ask you a question though. Certain meat is good for you. So you say you eat fish. That's actually meat. That's animal flesh. So let me ask you again. So if I can't process a seed, does that mean
Now,
that's
now a
bad for
fish.
me?
What is the classification of a fish? Is it an animal?
Yes, it's considered an earthling. It's an animal.
Well, what is a hog?
Animal and an earthling as well.
Yeah, it's up under the classification that white folks gave you, the classification of an animal.
Why you keep saying white folks? Pigs have been around since antiquity, and they were ancient people were eating it.
Listen, where did the hog come from?
Well, you
Who
can
ate
read
the
about.
hog?
Go ahead. You can read about it even in like the story of Nimrod and ancient
Yeah,
writings.
well, nobody ate the hog. Nothing but the Germanic race of people. They ate it raw.
That is not true. The people of antiquity ate
The first,
pigs.
yeah, they
You can
ate
look
it
at.
after
Okay.
they got conquered by
Well,
the
Herodotus is talking about how people ate pig meat, and that was in ancient times. In Kemet,
and
it
you
was
was
looked
and
down upon, but
was
they still some of them did eat pork.
what did the people call you if you ate the hog back in that day? You was a
So
Canaanite.
I don't know about Canaanite, but I agree that it was looked down upon. But you asked, did they eat? We're talking. Well, you're blending dogma and with what you said about biology. You said we weren't capable of eating it. Now you're talking about
Your
dogma.
stomach is not designed to process meat.
You're
Here's the
conflating
question. Is
this.
there a difference
Study
between board?
anatomy. If you
I believe that the
study
board was what they
study
did.
anatomy, you reprogram yourself. And then after 7 years, you can deprogram yourself. Did you know that? If you
Yeah,
stay away
I
from
did know the body
if you
renews.
stay
Yeah.
if you stay away from meat for 7 years, you don't need no meat no more.
I agree with that, but it's not that our body can't eat it, though.
Yeah,
I agree with you.
you don't even want it.
True, and the same thing goes for spinach if you don't eat it for 7 years.
Let me tell you something. Before 1967, I would have a smoked picnic ham at my
Wow.
house, because every night when I got through playing the blues, I go home and make me a ham sandwich.
Oh, wow.
I used to love me some smoked pork chops.
Oh, boy.
I used to love them.
I'm glad you stopped.
I stopped way longer than you is old.
That's good.
Because you wasn't born in 67. I don't think you was born in 67.
No, I
were you?
wasn't. But I do
Yeah,
know, but I want to get back to you saying that it's not possible for our bodies to digest and benefit from meat. I know you're giving us and I appreciate you giving us that anecdotal
your body is not
information.
designed. Your body is not designed. Listen to what I'm saying. To process meat.
But
Look
it
how
is.
long beef stay in your stomach. How long do beef stay in your stomach?
Well, it takes about 2 to 3 days. Some people will argue longer because but
Right?
that's
How
not
long?
the issue.
How long
again with
does
the
it take?
digestion.
Pork.
Go ahead. I don't
How
know
long
about
does it
pork is
take?
meat. Pork is meat,
Yeah,
so I don't.
they'll tell you all you got to do is I got my book, my anatomy book. It tells you about how long it takes for you to digest this food. This food is laying on your stomach, creating what? Cancer.
Okay,
Cancer
okay.
running, cancer running through your body. That's the reason so many black folks was born after 19. Look at the since you high up on Martin Luther King, look at the people at that age, what they look like, they body weight versus what a 20-year-old and a 30-year-old person look like now. They look like Hoggly Woggly from Piggly Wiggly. Everything in the 60s back there was Martin Luther King. You hardly ever saw a fat person. How I know? They called me fat, so I was the fattest person in my school. Everybody was lean and trim, but I was a big old Negro that was awesome on the football field. The first black to go to Rangers Junior College. It was 5 of us. I would tear your head off your body playing football. I was big. And I had a menu fight at 5, 7, and 8, and 9, first, second, third, and fourth grade of people calling me fat. So they know not to call me fat, so I'm going home get my BB gun. And I'm gonna catch you on the track. And I'm gonna wear you out. I'm gonna be up in a tree. And I'm gonna tear you up with my BB gun.
Oh wow. Okay, so we agree that that there are benefits to eating meat, like animal flesh, which is fish. Fish is animal flesh. It's the same. I think
Well,
it's about the same amount of time to digest fish as it is to digest chicken.
no, it can't be because fish is flaky. Fish, you digest fish in your mouth when you eat it.
Well, I think it's about 2 to 3 days,
You
the same, if I'm not mistaken. I had
you
a
don't
couple debates on this before, but whatever.
you digest fish in your mouth. When you chew up fish, it's already processed.
So let
When
me
you
say
chew
this.
up,
So when you cook some beef down to where I said you cook it so tender and you cook it and you even process it, like when I say, you can you agree that it would digest quicker. Because
no,
there's
it's gonna
beef
stay
that you
on.
can
It's
turn into mush.
yeah, you can mush it up, but it's still beef. It's grainy.
And it's still
It's gonna
fish. Fish.
yeah.
Genesis, are you still here? Can you look it up? I can't look it up. How long does it take to digest fish? I thought it was like 2 days, maybe 1 or 2. It's the same as
It takes anywhere. Okay, it says moving into the small intestine 1.5 to 4 hours after eating it, and then this full digestive process anywhere from 24 to 72 hours.
so 3 days. Thank you. So
I think
that's the same with.
anything kind of takes that process, though. I mean, what are we talking about?
I know.
Fish
Well, that's the
can
thing. It's like
it's
Even vegetables take.
even vegetables. Yeah, but I didn't want to. I wasn't
Pretending
sure.
like if there's a different digestive process that happens for like the body is gonna like do something. No, it's the same process. It really depends on how healthy the person is and how their digestive system is, how fast they process food. That's what it's called metabolism.
That's right. There you go. So that's a
I
myth.
mean, I didn't want to say anything, but I'm just like, okay.
But we gotta give it. Don't hold back with the Reverend wants the smoke. Genesis.
Metabolism determines how fast you digest food. If you have a fast metabolism, you will digest it quickly. And if you have a slow metabolism, you'll digest it slowly. Like me, I have a very slow metabolism, and so therefore I digest food slowly. And that's even with the whole thing about Ozempic is it makes sure your food digests slowly and has a slow wasting process into the small intestines, into the large intestines. And what that does is supposedly curb hunger. And if you actually look at a lot of like really big people that are really not like overeaters of food, they usually have a very slow processed to where their stomach is you know, the food is like digesting. And then there's like that's where you get all these issues of like fat absorption, like the fat and this, that, the other, and they're because their body is not putting that food out as fast. It's not happening. So yeah.
Yeah, and see, once you get 3 years old, your parents start feeding you
No,
meat.
I don't, honey. Whoever said that, because people love to say that. Oh no, Genesis, you eat too much, then you chew. No, I do not fucking eat. I
Yeah,
barely.
and see, back when I was coming up, now you went at least 3 or 4 days. Most people didn't eat have meat to eat in the 50s and the 40s.
Yeah, that's
You-
right.
and in the 50s and the 40s, I know that we ate game at least 2 or 3 times a week, more, according to how Big Mama wanted to cook, because they cooked squirrel, rabbit, deer, and that's what Big Mama did. But the other people in the neighborhood, they would cook coon, possum. I didn't eat possum. My grandmother wouldn't cook no possum.
Not to
and
just.
the cook,
I want to interject something really quick. Do you know that when you drink you drink frappuccinos, right? There's people that have gastric bypass. Do you know that just even drinking a frappuccino like a day,
Mm-hmm.
it'll make you gain weight? I mean, do you know people that have gastric bypass when they are wasting because there's a thing where you get to losing too much weight with gastric bypass, and I've known people that does. You know what they tell them to do? Drink about 2 frappuccinos, you'll start gaining weight again. So this is
Mm-hmm.
so this is not just about meat or this or that. It's just about the content of what you're consuming and the calorie intake and how much because all that like milk and all this other stuff. Like there's
Sugar,
you can
lots of
you
sugar.
sugar, yes,
Yeah.
sugar, how your kidneys and all this stuff is working in your body, how your system is but what he's saying is right. Now you know what? The same person probably should fast. I believe that in fasting, take a long fast, reset your gut, you know what I'm saying, and then
Yeah.
begin to reintroduce food back like slowly, from liquid up into like they just like we did as babies. The thing he is right about babies. What do we first feed babies? We give them milk, our own breast milk. Then we go into little vegetables. I'm sorry, fruit first. Remember, like Gerber little fruit. Then we give about like so it starts off about 1 to 2 months. You give just fruit only. Then about 3 months we introduce the vegetables. Then about like 6 months that's when we start giving them the meat, like little ground up little and then the same time we're also giving them like oats and stuff like this. But for some reason I think that we have just gotten away from that. So yeah, we don't chew
Right.
our food enough.
you
We
you
might
got these
chew about
these
twice and then swallow. It slows down our digestive process. That causes a lot of issues and stuff like that, weight gain and stuff like this, absorption, malabsorption. All those different things happen as we get older. Now, I don't agree with we should not eat pork. Pork is a very bad animal. It eats anything. We shouldn't really even be eating chicken because chicken, if you spit on the ground, that chicken will go over there and peck at it.
That's true.
yeah.
So chicken ain't no good of a thing to eat either. It's
He's a,
just just like the
he's
pig is.
a, he's a nasty animal too.
Isn't the chicken like a vulture or something like that? Like some kind of vulture mix of a mix of
No,
a
I don't know
vulture.
all about that. Stop.
No, I think that chicken is like a
I
vulture.
think you mean scavenger. It's like a scavenger animal, like a
But I
pig.
think it's like it's made from like a vulture. I gotta look it up.
I don't know, girl. You starting to get that turkey. That's that turkey theory. You starting to sound like a Hebrew Israelite.
Well, no, I'm not a Hebrew.
But I agree with what you're saying. I agree with what you're saying about what we eat is, it's more of how our diet is. It's
the
a
key,
discipline. That's why the Reverend is healthy. He has a
the
discipline.
the key to life is your dietary laws. If you want to live a long time, I attribute my health that I got right now is I have never in my life, after 70 years in a nightclub, 30 years in the Navy, I have never in my life smoked a cigarette. I have never in my life drank alcohol. Never, never
Oh,
did those two things.
that's a big reason why you live long.
Now, I have smoked kiff for 75 years.
What is Kip? What is that?
Well, white folks call it marijuana.
Oh, that's really okay, Kip.
My great grandfather
You
called
just
it
look
kiff.
at that new marijuana got some extra stuff going on with it. You
The
smoke that?
kiff. Now, this stuff called Kush, it ain't got no seed in it. It ain't a herb seed bearing plant. I have to tell my sons that what you smoking now, that ain't that's made in it ain't got a seed. Anything ain't got a seed, you got to question it. A
Hey,
seedless grape.
Reverend, okay, let me
A
ask you a
se-
question.
like a
As long
seedless grape.
as Reverend
A
Whoopass,
seed. I don't eat grapes that ain't got seed. I don't eat watermelon that ain't got seed.
here's a
It's
question I
got
got
to
to ask
be.
from a long-term Kip smoker, right? Does it smell different compared to back in the day? Because I swear to goodness, this new weed. I remember how weed used to smell, but then you smell it now,
Well,
honey. It is banging. It smells like somebody
let,
put
let me
the
let
dead
me
cat.
let me let me explain. Let me explain something to you, sister. When we came out of Vietnam back in early 60s, they had something called Panama Red. They made a song out of it, Panama Red. You can pull it up on the. We smoked that. Then you couldn't get no more. When China took over Panama, you couldn't get no more Panama Red. That's around about 65, 66. You got what they call Colombian. They call it Bo. Then they went from Bo to Sesame, meaning the weed didn't have no seed in it. Then they went from Sesame to skunk weed. Now, skunk weed smell like the present day Kush smell.
I remember it was
But
called skunk.
they started experimenting with skunk weed, and skunk weed was so strong. I mean, it was the skunk weed was awesome. It make you walk on your eyelashes, almost like Panama Red. But then they came with this Kush, and Kush replaced skunk weed, and it's all was started growing in a laboratory because that's where they was experimenting with skunk weed, and then it became all of these different grades of Kush. They got 1,000 different grades of it now, but then they got what they call corn, which has got a seed in it, which is not as strong as Kush, and that's the story behind
And then the
weed
weed
because
heads will say, "Oh, I don't want no corn. I don't want that corn stuff. I want
yeah,
the
you
Kush,
want Kush, and that
the purple,
I
and
try to
the purple, and the
yeah.
Afghan and the
I tell I,
Afghans, and
I tell anybody that Kush ain't no good for you, but I got two sons and some grandchildren that they love they Kush, so
here's a
I ain't
question:
got no.
when you do roll your thing, do you roll it in those blunts, or do you put it in the white paper, the white owls?
I roll with tops.
See,
You know what tops is?
yeah, tops. Yep.
Yeah, well, I don't
Do you
roll
think
with
what do you
no.
think the difference is in the blunt versus the
Now
top?
I don't roll no blunts because that's tobacco. But you can get the I know my son buys some kind of what it ain't tobacco, it's some other kind of leaves they buy. They buy now. I'm not familiar because I just use tops and
Cigar. They use a
zigzag.
cigar. They're taking a cigar and
Yeah.
wrapping the cigar paper
Yeah,
around.
they take that Swiss sweet and take the tobacco out of it,
But
and
that's
that's funny
causing
because
cancer. So they'll say, "Oh, weed doesn't cause cancer," but then they'll wrap it in a cancerous wrapping, and it's like, okay, so the weed might not cause cancer, but that thing's
yeah,
explosive
but
causes
you
cancer.
know what? it's hard to get somebody to understand that because I've been saying that for a million times to all the guys a lot of guys in the band and stuff. You smoking tobacco when you rolling, taking and rolling into blunts. They got some new raps now that they rap in. That my sons, they get that stuff. I don't mess with it. I just mess
Man,
with mine.
they had that weed going so hard in one
And I ain't gonna smoke
they
no weed that ain't got no
that
seed in
weed
it.
all the way down the highway. I was like, God damn,
Yeah,
whoever.
see, I ain't gonna smoke no weed ain't got a seed. And see, I've noticed that this new weed, it ain't no seed in it.
I'm gonna tell you this. I've been to your house before, and one thing I can say, I did not smell the scent of weed. So how? So I'm gonna say whatever weed you're smoking, that they need to all smoke that because you couldn't smell it in your house. Some people you can smell it on them in their car, in their house, in their this and their that. But when I walked
That's
into your house and when we interviewed you,
that's that
I
that's that Kush.
couldn't tell you ever smoked any weed.
My son, his room smell like Kush.
There's gonna be
I
something to that whole
that,
that smell just permeates
that's
into
that
everything.
smell is it's everybody. I mean, you can go into when somebody been smoking Kush, you stand in the grocery store line and smell it. You smell it all. I mean, you automatically know somebody's smoking. I mean, the police automatically know that you've been smoking. I
Mm.
mean,
Oh, you could have
because of
smoked
the
2
way you
days ago, and that stuff is so hard in your car that they can smell it. Like, and they'll pull you over. Like, I smell weed. Well, honey, whatever that weed is that's coming out now, it is strong, bro. It's
right.
and everything. It's worse than
If
cigarettes.
if
That
if you
new
put
weed is like Newport's on 10.
Let me
you
just
put
let
that weed in your
Mhm.
pocket, you put Kush in your pocket, your pocket gonna smell like it.
Okay, can we get to I want to ask you a question on the vein of this, and I want to take it back to the topic. And thank you everybody for being here. Please hit the like button. So um if we look at not talking about the strains, let's just talk about basic marijuana, whatever you call it, piff, whatever you call it, kiff. I don't know exactly what you call it, but in ancient times, there have been excavations and discoveries, archaeological discoveries of marijuana being used in pagan worship. So when you talk about, like, when you said, well, even if you don't know that you're doing it, like when I mentioned about celebrating New Year's Eve, going out, it's a
Yeah.
ritual. Well, marijuana was used in pagan rituals. Should you not smoke it? If in that,
Marijuana.
if we look at
Mar-
it from, I'm gonna hand you the mic right now, but I'm setting
yeah.
a premise for you to address, because you got to stand to what you said. You said if just because you're not doing it like they did it, it's still a part of a ritual. Well, you smoke the weed, that's a part of a pagan ritual. Can you address that?
Well, if you participating in a ritual, the reason I started at 5 years old is because I had asthma. So great grandpa lived to be 120. My grandmother on my mama's side lived to be 114. On my daddy's side, 106. Both of these two old women was midwives. They knew the herbs and stuff that would help me breathing. I wasn't supposed to live no longer than 11 years old because I had a strand of asthma that they didn't understand. So the first, from 6, 7 years old, I had to go twice a month to John Seeley Hospital in Galveston, Texas, on the trailway bus that I had to sleep on the floor because all the colored folks' seat was took up, but there's plenty empty white seats. I know you never did experience that, but I did when I'm 6 and 7 years old. Sleep on the floor of the bus, which from Crockett to Galveston was 210 miles. I had to sleep on the floor. But I was given that for medical purpose. Then they came out with asthma cigarettes. And in 67, they took asthma cigarettes off the market because the people were selling the cigarettes just like the people were selling hydrochlorosol and tramadol and all these pills on the market right now that you get for pain pills. They were selling the marijuana, so they put you up on the shots. So when I was in the Navy, when they stopped the marijuana so that I could take a shot, I don't like shots. I've been a bad junkie. I don't take shots. I don't even let them draw my blood hardly.
And you said you were a junkie. You used to, if you don't mind, you
I
mentioned
said,
it.
I
You
said,
used
I,
to.
I said I would have made a bad junkie
Oh,
because
I got you.
I can't
I hear
stand a
you.
needle. I
I'm
don't take
glad that
no
you clarified
shots.
that. Okay, you clarified
I
that.
don't take no.
So what about
I
the
don't.
pagan? And I'm gonna get that information for the person who
Well,
said it's never been
if it
used.
was used, it was if it was used in pagan
Of
ritual.
course. Yeah, it was.
If you doing that ritual, then you pagan. But if you ain't doing that ritual, how can you be pagan?
Well,
But
then when I mentioned the
can
thing,
we get it clear about what paganism really is?
wait, hold on. Maybe you
See,
didn't hear us earlier
now
say it.
you
What?
believe in doing Christmas
No. Don't tell me what I believe because I
no,
didn't mention what I
I didn't
believe.
say I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about the people believe
Yeah.
in Christmas, New Year's, and all of this. Well,
And you said it's pagan and they're doing the
it's
ritual. You
pagan.
said they're doing the ritual. And you
They
said they're
doing the
doing the
ritual.
ritual. You
Right.
said
It's
that.
just like every what? Well, most of this first Sunday now, some of them do it. You you drank you drank the blood of Jesus and eat his body in church. What are you doing? What are you doing? You drinking the blood of Jesus and you breaking and eating his body. That sounds like accountable to me. But you participating in this ritual and it's symbolic. But you participating in it. That makes you a pagan.
Can we be
Because
clear that paganism is a European deities like
well,
Odin and people like that?
if you look up the word pagan,
Yeah, we did.
heathen,
We did earlier.
and listen,
Mhm.
pagan, heathen, barbarian, it'll say the Germanic race of people believed in that. It won't say no African believed in that.
Okay, it doesn't say anything about Germanic. Let's read it again. Earlier, we were 4 hours in almost, so let's go back to the original thing that you said, which was you said people who do Christmas. I said, well, they're not looking at it in pagan. You said it doesn't matter. They're still doing the ritual. That's what you said.
Right.
You said, so I'm asking you, is it this? Can you apply that to yourself? Because smoking marijuana, which I can show the people in the audience, some of them know, but some of them don't. Right here, it says, this is just a quick Google. It says cannabis and religion. It shows that 2,700-year-old shrine for Judaism. Let's keep going down. Hinduism, they use marijuana. Here it is. It says ancient India, cannabis.
Right.
I'm just letting people see.
Is it in Europe though? Is it in Europe?
No, but Aztec, it's all been used in. This is a stream about paganism, so it's been used in paganism.
No,
so
that's not paganism.
No, it ain't been used in their ritual.
We already got the information. He wanted us to go to the Noah Webster dictionary. You
Right.
can pull that up. You have to get his definition. The Noah Webster dictionary says it's heathenism outside of basically Abrahamic religion. So,
Right.
According to the Christians, according to the Pope
Yes.
and the Catholic Church.
Yes, and he's
Right.
so according to that definition, Ifa, marijuana, it's all paganism. It's paganism.
According to that, but it really isn't.
And that's the Reverend Whoopass is the one doing
That, that's the white boy's definition.
Okay, what part is wrong? Let me ask you a question. Do we all agree that marijuana was used in pagan worship?
No, I don't agree with that.
Okay, then let me put it up again because I'm going to get the information because you need to see.
Yeah, those religions are not paganism.
Oh, so according to his definition, it is paganism.
Well, I don't agree with that. I believe that
Okay, well,
paganism
let's
is a
let
Europe.
him. He's the one who made the
But wait,
definition.
so listen, I'm gonna say this. So I'm gonna give you pushback on that.
No, that's
Paganism is
fine.
a European concept that came
It's
from the
right,
and it
right,
And
was
he
right.
and the elder said that is paganism.
okay.
Wait,
Well, the elder
wait,
said when
yes,
it comes to that,
wait,
that's not true.
no,
It's
listen,
not paganism. Hindu.
Eva is, listen, can I
Let him-
speak?
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
Marijuana
Mm-hmm.
is not paganism. When you look up the word pagan, when you look up the word barbarian, when you look up the word heathen, it gonna tell you the Germanic race of people. Now, I ain't a Germanic, I didn't come from the Germanic race of people. The Germanic race of people is a Europeano, who we call a white boy. He is a pagan, barbarian, heathen.
That's
That's what he called himself. I didn't call him that. That's what he described his own self as. So
okay.
you trying to tell me that he ain't this, and he
I
described
didn't say
himself as
anything
that.
about what you said is paganism. I'm addressing the. Let's walk this down slowly because now you're backing out, and we got to hold you to it. You said that the definition. You told me no. Go to the Noah. People weren't here.
Noah Webster.
You said, see, he said go to the Noah Webster. And then I went there and we will go there again. So I don't agree with that either, Genesis, but I'm talking to the elder to stand on what he said, because you said if people are celebrating Christmas, I said, well, they don't see it as that. You said it doesn't matter because it still was the ritual. We're kind of in two different veins.
I'm gonna ask you something, sister.
Do you see? First off, I want to tell these people in the audience saying I'm wrong. Sacred uses of cannabis in ancient cultures. It's over time people used cannabis in worship. These are just the natives. There was
Did they use it in Europe though?
no, I'm not. It doesn't just matter Europe. It was cannabis was found 2700
Paganism
years
comes from
ago.
Europe. Paganism is a European
I'm not
concept.
talking. First, we're talking about cannabis. We're not going to confuse people and walk everybody down slowly. Cannabis was used 2,700 years ago and more than 2,700 years ago. Okay, see, the earliest evidence of cannabis was used 2,500 years ago. The origins of cannabis smoking, chemical residue evidence in the first millennium BCE in Pamirs was published in the Science Advances on June 12, 2019. Researchers confirmed that cannabis was one of the oldest plant species cultivated by humans in East Asia. Archaeologists were excavating Jerzanko Cemetery, located on the Pamir Plateau in Western China. So let's move down. Let's see the rest of that. First version of modern day bong. Here's cannabis used in Kemet. Vikings. So before Europe, we got that out the way, right, y'all? This is on health and wellness centers. Look it up yourself. So that's just just a light work on this person who said, no, I'm wrong. So cannabis was used in pagan, according to the elder Genesis. I'm going to let you get in here because you can address the elder, not me. According to the elder, he told me to go to the Noah Webster, and I can go there again. And it said paganism is heathen worship outside of Abrahamic faith. So that is marijuana, elder, that was used in pagan worship. You say the rituals today on Christmas and New Year's Eve parties, it doesn't matter. We're still doing the rituals. Are you still doing the rituals when you smoke weed? I'll hand the mic over to you.
No, I'm not. Because weed is a herb seed bearing plant. That's what kiff is. It's a herb seed bearing plant.
Well, it was used to worship pagan gods.
They used it for medicine.
Sage paganism too? Is that paganism?
It was used for medicine.
What about?
But it's used in paganism, so that's my point.
Frankincense and myrrh, is that paganism? Because they would burn frankincense and myrrh. They would burn sage. They would burn all these different herbs that you even sometimes. I mean, hell, when you're eating food, you use sage. You use different rosemary and these things. You're burning those things, right? So is that
mind-altering drugs to contact gods and in worship. And that is the point that I'm saying. When you're smoking marijuana, you are using it just as they used it in their rituals. You might not think you are, but you're using it to alter your mind. So if you're going to say people shouldn't,
Marijuana don't alter. Who told you marijuana? Marijuana don't alter my mind.
well, there's THC in it, so maybe yours.
Well, just call white boy said the THC. Well, I'm gonna tell you something.
White boy.
According, because when you use it, when you, I'm going by what he said. He said that if you use marijuana, you lose your memory. I've memorized 250,000 years of history and been smoking it for 70 years. So that's a damn lie. Okay. It don't alter your memory. It don't alter your memory, like he said. If it did, how come mine ain't altered?
Okay.
Well, that's what I'm saying. So if when you tell me what the Germanic race of people done said as proof, anything they said is a lie with me. I don't know nothing. I don't know nothing that they taught you in a school system that ain't a lie. I don't know nothing that I was, and I've spent 18 years in college and graduated from high school. Mm-hmm. And I spent 18 years in they colleges learning their information. Okay. Do you hear me? Well, I spent that long learning their information. I don't know nothing that they said taught me in school is the truth. Everything was a lie. But when you got a doctor's degree with a summa cum laude, a magna cum laude, and cum laude, and don't know who you got it from, because when I asked you the school system that America come from, what school system do they believe in? Huh? Talk to me. It's the ancient Sophite school system that America believe in. Who is the Sophites? There were 12 schools of thoughts in ancient Greek. Only 5 of them survived, which was the Sophites. You know what the Sophites taught? Eros, Philo, Agape, and Stogre. Love. And you love everybody. Pray for those that spitefully misuse you. Love your enemy as you love yourself. Now that's a zip down fool. But if you're a Christian, you believe that. Pray for somebody that spitefully misused you. You believe that as a black Gentile. Because you've been programmed. In other words, you've been genocide. Do you know what genocide is? Because I got the Sir Walter Galt Science of Eugenics book, wrote in 1881, that the Great Seal of the United States of America used on somebody that looked like me and you, and they call it the 3 Ruffins in the Masonic Lodge. And do you know what the 3 Ruffins is? No, you do not, for you're not a Mason. This is what I know, and these are facts. This ain't no opinion or nothing. If you born after 1970, you've been genocided to believe that you was a black African American. Is that what the Creator created? No, he didn't.
Well, now there's a new thing called foundational Black Americans. What do you think about that?
You what now?
There's a new thing now called foundational Black Americans.
No. I don't want to get in talking about that. No.
Like they got some new sisters too. They got some new kinds of sisters, and what they got, trans, all kinds of sexual. You got all this new stuff with the new wave. You see, this come from the elite. See, the elite, when they first started off in 1950, they called themselves the beatniks. Then in the 60s, they called themselves the hippies. And then they became the yumpies. And then they became Hollywood's elite. And so whatever the elite say, I agree with it, because I'm born after 1970. That's what I know. That's what I know
Well,
about.
you actually think about it. All those people came from that California, Berkeley, all that stuff, hippies.
When you believe,
It started in that
and
area.
everything starts in California. I've noticed this over the period of years. Everything started in
All those
California.
movements, the hippies, the yuppies, the Hollywood,
Everything, everything
all
starts
So
in
we're
this
moving
state.
on from we're moving on off this to subject of cannabis, right? So you had really no answer because we obviously cannabis is it affects people's minds. It's psychoactive, and so. But I get you. I just wanted to point that out that you
Yeah,
know.
well, it don't affect my mind. Now, it affects the mind of a weak-minded person.
Oh wow, human beings then humans.
See,
Because I
you
guess when
see,
you say
a
weak,
mind, you first got to know what a mind is. A mind is a
well,
school of thought.
well, we're
It's
talking
what
about
you
the
believe,
brain,
what you
the
thought.
brain, the brain, the brain, the brain, the brain, the brain.
The brain ain't the mind.
But we're
The
talking about
mind,
how it alters neurotransmitters. It's psychoactive. It affects the parts of it. It affects cognitive. It obviously is. I know what you're saying. You're on another level. But just like it's like you're sitting here saying alcohol doesn't alter your mind. There's some people say they drive better when they drink alcohol. So I got you. But it's a fact that it alters the mind. So
Can I say this? Do you know that shaman people that go to like actually get initiated into shamanhood, they actually go to the top of the Andes Mountains, and the what's it called, the hypoxia of that hike actually alters the mind. Here's the thing: a lot of the things that we do, we use other substances for. There's different ways that you could like have a mind altering experience without even having that substance. So is that paganism?
well, no, yeah, it is. It's actually if it's a shaman, if you're talking about people into shamanism and Tibetan monks, yeah, it can from his definition.
Are you speaking from a Judaism perspective?
No,
So,
I'm not speaking.
Reverend
This
Whoopass, when
is
you're
his
talking
show.
about
This is his
paganism,
show. Pagan,
I'm
yes.
asking you, Reverend Whoopass, when you're talking about paganism and you're explaining what paganism is, are you saying that paganism from a Judaistic, Abrahamic faith is these things, but that's not what Judaism,
here's,
but
here's,
that's not what paganism is.
here's what I'm talking. Here's
Are
what
you
I'm talking about.
no, listen, are you
The
separating the reality of paganism? Because here's the thing, because now it sounds like that everything is paganism other than Christianity and Judaism. And it sounds like you're like on the side. Are you saying that this is like a lie that they're telling? Or are you agreeing with them that all these things are paganism?
here's what I'm saying. Christianity,
That's right.
Judaism, and Islam in its present day form is paganism
Okay.
because it is not in the ways of Abraham.
Got it.
All of these religions is in a revised version
Hmm.
of a cult, which is called a sect in Judaism, has came into existence. You have to go all the way back to with the Essenes, the Gnostics, and all of these different cults that started. Abraham didn't have no religion, he had a way of life. Muhammad didn't have no religion, he had a way of life.
Okay, so
Jesus the Nazarene, not Jesus the Christ. The first Jesus in the Bible was called Jesus the Nazarene. The second Jesus in the Bible was called Bar Jesus. And then here come a New Testament 275 years later with a guy named Jesus Christ. When Jesus the Nazarene got on the cross, his sign was the dove. He believed in the ways of Abraham after order of Melchizedek. This is what the Naz believed in. Jesus the Christ, his sign was the cross. He didn't believe he lived under grace from Abraham's laws. That's Christianity.
Okay, so let me ask you this.
Okay, so
Elder,
so
can you
do
address
you understand? Do you understand the difference that I just
Man,
Right? I'm
Told
of.
you.
picking up on what you
Kind
mean.
of ambiguous.
You're not saying that Native Americans and all this stuff are
No.
pagan. You're
Hold
saying
on. He
that
is
these
saying that.
things.
He is saying
You
that.
see, you see, Jesus Christ teaching, his sign was that of the cross. His teaching was theology up on the Pauline teaching.
Jesus didn't teach Pauline doctrine.
Jesus, the Christ did.
No.
You up on the Pauline. The United States is up on the Pauline doctrine now. You up under the
Paul
Nicene.
taught Pauline doctrine. Jesus didn't teach
The,
it.
the Pauline doctrine consists of the Nicene Creed and the Apostle Creed and the
Right.
Tertullian Creed. Them three creeds.
Right.
Every church in the United States is up under those three creeds.
Yeah, from Paul, not Jesus.
That's a Paul from Paul. Paul told you in the 2 Timothy verse 1 and 27 that he raised Jesus Christ out of the grave according to his gospel.
Right.
Have you ever read that?
Paul
Have
did.
you ever read that?
Paul
Paul said that.
Yes, you said Jesus.
Apollonius of Tyana is his name.
Right. And it's not Jesus. So let's make that clear. So read this and get back to paganism, because you just were wrong about that. Read this, elder, and it's all love and respect in here, but he's here to whoop ass, and I've been dodging that ass whipping for a while now, and I'm not getting the ass. Okay. But so Genesis, this is what the elder's saying up here. I'm going to read it, then I want him to address it. He asked me to go to Noah Webster. Paganism, noun, heathenism, the worship of false gods, or the system of religious opinions and worship maintained by pagans. And then they're saying right here, as an example, men instructed from their infancy in the principles and duties of Christianity never sink to the degradation of paganism. You see that? So it's saying that Christianity.
That's a lie. That's a lie.
Like they're
That's
not
a lie.
Everybody else.
Wait, I tell you. Let me ask you a question here. Can I ask you a question?
Elder, did you tell me to get this definition? Yes or no?
You're right. I told you to get the definition. I'm gonna ask you something. Vatican, who you call the Pope, what is his title?
The Vatican that I call the Vatican, who I call the Pope?
Yeah, in the city of Vatican, where the Pope live. What is his title? He ain't a Pope.
What is
that
his
Pope
town?
ain't
His town? T-O-W-N?
Title. What is his title?
His title?
What is he? Yeah, what is he called?
Okay, the Pope. Are you talking about the Black Pope or just the Pope?
No, I'm talking about the Pope that's in office right now. What is his title?
I don't know.
It ain't Pope.
I don't know.
His title is Primus Maximus.
Gotcha. Okay, what does it have to do with what you're talking about, pagan, right here?
Oh, what it has to do with it? Well, then I'm gonna ask you. The Primus Maximus is the high priest of Christianity as we speak. The Primus Maximus was Constantine, was a Primus Maximus. That's the high priest of Mithraism.
Okay.
So that lets you know right off. That lets you know right off that Christianity is paganism, because the title of the Pope is.
Why did you want this definition?
Primus Maximus.
Then why did you ask for this definition?
What definition? I asked for the definition of paganism. What paganism was. The only people that is known throughout history as pagan is a European.
Pull up this definition when I got the regular dictionary. You said no, don't get that dictionary. Go to the
Noah Webster.
Okay, this is explaining that paganism is outside of Christianity. Did you like to change this?
Well, if it's out,
I'm getting ready. Anybody who tells me how to run the show.
Well, I'm gonna ask you something.
Tell me how to do the show.
Common sense tell you that what Noah said about paganism is not Christianity is a lie in 2025.
Okay, let me talk
we know that's a lie, because every
definition then? This is weird. Why did you ask for this definition? Because people who just
Because
got here, you said earlier 3 hours ago when I pulled up the regular definition.
right, because
you said, no, that's not the right definition. Go to Noah Webster. Why?
the Noah Webster dictionary is more accurate than the Daniel Webster dictionary.
So is
But
paganism outside of Christianity?
they still trying to say Christianity ain't paganism, and in 2026, you know, it's a damn lie because the Pope name is Promus Maximus. That's the high priest of Mithraism. All of your rituals. You see, Constantine started Christianity.
Oh my God! Let me ask you again. Why did you want this definition then?
Because we normally use the Noah Webster dictionary. Usually have a better definition than the Daniel Webster.
Okay,
but they trying to say Christianity ain't paganism when anybody with common sense know that Christianity is more paganism than any religion that's out here now.
Okay, so
any other three Abraham religions.
Wait, Genesis, I see what you're trying to do. Give me a minute. I need to clarify for everybody. I know what I'm talking about. He doesn't understand that he asked, well, no, that's disrespectful. Sorry, scratch that. He understands. He asked for this definition when I brought up the definition that Genesis has.
Yeah, I wanted to know what the Noah Webster said.
It's not you, Elder. I got to clear up for the people who just got here. When I brought up the definition that Genesis has right now backstage, he said, no. You could scroll back and listen.
It's not the definition. I'm about to tell you about
anyway,
Noah.
He said, no, that's not the right definition of paganism. Now, if he'd like to explain, I'm more than willing to listen to him because it is very broad. Paganism can be defined in different ways. But he came in hot at the beginning of the conversation 4 hours ago and said paganism is Satanism. I'm going to say that again. He said paganism is Satanism. Paganism is Satanism, and that I cannot use the main definition, that I have to go to this Noah Webster. So I hope you're all caught up on it. Okay. All right. Great. Now, what did you want to show? Let's get this up here. I'm going to take this down, and he'll be back. He just had to go grab his bigger switch to try to whip me with it. So don't worry, y'all. He come right back.
I want to bring this into.
Go ahead.
Go ahead. Trying to explain.
Go ahead.
So Noah Webster was a devout Christian who evolved from a youthful skepticism to staunch Calvinism, becoming deeply influenced by Puritan ideals, leading to his emphasis on God's providence and scripture in his life and work. So this is the person that's giving the definition of paganism. So you have a person that's a super hardcore Christian giving the definition of a word and then saying that this is paganism, that's paganism, and it's really about demonizing anything outside of Christianity.
Right. And now hold on, Genesis. And that is exactly why I keep asking him, why did he ask for that particular? Even at the beginning, I said, well, this is one of these colonizers that you say you're against. That was why I asked. Why are you using
the point he was trying to make that this guy is a super duper devout Christian that is trying to
no, that wasn't his point. You need to scroll back and listen. No, I'm very.
Let me.
His point, but let's let him talk. Let me ask you a question, Elder. Would you like?
Why I said use the Noah Webster dictionary is because the Noah Webster dictionary give you the meaning of a Germanic word, which we use in Germanic words, a clear definition. But Noah Webster said that Christianity is not paganism. Well, in 2025, we know that he's a damn lie.
Right. So hold on. Stop right there. Stop. Everybody hold. So you heard him say
if you don't study
that particular explanation and definition from that dictionary because he thinks it is more precise. However, he is not. He's teaching that Christianity is paganism. I get that. So what I'd like for you to do instead, Elder, so we can get rid of the confusion. What to you please be explicit and clear. What to you and specific. What is paganism to you? Please define it. And when you define it, remember you said Satanism. Tell us what is paganism. And Brother Locke, could you just show yourself? You don't have to leave the camera on, but I got to make sure it's you. And Meter, I'm bringing you on, but please don't overtalk me because I can't do that today. Go ahead, Elder. What is paganism to you, Elder?
Paganism to me, and what through my study is that the only people that was pagan, barbarian, and heathens is the children of Japhet. Now, that's the Europeano, that's the Germanic race of people.
What is
The
it
people
again?
that want to call it,
Say it again.
the people that was called, that you call Africans, Chinese, and all of these people, history is not that. The history of pagan, barbarian, heathen worshipers is strictly the Germanic race of people.
Okay, hold on. Stop.
And see, pagan, you brought, when you have to go back to the Gauls, was the first people that was made Christians. Well, all of the Gauls' ancient pagan belief is in modern day Christianity as we speak. Christianity say live up under grace from the law. That all you got to do is pray over some poke, and that little bit of worm ain't gonna get in your veins, in your capillaries. Well, you's just him fool to think that you can pray over some poke and it's all right for you to eat it.
All right, then we need to do this. Okay, hold on, Elder, please. This is not working. We got to because we got people talking about, I don't know. No, I know very well, and I need to show this. Paganism is the root of the word. It says right here, late term Latin, and it's paganus, which is, someone said it about 3 hours ago, and they were absolutely right. It means villager, rustic. Initially, it referred to people living in rural areas, and later developed a secondary meaning to denote those who practice religions other than Christianity, Judaism, or Islam, polytheist.
Right. The pagans, these was classified as pagan people. If you didn't believe in Christianity, you was a pagan. Just like if you didn't believe in Islam, you was an infidel. Right. It's just like if you didn't believe in Judaism, then you was, well, let me see what they call them, a Gohim. That's what the word Gohim means a non-believer. And that's what the European race, the European race of people call his cousin Jews, and the Jews call him a Goin, meaning he's a non-believer. And Christianity has nothing but old pagan Jewish belief in it as we speak right now. You can go do the research. I ain't gonna argue with you about it. You believe whatever you want to believe, but when you still get through, Christianity is the worst religion that was given to you 155 years ago. You wasn't a Christian. Nobody looked like me and you. You couldn't be a Christian because Jesus taught that you was 2/3 human. You wasn't a human being. That's what the teaching was. And see, you have to go back in a chronological order. See, I deal with a chronological order using etymology and ask myself who, what, when, how, why, and the 5 W's and the 1 H. And that's when you don't make no mistake in studying your history when you do it in a chronological order. What was the first? What was the first?
Let me ask you.
How did the first become the second? How did the second become the third? How did Odin become Woden? And Wooten become Guten, and Guten become God.
Got it. Let me ask you a question. Did you say that paganism is satanic earlier?
Well, it comes up under the head of satanic.
Did you say it was satanic? Did you double down on that?
No. I said it was satanic.
Okay, great.
I
Now,
don't double down. I don't double
so
down on
Yara,
nothing I
I know
said.
what I'm talking about. I understand what he's talking about. Why did you say it was satanic? And then I want to go to the brothers and let them ask, why did you call paganism satanic? Why?
Because that is satanic is a system, is a belief system.
So why did you call paganism satanic? Just a straight answer.
Because paganism is a belief system.
So when you believe something, you're satanic?
When you believe what this European believe, and his teaching is all satanic.
So paganism is
so the word
satanic because the
so-
European believed it.
well, let me see here.
That
Wait,
wasn't
just
the first pagans, were the Europeans. That's what a pagan.
No, the first pagans were not the Europeans.
Yes, they
according
were.
to the according to the definition, it's not. That's not true.
No, like the pagans were Europe.
Oh, let's see.
It's not true. The paganism is first off, it meant rustic, someone outside of the city, a villager. Then it went to people who were outside of Abrahamic faith. Now, if y'all want to call it something else, this is something on you. But
That's not what village.
Can I add on this part real
if
quick?
you were
Just let
outside
me-
of the town in Rome, they called people pagans. That meant that they were villagers, roughnecks, you know,
in Europe,
Persia.
what is Rome?
like
not
a hick, like a hick, somebody that lives in the hills.
Though, were they use this to identify their own
Can
white people?
I add on real quick?
What? No, Meter. Let me hear what she has to say, and then I will let you in. I promise. What are you saying, Genesis?
It sounds to me like this is what they were. These elite people that were inside this Roman pristine thing were using to call the outsiders, the other people in Europe that were like the lesser thans. These were they. Okay, we are the Roman Catholic Church, and they are just the pagans.
They the pagans. They the pagans. That's
Okay, great. So we established that.
And
We
You see
established
this
that, right?
where the Romans even think about Americans and like Indians and
What the hell?
and
You guys are
Australians.
so hilarious. That's the definition of the word.
No, this is
So-
they are talking about their immediate surroundings. They're in Europe, not like in Africa and everywhere else. I don't believe that. No.
So let me get this straight. They actually coined the term pagan as their people. And then it went from people who were outside of them, basically living in the villages and lower people. Then they said, oh, now it's the people who worship gods of Abraham, right? The Abrahamic faiths.
I've never
Now-
seen anybody practicing Ifa or any religion in not religion or spirituality or systematic nature-based or whatever you would call it system of culture in America or Africa was considered pagan. I never said that. So no, I never.
No, I didn't say you. Look, this is the problem. Do you know what the problem is, everybody? And whether you're against me or with me, this is the problem. And I'm going to hand it over to the brothers, but that came in to talk. The problem is that you all still are actually in a Christian mind, including Reverend Whoopass, because he said paganism is satanic. You see paganism as something negative. That is what I've been getting at all night. This is what I've been saying all night. And now somebody's triggered. Somebody's triggered. Paganism. Wait a minute, Reverend Whoopass. You said you even put paganism like it's negative. Paganism isn't something negative. This is what I've been brewing on all night long. You see it as something negative because you've been programmed to call it satanic, to say, the white man. Paganism is not evil. It's not satanic.
To the people that called the people pagan, it was considered satanic.
But you're not the people that call it satanic. You're not those people. You're not those people, though.
Sister. Hey, sister, have you ever read this book here that I'm holding up?
No, I can't see it, so I don't know. I can't see it.
Can you see it now?
No, what is it? Just tell us.
I
can't see it.
The history of the devil and the idea of evil.
Got it.
I got it on the screen that you can see it.
Okay, and what do you want us to know about that book?
So you could
Well, according to this book, it tells you the history of who the people believed that the devil was, and who were the people that believed that the evil, who the people that believed that was Satan, who the people believed that there was a devil, that was Satan. The satanic Satan is a system
Yeah,
that
great.
people
Okay.
believe in, believe in it.
And you said
When I
paganism is
said, when I
satanic, right?
said, when I say paganism and satanic, it's the same thing.
Got it. I hear
If you wasn't a Christian, you was classified as a pagan. If you wasn't a
Right.
Christian, now,
Exactly.
but Christianity, when you study the
Right.
history of Christianity, it is more pagan than any religion that you can name.
How so?
Because of one thing. The split in the third church, in the East and Western church, split it over a teaching that you lived up under grace from the law, which was the dietary laws, and Jesus was born December the 25th. Now, you can get ready to watch the Orthodox Church on TV around about the 10th of this month. They're going to celebrate Christmas. The Orthodox Christian nation of people is who? Russia.
Goodness gracious.
That's the reason they hate the Western, because you're up under Paulinian teaching. You got two teachings there. And Paulinian teaching comes from where? The New Testament. But in the Old Testament, since we're going to the Testament, it tells you can't revise and put what is wrote in that book in another version. You had to copy it exactly. So you didn't do that with the present day Christianity. So you are believing in something that was given to you 155 years ago that is right.
Okay, now let me read this comment.
But I have
finished, I thought. God.
I want you to know this. I have no
problem. Got it.
Problem.
You don't mind. Okay, got it. Now let me read this.
What you believe and how you believe.
Right. It's not about what I believe. You're sounding hypocritical. But no, listen, it says your elder is right. And let me tell you why. And then I got to hand the mic over to, let me go to Meter, and then Brother Law, you can come in right after him. You're being hypocritical because first off, when you first came in, you said paganism is Satanism, because that's what they teach you in the elder, please. That's what they teach you in the Christian church, number one. Then when I showed you a basic definition, people can scroll back. You said, no, we need the Noah Webster. And right away, the colonizer's face is right on there. So you were saying something from, it sounds so much Christian. Then you start saying Christmas is evil. New Year's Eve is evil. Well, excuse me, pagan. You said it's pagan. Hold on. You said, wait, hold on. I know it's, come on, elder, 1 second. You said satanic. Let me rephrase that. You said paganism satanic, and therefore Christmas is satanic because it's paganism. And then you said New Year's Eve, blah, 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 satanic. Well, let me say this. Let me read this comment and let me explain something. It says, your elder is right. Christianity is an amalgamation of Greco-Roman polytheistic world that became, guess what? Before they were worshiping that way, my friends, Kemet was worshiping. They got it all from Egypt. Bomb drop. They got it all from Kemet. So if you want to keep on talking about Europe, Kemet had it before Europe had it. Okay? So all their gods came from Kemet, and they changed the names. Now, with that understood, I'm going to say it again. You see paganism as evil because you've been indoctrinated by the Christian church. You called it satanic. You said that. Paganism is not satanic. It's just that the Christians think it's satanic, just like you said, elder. I'm going to let Meter come on in, unless he wants to respond, and then Meter come in after the elder. Go ahead, elder.
I'll just make a quick statement about that when he says about satanic. Because see, satanic, Saturnic, Chronos.
Hello?
See, there is a direct line between Satan, Saturn, and Chronos. And then when you go into that whole like cult of Saturn, the people that worship Saturn, you actually get into like some of the actual black box and like the actually certain aspects of Islam that have like that so-called black box and Saturn and the Saturn worship and this, that, the other. So there's a whole thing of Saturn, Kronos, and Satan being connected. So that's where I believe that where he was going with the whole satanic Saturn.
Well,
And
he
then
wasn't going there. You that's your
yes,
thought.
he did. No, he did. He talked about the fact that earlier. I remember he was talking about Satan and Saturn.
Well, guess what?
Saturn is
Genesis.
also considered Kronos.
I heard you.
So
Genesis, guess what?
Satan. So
Nice try. Cronus, it came after Set, and Set came before Saturn. It's still Kemet. Next subject. See, you can't get out of it. You want to keep talking about Europe, but it goes back to Kemet. So Saturn, Set, Cronus, all of those go back. The Titans, that goes back to Kemet first. So if you keep on, I'm tired of this whole, the European.
Kronos
It
killed
started in Kemet.
Kemet.
It started in Kemet first. It was in Kemet first. Kemet.
Christianity was not started in Kemet.
Yes, it was.
No,
The
it was
god
not.
Set is
It was
Saturn. The
not.
god
It
Set
was
is
not.
Saturn. The god Set is also
Christianity,
Saturn.
Christianity was started with Constantine,
I didn't say Christianity.
and they became Christians with Paul. And Satan, when I got the history of Satan right here, when the people started believing in Satan, I got it right here.
And you're not going to say that Set was the first prototype of Satan? Are you really going to go there, Elder?
I'm going to tell you what this read here. When
a white man wrote that book, though. Didn't a white man write that book? You don't like white people, right?
Ptolemy Soter was the first savior.
Let me tell you something, sister. You didn't hear me what I said. I say what I like about white people is that they put their history in a book.
And I agree.
That you ain't, that you, that you, and here's one thing I know. You ain't read the book.
Okay, what about Satan now? Satan isn't Set? That's not the prototype?
No.
That isn't the prototype of Satan?
Satan rose into existence through the belief in a god of evil, which was replaced by the belief of the evil demon, Satan. The temperament and origin of all evil was naturally identified with the serpent that was more subtle than any beast of the field. Satan is a friend in the name of the sense of the devil, which is rarely mentioned in the Old Testament. These words that you're using is a belief system.
What about
the word
Satan?
Hold on, Meter. The word Satan, which you should know in the Hebrew, means adversary. And Set, before Set, we have Enki and Enlil. We have Enlil, who was against the people. But I'm just going to go back to what the Greeks, what they borrowed from, because y'all keep talking about Greeks and Romans borrowed from. So the Greeks and the Romans borrowed from Kemetic theology, and Set is the adversary of the people. But Set was also worshipped. He was worshipped by I think the Hyksos. But beyond that, in general, Set is the adversary. He was the adversary, and Satan actually literally means adversary. So yeah, later on in Judaism, in demonology, they started to attribute attributes of like demons and evil to Satan. But Satan has from the beginning been the adversary, and that was borrowed from the Kemetic stories. That was borrowed. So all those butthurt people in the audience talking about chill in the pot, why? Well, what is with this? Let me let Meter talk, because Meter's been trying to talk, and then Brother Law's been sitting here for a minute. It's late. Go ahead, Meter.
Peace to the planet. It's like sunset, sunrise. That's it. It's attributes of how the sun set, sunrise. That's where you get Satan from. And you can go to different scrolls and so-called biblical scrolls and stuff like that. Then you get three levels of, you get Satan, Lucifer, and the devil. But I wanted to comment really on the paganism, because from my understanding, it's foreign. And however, whichever tradition you follow up under is of the devil. It's like, you know, it's Satanism. Because I was hitting off on the elder. The elder, he's right on the most part about it. But like me coming from a different foreign land, and I have my own personal belief, and I'm not a Christian. However you believe, you of the devil. A Christian is quick to say, oh, Muslims is of the devil. Muslims would be like Christianity. It's the same way. So
Yep.
that's, from my understanding, that's what paganism is a foreign people, you know, and then
And Seth,
foreign cultures and beliefs. Because if you really want to break it down, everybody is a pagan.
Thank you. That's exactly
right,
right.
right.
But you're saying you said it's satanic.
Because you don't believe the
Not
way
you,
I
I'm talking about
believe.
the elder.
Okay, yeah,
Yeah,
but
it's synthetic,
hold on, brother.
synthetic
Both of y'all right.
Satanism and synthetic and even demon.
Both
All
of
of that
y'all is
stuff is the
right.
same system.
Both of
That's
y'all
what
is
you.
right.
That's what you failed. That's what
Because
you
it's
failed to
satanic.
understand, sister. It's the
Both
same
of y'all right.
system. It's
Both
just
of y'all
like
is right.
Set. Wait, you saying Set? The Greeks called him Typho, the demon of
Yeah.
death and evil in Egyptian mythology. Is characterized as a strong god whose anger is to be feared. That's a
But
belief. That's a
yeah,
belief.
it's a
Ain't,
belief.
ain't,
But
You
for us,
just
it's a
agreed with me.
attribute.
You basically just agreed with me when you're talking about Typhon. Typhon is
Both of
set,
y'all is right.
and that's where
Both
they
of y'all is
borrowed.
right.
1 second, meter. 1 second.
Okay.
I'm responding to him. I never said that Kemet has a word Satan. I said Set was adversarial. And yes, I don't know if you remember me saying, Tony, that there are some stories where Set was not adversarial. He was actually worshipped. But for the most part, in general, we know the story where Set is adversarial to Asar and Set is adversarial to Heru. Now, about Typhon, you just agreed with me, Elder. Typhon is actually the prototype of Typhon is Set. So when you keep talking about European, before it was Greek mythology, it was Kemetic. That's my point.
So I would like to share my screen and explain something if I can. Like if I can
Let
get
me
like
just let me know when I can ask you one question and
Can
I'll
I let
go.
Brother Law speak first? Yeah, he's been very patient and quiet. We probably moved on from his point. Go ahead, Brother Law.
First and foremost, peace and blessings to you all as well as your families.
Peace.
I just wanted to ask this one question because I heard the elder say something in regards to Islam being paganism. You have monotheism and you have polytheism. Islam adheres towards monotheism, which is in the fibering of Tawheed, the oneness of one creator, one God. So how can it be a pagan? How can it be paganism? How can Islam be defined as paganism?
Is he there?
What? Who you talking to me?
Yes, sir.
Well, before they, who did, what God did the Muslims believe in before they believed in Allah? What was the name of the God? Talk to
Allah
me,
only is only one
huh?
creator. Allah is only one
Oh,
creator, which is Allah.
no. Do you know the history of Islam? Because if you don't, I got the book over here, the history of Islam. That's what I'm telling you. I done read the history of everybody's. So what you say is just like here dealing with. It said Set was also known as an Egyptian, like a satanic deity. That's what this book
The
says. The people
moon.
that wrote the history of of all of these different beautiful gods that you believe in, which the word God is a 6th century word. Ain't no such thing as a God. That's a lie. That's you believe a lie, but I have no problem with you believing it.
Elder, wasn't it the moon on Sinai is where
Well,
the moon?
the Muslims signs and symbols tell you that what they believed in. The moon god,
Moon.
Hambrick is
Moon.
who they first believed in
Yeah.
till Muhammad tore down the Kaaba. They believed
Mohammedanism.
in and who was the first god that they believed in?
Muhammad tore down the Kaaba.
Yeah,
Uh,
the Kaaba had 360 gods in it till Muhammad came,
yeah.
and that's 360 different gods in America. It's worse than the Kaaba because it's
I'm
more than 360
Yeah.
here.
Hey, Elder,
I'm
that
just
got something to do with Mount Sinai too, right? With the moon worship. Because before it was Allah, it was moon worship with Mount Sinai and the Abraham.
That's
you can
that's the history of the tribes of Ishmael. They would tell you I mean, if you go and read their history, I got the book of the Ishmaelites.
I'm asking one specific question, sir. The question that I'm asking is this. If Islam is seen as being a paganistic, however you want to define it, the mere fibering of Islam is under Tawheed, which is of oneness of one creator. So how can it be perceived as being paganistic or paganism?
Because how many different Islamic sects do you have as we speak? You got the Sunni Muslim and the Shiite Muslim, the Baha'i and the Sikh Muslim. They don't believe the same way. They don't believe what the Ishmaelites believe.
Those are tribal wars in between.
Muhammad,
Those are
when
tribal wars.
Muhammad was here, when Muhammad was here, he ain't know nothing about. You run up to Muhammad, come back, you run up to him and say, I'm a Shiite Muslim, I'm a Sunni Muslim. He look at you like you somebody crazy.
I concur with you on that statement.
Because there wasn't no such thing as a Sunni Muslim and a Shiite Muslim when Muhammad was here. When Abraham was here, it wasn't no such thing as a Christian, a Muslim, or a Jew. They don't know nothing about that.
Thank you. I agree with him on that.
If Jesus come back, you run up to him and say, I'm a Baptist, I'm a Methodist. He look at you like you damn crazy. Because he said he was in the ways of Abraham after the order of Melchizedek, the priesthood. Christianity was theology. And I took theology for 18 years that I went to college. I took theology. I had to take theology before I went to a Christian college. It was mandatory.
Let me ask you real quick, Elder. I don't mean to interrupt you, but I do. I know I've been interrupting you all night, and you've been interrupting me. We've been all interrupting each other. But Elder, are you having a good time up here, getting challenged on your information, or do you feel like you are being disrespected? I want to know for the record.
No. You can never disrespect me. I told you that from the beginning. You can't never disrespect.
We have talked about this offline.
How you think is your business. That's when you're talking to me. How you think is your business. That's the way you think. I can't tell you not to think like that because I ain't you.
But did you say you want when you call yourself Reverend Whoopass? Did you say you're ready for all the smoke?
Okay, anything that you want to throw at me. I got documentation. Documentation beats all bullshit conversation.
And let me ask you one more question. Go ahead. Sorry. When you telling me some bullshit conversation that I know you don't know nothing about because you just talking, it doesn't bother me. All right. Are you having a good time or a bad time up here?
Oh, I'm having a good time. I I ain't enjoying myself like this since in 20 years. Because 20 years ago, me and Cole used to
I guess
dialogue anybody.
Thank
It's just
you.
like this is like a dialoguing with my grandchildren.
Wow. Thanks. See, now you heard the elder. He has my back. Leave me alone, cry baby. They're in the chat. Cry. This is a man that's made out of steel, y'all. He's a different breed than you. You noodle backs. You soft shells.
no.
Leave
It's
the
not
elder
true.
alone. Go ahead. Go
And see
ahead,
another thing. Now
brother-in-law.
another thing. Now another thing that let's straighten this out. I
Okay.
don't mind you calling me elder, but I ain't an elder.
Oh my gosh. And he told me that. Excuse me.
A elder is a title.
You're right.
You can't
He
place
told
the
me.
title on me. You can't give me no title. You have
I'm
to ask
sorry.
me who I am. Now, if you
Wow.
want to call me that, I don't have
No, I
no
don't.
problem with it.
They made
But
me do
I
that.
ain't.
They made me do that, Reverend Whoopass. I forgot you said don't call you elder. See, they're not
I,
ready.
I,
You
I say
people
I'm
are
not
not
an elder,
ready.
but if you want to call me that, I don't have a
No,
problem with
I'm gonna
it.
call you what you
But
want to
I
be
ain't what
called,
I
Reverend
call
Whoopass.
myself. Right.
I'm gonna call you
Uh,
Reverend
G,
Whoopass, like you want to be
GDI.
called.
Listen. I'm Rem Whoopass, a GDI. A GDI is a goddamn individual,
I know.
meaning that ain't nobody got my eye print, footprint, fingerprint, or toe print. Ain't nobody got that but me. I didn't come from a tribe of people. I didn't come from a race of people. I came from the creator. When the creator created me, he created a male that was a supreme being. He didn't create no old man. Somebody else created that shit.
Damn.
Japheth's children created that. I ain't none of that. Now I know you ain't never met, and I put it like this: a nigga like me, because the word nigga only means royalty. see, I know that you ain't never met nobody. See, so that you have to ask me who I am. You can't guess up on who I am. Ask me, I'll tell you.
Thank you so
I
much,
tell it.
Reverend Whoopass.
I'll
Thank you,
tell
Reverend.
anybody that. I'll
Hey,
tell
hey,
anybody that.
hey, the ball.
Now, with that said, everybody chill out. Get off my back in the chat. Okay.
Hey, the ball.
Back to the panel. Reverend Meter's trying to say something. Meter, you can come on in, and then we're gonna hand the mic back. I think Brother Law was trying to actually reply. Were you, Brother Law, before I go to Meter?
I definitely wanted to get into Saturn and Satan, and
Okay. See, Genesis is she stokes the fire when it starts to go out. She said, "No, y'all, we got to keep this fire going." But okay, if you say so, if the Reverend's okay with that. Brother Law, did you want to respond to the Reverend's comment to you about Islam, and then Meter?
I'm just for the most part, it sounded like he just went off on a tangent and just started speaking. I just let the elder speak. I'm just asking for a specific answer to the question that I asked.
Okay, when I studied Islam, Judaism, and Christianity, they are all present day pagan religion. Now, when it first started, it wasn't pagan, but in 2025, it's pagan. In Christianity, you have 45,000 different Christian denominations that teaches Jesus different. You have a Sunni Muslim, a Shiite Muslim, Baha'i, and a Sikh Muslim. They don't teach the teachings of Muhammad the same way. You have in Judaism, you have sects. You have the Hasidic,
Yes.
you have the Messianic, you have the Orthodox. They don't teach the same teaching that the original Abraham taught. Abraham taught, he called his teaching the way of life. That's what it was called. That's what all the teaching was called until the white man started conquering you you got conquered by the Germanic race of people, then you start believing in God, you start believing this, and you start believing that. Like I told you, I go in a chronological order. So when you started believing in these certain beliefs, if I'm going to studying your history in a chronological order, I'm gonna see what when you start believing that. Just like I'm gonna see when I follow the history of a black African American, his history didn't start with a black African American. He only got that history about 55 years. You got a history of Negroes that was colored people. Now in the 60s, when I was a young man, in my 20s, there was different movements that came in. There was an Afro. There was some people called themselves Afro Americans, not Africans, but Afro Americans, and they had the pick in their hair and a big Afro hairstyle. I think you, Angela Davis, what you mentioned her name. She came from that movement. You had that, and then you had the Black Panthers came in with a movement. You had the 5%ers came in with a movement. All in during that time when I was a young man, like y'all's age. I remember all of that when all these movements came into existence. And I watched them, of different people, of different beliefs system. And they was here. And I just studied the belief systems. I used I came in contact with a whole lot of people, the 5%ers. I understood what they believed in. I studied with them. I studied with all the black professors, so-called professors that knew was historians that call themselves black. But I hate that word black because we didn't call ourselves black. If you call me black, that was a fight. You only started accepting black when you became black African American. You call somebody black in the 60s and the 50s, you call somebody black, you had to fight, especially when you're in school. You call a person black, you had to run him down if you're in the first and second grade. So I watched, like I said, 4 different worlds, because the world is a school of thoughts. And every 10 years, which is a decade, you got a different school of thoughts. Now, my uncle was gay, and he was a closet gay. You wouldn't know he was gay. He lived to be 91 years old. You never would know he was gay. But now, everybody wants you to know that they miss things. They got that certain wall. And see, and the women that was prostitutes back in the 50s, they didn't want you to know it. They try to keep it on the down low, but the people in the community, if you're from a small town like I'm from, they knew who they were. And it wasn't no homeless people, because I don't remember nobody being homeless, because if you was a wino like my uncle, dad and my grandma, they took care of you. They cut you out, but they took care of you. They didn't let you sleep on the streets or go hungry. You had a place to get some food, although you was a wino. If you was a prostitute, a lady of the night, like my auntie was, my dad's sister, but she had somewhere to live, somewhere to stay. Everybody in town knew what she was, but everybody kept it on the down low. Just like homosexuality was hid. We had plenty. I had 4 teachers at my high school that was gay, but it was on the down low. They looked like men. They didn't dress like they was gay, and they didn't mess with the children. None of these teachers that was gay at our school messed with the children. I know this for a fact. I came through that system. I came through that time. I experienced that as me growing old to get to be 80 years old. See, it's just like my big mama said, you don't get to be 80 years old being a damn fool. Because there's a lot of humps in the ground out there that was wise men, that's young men. And like my daddy used to tell me, he used to say, well, you one of them smart ass Negroes. He say, all the smart Negroes is in the penitentiary. And he say, you know why they in the penitentiary? Greed. He said, they smart. He said, but greed. And that's when I asked him why he quit bootlegging, he say, I done raised y'all. I got plenty of money. He say, if I keep on standing, I'm gonna get by. I never been busted, boy. He stopped in 1970. He say, I never been busted. He say, so I ain't greedy. See, greed gets you in the penitentiary of you being that one word, greed. He taught me that lesson. That was a lesson that he taught me, not to be greedy. If you're doing something illegal, if you got away with it as long as he got away with it, well, you have to have sense enough to know when to stop when you get a certain age. It's just like the things that I used to go to the club, be at the club 7 nights a week. I don't go to the club 7 nights a week. When I go to the club, I go there and do a 1-hour show and get my money and leave. I don't close the clubs down at 2 and 3 o'clock in the morning like I used to do. Eating breakfast at 2 and 3 and 4 o'clock in the morning, or going to another after hour club. We used to have the Green Parrot and plenty of after hour clubs here in Dallas that I used to go to every weekend. I was there. I don't do that no more. On New Year's Eve, me and Butler was laughing about it. New Year's Eve, we was at home because we didn't have no gig. Butler came, the guy I played music with, his health is bad, so we just take certain gigs now. We was at home. We ain't never been at home on New Year's Eve. We been in a club. But why would I go there and I ain't making no money? I can see I stay at home. See, so you have to have a choice to have sense enough to know that some things that you used to do when you was young, you don't do them no more because it's not beneficial. Like, it's not benefit, especially going to a club now. You don't never know when that 20 or 30, I don't go in nowhere a 20 and 30-year-old is, because you don't never know when he is going to start shooting.
Yes, sir.
They had many shootings. They had about 5 or 6 shootings on New Year's here in Dallas and Fort Worth from the youngsters. Killing people, killing 16-year-old people, killing child got killed. He just shooting. See, it's one thing about a gun. I've been around, I was getting my great-grandpa gave me a 22 rifle when I was 7 years old. Guns was all over our house. But we knew how to gun safety. The white boy had a pickup truck with a shotgun and drove it to school every day. He didn't shoot up the classes, not like the white boys doing after 1970. This white boy in my hometown, every last one of them had a pickup truck, most all of them, with a 22 rifle, a baseball bat, and a whoop in the gun rack behind the truck. But you never heard of that white boy shooting up the classroom or nothing like that.
Thank you.
But look now. Look now.
Yeah, we can't say those words too much. I don't want the stream to get shadow banned.
Yeah.
The GUN and the SHOOTING, unfortunately, YouTube. But you're speaking the truth. You're speaking the truth though.
Yeah, I mean that's those are facts. I mean, nobody did that. You can see that every 10 years, the thinking of the people changes.
They dumb down.
Well, sorry, I want to say, I wasn't looking, but Brother Law, I'm sorry you had to drop off. You know, I tried to let the elder go. I can't win for losing. If I would have stopped him, they would have said, why are you cutting him off, Nepal? Because he was really, those are gems he was dropping. That is true. In fact, even just stopping you right there, Elder, I did want to say thank you for joining the panel.
Yeah, because I
Brother-in-law,
only
we're going
got,
on Fabi. What you got?
I only
You only
got,
got what?
I only got, I only, my phone is finna go out.
Before
Okay,
you
how
go
much
out,
longer?
I want to bring up this Saturnalia because
Man,
I
I just
want to
wanted,
drive
I
the
was
point home on what you were trying to say about Satan and Saturn, and I want to bring it home on this. Okay, I want to break.
Real quick. Thank you, Adi Seku, but I think I'm doing okay. He said it takes skill, but you know what? I'm not as good as some, so I appreciate your support. Yeah, it does take skill.
Can I go real quick before the sisters?
Go ahead.
And then on top of the Saturn, you gotta add Venus in there too.
Why? No, we don't. No, you're getting ready to confuse everybody.
No, I'm
We
not.
can't add
Well,
Venus until we
Venus is
find out the
Lucifer and
head.
the bright star of the morning and all that stuff like that.
No, but we're not going to add that in until we find out the foundation of where you guys are talking about. Remember, you're talking about paganism in Europe,
Okay, well,
and I
let me
said it
get
goes
into it.
back to Kemet.
Okay, listen. Okay, paganism.
Thank you, Alpha Nation.
The great brother is on point about paganism, and he's speaking from a point where, like, if
On point
Christianity,
about what? Where's he on point?
okay,
Remember, we're talking about the topic of
yes,
Saturn and Satan and Set.
well, I was speaking on paganism.
Okay, go ahead, and then
So
we can get back to the topic of Set.
he was saying about how Christianity, and he was breaking it down, and the words were, is it Satanism? You know,
He said it's
paganism,
satanic. He said
right?
satanic.
Right. But paganism is a form of what you call like modern day separation or supremacy. You
Is it
know.
satanic? Don't leave that
But
topic. Is it satanic?
Hold on, Paul.
No. I asked you a question. You what? I don't get when you guys. I'm
Okay.
hosting. I asked you a question.
Go
Is it
ahead, go ahead.
satanic? Is it satanic? Yes or no? And you can
But
elaborate.
yes, it is. It all depends on the eyes you looking from. If I'm a Christian and a Muslim, worship different. It's satanic. But that's the separation. That's what I'm trying to tell you. The separation comes from if we have religion, any religion, right? Whatever. You have paganism to split all the religions. You worship the devil. You worship the devil. You worship the devil. Oh, my God is the true God.
Yes. Okay.
So that's where paganism splits. Instead of a Muslim going forth with his tradition and how he worshiped God, or a Christian, here you got paganism. Oh, you worshiping the devil.
Who's saying that? Who's saying
that?
that?
That's the split.
Who's saying that? Who's saying you worship the devil? Who?
I'm talking about that's what paganism is.
Who's saying you worship the devil? Who? Say who who is that?
I'm talking about the word paganism itself.
Okay, but you're saying it splits and they say you worship the devil. Who is saying that? You can do it. Go ahead, spit it out.
Okay,
Who's saying it?
you got Jewish, you got Christianity,
There you go.
you have Muslim, you have
got it. Abrahamic faith.
All Abrahamic faith.
So they're saying paganism is satanic, right?
Yes.
So the elder said paganism is satanic earlier in the stream.
Because that's what they say it is.
No, this is hilarious. You just said Christians. Hold on, Meter. This is why. Oh, listen, Meter. You just said.
Okay.
Paganism is being called satanic by Christians, Judaism, and Muslims, right?
Yes, right.
Okay, so now coming from you, not even going to the elder, is paganism satanic?
It all depends on the lens you look out
See, we
from.
lost him. Damn, I knew this was going to happen. His phone died. All right, thank you, Meter. All right,
Yeah.
so let's move on to Genesis. I hope he can come back
No,
because I was trying to
hold
let
on.
you get through this. What, brother? What do you want to say? What?
Hold
I
on.
wish they could be here when I break this down because I was really trying to like.
No,
Yeah, his
because-
battery was dying. I let Meter come in, and he was saying the thing about paganism,
no,
which we already went over that though.
It's foreign. If I don't believe what you believe is of the devil. Oh man, Christian, to tell you quick, I'll rebuke you in the name of Jesus.
We already, yeah. So paganism is considered satanic, right?
And it's a split. That's what, because if
What do
you
you mean
think
a
about
split? Since we're waiting for him to come back, hopefully he will. Genesis, can you contact him and tell him to come back? If he could charge his phone and come back, we'll hold up for a second. Because I wanted him to close the show out.
it's a split because for the simple fact, Christians, it was a time when Christians and Muslims lived.
Oh my goodness,
And
please don't do that. I just
no,
really, Meter.
if
Come
you
on,
want me to
brother.
be
You
real
gotta rein it in.
split. It's a
Meter.
split. It's a split.
A split of where? Where who? A split where?
It separates. It separates traditions. Paganism
What
separates
traditions
traditions.
of what? Traditions of
All
what?
of the traditions. If I don't believe what you believe, you are of the devil. You're a pagan.
According to Christians, Jews, and Muslims, right?
All of them.
According to
All of them.
Abrahamic faith believers, right?
Well, yeah, even all religions. If I
Okay,
don't believe
according
the
to
way you believe, if I don't
no,
believe the way you believe, you're pagan.
no, only according to Abrahamic faith believers.
It's more than look it up.
I don't have to look it up. We've been talking about it for over 5 hours. So
and then
only I get it. Actually, the elder, unfortunately, his battery died, but he was saying it's a European thing.
and yes, it is.
But
And this is
no, now great, full circle. Now we're back to so full circle. Thank you, Meter. It's not a European thing first. It comes back from the ancient world, even not just talking about Kemet, Hinduism, Sumerian worship, Canaanite worship. There was always all of these. What?
All of it's pagan.
Exactly.
Islam. All of it's pagan.
We already know that, but the point that I'm making is it's not just European.
No,
it goes way back.
No, it's not. It's not just
Okay,
European.
thank you, my friend. Okay, thank you, Meter. All right, Genesis, did you contact him and see if he can charge his phone?
Yeah, he's charging it, but he's saying my phone on 2 need to charge it, so he's only on 2%.
Can you call him and have him close out on the phone call? By any chance? And you can also have him address, you know what I'm saying? Or no,
And then
that was his phone.
one thing else, Nepal, and it's
Yes.
this.
Go
You
ahead.
have more black people that's Christians than any other race.
Okay, what's the point?
You have, hold on, let me get to it. You have more blacks that's Muslims than any other Arab or any other race.
That is
You
not
have-
true at all. That is a lie.
Man,
You just
hey,
lied.
Nepal,
You just
I
told a
cashed
lie.
up
You just told a lie.
Okay, look.
I have love for you,
Hey,
but you lied right there.
From you to me, I cash up you $20.
You don't have to.
No, because we gonna bet. We gonna bet.
He said there's more
Oh,
black
Cash App
people.
20 bucks to keep the show going. If you want to keep it going and keep talking, Cash App her $20 if you want to talk about.
Oh
like,
yeah, you could cash app to Son
you
Netter's
wanna, like,
cash app.
if you want to have more,
I cash up better when I ain't even on the show.
I know. So let me get at this real quick. Because that's cap anyway. That's why I didn't even go into that, Genesis. But let me say this, Meter. You just said there's more black people. You just said there's more black people who are Christians than anyone else in the world. I let you live on that. That was incorrect. And then, no, it's not a fact. It's not a fact.
Okay,
Stop.
go ahead. Okay, let's go ahead.
If you're talking about as far as who's the Christian most Christians, if you put all the Christians together and you look at them, it's not going to say most Christians are black. Okay, and most Muslims are not black.
There's more black people in a tradition as Christian there is any other race.
Are you talking about black people? Or are you trying to include Africans?
I'm talking about all of us.
No, then you know. What do you mean, all of us? You play too much, Meter.
No,
That's why I have love for Meter. That's why I don't let you coming up here. Stop. Africans on the continent of Africa. Hold on. Africans on the continent of Africa are not the same as Black Americans in America. When you say black people,
melanated people. Period.
Oh, melanated. Then I'm done talking, because then you talk about Hindus. There's dark-skinned Hindu people. I mean, Indian people too. Are you talking about dark-skinned Indian? But what about the Aborigines in Australia? Stop it. Stop.
And I'm include them too.
So you're wrong. Anyway, come on, brother.
Man, come on. Paul, you act like I'm coming at you sideways.
No, you're not coming at me sideways, but you be talking crazy sometimes. And I let you, I like it. Crazy. I'm here for it. Wait, I shouldn't say talking crazy. That's my opinion and it's rude. Meter, you and I'm just one person. Some people might be like, most people might be agreeing with you, but you just going on and you're not saying what is factual, but it's all good. Your opinion is that black people are okay.
I said
can
we
she please get the definition of Set, or do you want to get in touch with the elder or not, Genesis?
I already have it up. Oh, I thought it was up already. I'm sorry, my bad.
But I'm saying, do you want to get the elder back on? Because we're just going to close out.
No, I want to to break this down real quick and then.
Oh, I thought you said you wanted him to be here. Okay, I'm good.
I did. I've been trying to, but he only had 2%. So let me try.
Yeah, damn. We got to bring him back. I like bringing him on because one thing about him, see how I just did that with Meter? Meter probably going to be in his feelings, not show up for another 2 months. The elder, he could take the smoke. He takes a licking and keeps on ticking.
We do this all the time, Paul. You know that.
I know. I'm just kidding. You're my homie. You're my.
With you and I disagree with you, and we do this.
Yeah, I know. Okay, let me get her. Thank you for that, Meter. You're a real one. All right. Shout out to the people who stuck with us. I see you. Let me screen share what Genesis is trying to screen share because she's got Meter. You can probably address what she's about to say about Set. Go ahead. It's shared. I shared it.
Because we're saying Set. Now, Set and Saturn are not connected. Period. So if you actually go back into what the elder was saying, he said Satan, he said Saturn. If you go back and listen to what he was saying, he didn't go into it. You know, I mean, let's give him grace, right? But Saturn, the Roman god planet of agriculture, wealth and time, identified with the Greek Chronos, known for eating his children. So there was a mythological merging as Christianity grew. Pagan gods like Saturn were often reinterpreted as demons, linking Saturn's darker mythological aspects like Chronos, eating children, to the devil. So then in astrology, Saturn's association with discipline, limitation, endings like the end of time, and sometimes fear in astrology aligns with symbolically Satan's role as tempter or tester, okay? Visual and symbolic overlaps. The devil in tarot is linked to Capricorn, Saturn/Saturn, like Capricorn is Saturn. The black cube is linked to Saturn and sometimes Satan. The number 666 appeals in some Babylonian systems for Saturn. All right, so and that's according to Discord thread. There's a Medium post. Y'all can look that up. All right. So the Bible doesn't directly link them and everything. So let's go into Saturnalia, because I wanted to really get into this. So he was talking about the pagan holidays and how people are practicing pagan holidays. Saturnalia held in mid-December, ancient Roman pagan. So what happened is that there were people outside of the actual Roman, like the church, right? They were living outside of that. And they had like celebrations called Saturnalia, and they would give gifts and party and this, that, the other. And what time was it? Right around the same time as Christianity. So some people will say that this was the original, like the Christian, because Jesus Christ was not supposedly born at the same time, but they used Saturnalia to represent the Christ and his birthday, and that's where that whole murkiness of the paganistic holiday of Saturnalia and Christianity comes into play. And so what I think is that what I believe what he was trying to do is connect these things, right? Saturn, as far as the planet, Saturday, as far as the time when even the Hebrews find their Sabbath, because he said that is their Shabbat on Saturday. He talked about Saturn, the black box, the whole thing, you know. And there is such thing that the black box represents Saturn. And then when you actually get into certain aspects of Judaism, you'll see that, well, not like the white Judaism, they'll have like a black box on their head, and when they're doing certain ceremonies, they'll wear that black box on their head that represents Saturn. And then also, like I said, their Shabbat is on Saturday. So that's what I believe that he was trying to get across, and I'll land my plane with that. So.
Great. Let me address what you just said. Okay, first off, Saturn, yes, is a Roman god. When we're talking about Kronos, that's a Greek god. So if you're gonna just do the surface level and compare them, then it'll say, yeah, it's related to the Roman god of agriculture. There was a lot mixed in there. You can even find information. So let me get back to what I said, which I'm going to be very clear. People may not like what I say, but I like to try to be as clear as possible, whether you think it's wrong or not. We were discussing people saying European, European, European. I made the assertion that before it was European, before it was Greek, before it was Roman, it was Kemetic, and it goes back to the ancient lands, Kemet. Before even that, we could argue Sumerian. Right. There is an adversary in Kemet named Set who is linked to Cronus because Cronus is the father of Typhon. Typhon is more specifically linked to Set and the Israelites even.
That's after right?
Okay, I'm just getting my whole thought out, and then I'll answer that. Set is a serpentine. I'm sorry, excuse me. I was mixing them up. Typhon is a serpentine god, a desert god that was a god of chaos and adversarial, like basically the desert god of the Hyksos. I'm not going to say the Israelites. I'll say the Hyksos. The Hyksos worshipped Set. Typhon and Set are the same. They're synonymous. They're equal in a sense. Now, my point is, Set,
a male or a female deity. Set
is in this vein is a male deity in this context of this conversation.
Planet Saturn.
Okay, I'm getting there. I know. I'm just trying to get it all out. So you said what you said. Set is associated with Satan in the idea, if we're talking about Hebrew, of being an adversary of the people. Did Set get worshipped? Was Set a benevolent in some stories, in some Kemetic stories, of course. But I'm saying in general, Set is the adversary. When Set is fighting a pep with on the bark, that's not what I'm talking about. On the boat with all the gods, and he's on the side of them. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about Set known as a known adversary in Kemetic mythology or in the Metanetter, like in different stories. We know this.
Like the end of times, though, or like
Set and Typhon. Set and Typhon, which is Greek, are that Set is the prototype of Typhon. Typhon is like Satan.
So
and then getting to when we get to Saturn, because that's a Roman god now, but it just so happens that Saturn is a lot of things that you hear about when you're talking about the Tephilim. I think it's called with the black box. a lot of that goes back to the representation of Satan, not just as the adversary, but more of going back to like when Set was not seen as completely evil, like Baal, I forgot what it's called, but in the Kabbalah, they talk about certain things like that. So my point is, before it was Saturn, before it was Kronos, before it was Typhon, before it was European, it was Kemetic, and even we can even argue that it was Asiatic. It was in that region of the land. It didn't start in Europe. That's what I'm making a point of about the idea of Satan as the bad guy. You get it now? No, thank you.
So, DePaul, you think
break up
Typhonians? So Typhonians, the
aspect of
Typhonians was before Kemet or
I
after
can't hear.
Kemet?
What did you say?
The Typhonians was before or after the people of Kemet?
Typhon is Greek. It's after
No,
Kemet.
I'm talking about the Typhonians as a people.
I don't know what Typhon. Maybe I'm just confused. Typhonians? I don't know that. I don't know everything.
That's what you said. Typhon.
Yeah,
Typhonian.
I don't know what a Typhonian is. I'm assuming you're saying people who follow Typhon, the followers of the god Typhon.
Yeah, Typhon.
Okay.
The Typhonians. Are they before or after Kemet?
Obviously, if their god is after Kemet, then they are after.
Well, but then Typhon is if I'm mistaken, is it of the dragon?
Dragon Typhon is a serpent-like deity.
Right.
So okay.
It's of the dragon. And the Typhonians were considered melanated people.
What is the point,
And
Meter? Why are you going there? Why?
I'm just asking you. I'm just because
Brother.
the way you broke the history down as far as Kemet, Typhonians, and the Greeks and stuff like that. I'm just asking you a question. I'm not trying to press you or nothing.
No, you're not pressuring me. But if they're Greek, whether they're white or not, they came after. We were talking about Europeans. They came after Kemet.
But the Typhonians, from my understanding, and were melanated people, and they was of the dragon. But you got two different.
Maybe. Let me just look it up. Do you have a date?
I don't know how. I can't, not offhand. I have to go look it up.
Okay.
You have three different dragons.
Oh,
you know
my
what I'm
Lord.
saying?
No.
No. All right. Okay. Continue.
So I have one more point I want to discuss really quick about Ephah and break down like the aspect of the difference between polytheism and the theism of Ephah. Because I know you say like that, or even like the whole aspect of Ephah being anywhere near paganism. So I want to break that whole thing down as well.
Okay, first off, yes, that was and paganism is according to the actual definition, right? We're not just saying like how we feel. It's the definition. We're talking when we discuss paganism,
right.
Correct?
Okay, right. I'm gonna so I
outside of Abrahamic faith.
Okay.
Okay.
So you said outside of pagan. I'm outside of Abrahamic faith. I'm gonna skip this part, right? Because it's going to break down that Christianity is the thing that brought forth the whole aspect of what paganism is. Okay, let's go into Ephah is not sorry, my bad. I thought are you showing? Okay, Ephah is not polytheism in the pagan sense. A key trait of European paganism would be multiple gods competing or ruling independently, like Zeus, Thor, Odin, etc. Ephah theology is different.
What are you reading from? Where are you reading from? Google?
I'm reading from Chat GPT.
Okay, Chat GPT, got it. Okay.
It's okay.
No, actually it's not. But I mean, because it's kind
It
of like
is.
late, and you need to get some specific sources, because when you're sitting here
Well,
saying
no,
Esau is
I'm
not
saying this.
paganism, paganism is outside of Christianity, Judaism, and Muslim.
I'm
Full
going
stop.
to
Full
listen. This is
stop.
breaking it down. Like, just let me break it down, okay? So, and this is actually when I read this, is actually made because one thing about when you are really do your AI and you begin to like it begins to like find more information based on what you. This is another thing. Never mind. But bottom line is because I do a lot of work with my AI and it does like it finds the information. So just give me a second. So Olodumare Olorun is a singular supreme transcendent source. Orisha are forces, principles, and intelligences, not rival God. So in order for them to be pagan, they would have to be God separate from the original source. They do not exist independently of Olodumare. So the structure is closer to, I would say, Kabbalistic Sephiroth. If you know what Kabbalistic Sephiroth is, that is where you get the 10 divine emanations or attributes through which the infinite God Ein Sof interacts with and creates the finite universe in Jewish mysticism. Right? So it's not the same thing as paganism where you have individual emanations of God that are like, no, individual gods that are like existing separate from the original source. Do you understand what I'm saying?
But the word paganism literally means anything outside of Abrahamic faith worship. Any god.
Actually, the pagans were outside of in Europe. It does not mean that it goes past. I don't think that paganism label goes anywhere outside of that Roman Catholic understanding of the church of that time in Europe, because those were the pagans. Pagans are not pagan is a European term to describe European people that had specific deities of, like, the gods and goddesses of Greco-Roman time. Not the same thing as people in Yoruba that are way in West Africa that these people don't even probably even know about.
Okay, see, this is the thing. It doesn't matter if they're in Europe or not. The definition of pagan, I'm telling you, this is what I mean by some of us are still stuck in the Christian mindset that if you say pagan, you're saying something evil. Even the elder who I loved having on here, I love having Genesis on, Meter, but if you listen, what is wrong with pagan? Because it's their definition, whether you want to get around it or not. I don't like that they are, obviously we see the agenda, like pagan means you're evil. But in reality, pagan is only thing pagan is that it's outside of Abrahamic faith. It's outside of it. So Ifa, Hinduism, Buddhism, Sufism. Well, no, sorry, not Sufism, because that's Islam. My bad. Zoroastrianism. Anything that's outside of Abrahamic faith is considered paganism. It's just that's
so but here's the thing. Ifa is not a religion.
Doesn't have to be a religion. You believe in a set of gods and traditions and rituals.
Hold on.
But the part you saying the same thing. But
No,
you saying
definition of paganism is a religion other than one of the main world religions, simply non-Christian or pre-Christian religion. Ifa is not a religion.
paganism.
Okay, well, you're gonna make me go into it is a religion, because it is. So it may not have it may not be dogmatic. It may not be dogmatic
Ifa is a divination system. Everybody gets it freaked up.
Well,
Ifa is a religion. Now, Isheshe might be a religion. Ifa is a divination system. So, okay, imagine I put you through a CAT scan, all right, and I give you a diagnosis. Is that a religion or is that a CAT scan?
What? That is not a good example.
It's a 100%. It's a 100%.
Hey, sis.
Ifa is a system of diagnosis. Period.
Okay, well, he wants to say something, but before he does, You know what, Genesis? You know how
Israelite.
you like to do
How many
chat?
times
Hold
I
on,
tell
meter.
y'all that EFI
Listen,
is not a religion? People
you already
still,
said that.
yeah, y'all still keep saying EFI.
No, but you like to get Chat GPT. Everybody, just quick.
I'm off ChatGPT.
No, why are you cutting me off? Why are you talking over me? Stop, please don't do that.
I'm off ChatGPT.
Don't do that, Genesis. I'm going to hand the mic back over, but I'm getting ready to make a point, and you know what I'm about to do. Since she likes to do Chat GPT, just go to Chat GPT and enter, is EFI a religion? Copilot, your friend ChatGPT says it's considered a religion. EFI is considered a religion, often referred to as Yoruba traditional religion, and is one of the oldest religions in West Africa. It is primarily practiced by the Yoruba people and encompasses a divination system along with various beliefs and practices. That's a religion. But see, I was going to let you live on that. Because I said, okay, maybe you say it's not a religion, but it is a religion. Let's get back to paganism. Paganism is anything. Paganism is any belief. I'm going to hand it over to you. I'm parking. Paganism, according to the dictionary, according to ChatGPT, paganism is any religion or any belief system that is outside of the belief in Abrahamic God. That's it.
That's what exactly. That's what I've been saying the whole time. That's what paganism
All right, let me let her respond. Meter, go ahead, respond, Genesis.
You don't believe like I believe, you a pagan. And it's foreign. You're a foreign people. You're a foreign religion.
Okay, let me go ahead and delete. Nobody should be getting disrespected.
You could be pagan to somebody worshiping Islam, any doctrine. You a pagan to them, and I'm a pagan to you. And then what do paganisms do? It do a split in between all the doctrines, so we can look at each other and we can go to war and kill in the name of God, and we supposed to be believing in the higher power.
Okay, Meter, let's let it. We're going on almost 6 hours. Genesis, come on in and respond to what I read. Because I get what you're saying, but remember, Genesis, I'm not disrespecting your belief system, but I'm saying in this conversation, no, but I want to say this, in this conversation, Genesis, it is a religion. If we're talking about paganism and we're trying to read the definition of paganism, we cannot exclude, especially an African religion. The colonizer was focusing on us, an African belief system that they definitely were calling it paganism.
EFA is not a religion. First of all, let's get it straight. Everybody keeps saying it's not a religion. EFA is we're gonna do ChatGPT. EFA is a knowledge system, not a nature worship cult. European paganism often emphasized seasonal fertility rites, personified nature deity, ritual without a unified epistemology, right? EFA is fundamentally different. EFA is an epistemological system built on Odu E5. 256 mathematical linguistic combinations used for ethics, medicine, for psychology, governance, destiny alignment, conflict resolution. E5 functions like a library, a moral code, a decision science, a philosophy of causality. Calling that pagan is like calling Greek philosophy pagan superstition. E5 has a moral law, pagan system often did not. Core E5 ethic, Iwapele, good character. E5 teaches consequences of actions, moral responsibility, accountability before destiny. Ayanwo, repair through sacrifice. Ebo, there's no salvation through belief alone. You are judged by behavior, not declarations. That alone disqualifies the pagan label. All right, Ifa is monistic, not dualistic. Okay, Christian worldview, God versus Satan, good versus evil, heaven versus hell. Many pagan systems, competing divine factions. Ifa, complementarity, not cosmic war. No devil, no eternal damnation. Disorders and balance, not evil essence. This aligns more with Taoism, Advaita Vedanta, indigenous American cosmologies. Paganism relies on mythic conflict. E5 relies on cosmic balance. E5 predates the pagan label entirely. Ifa existed before Christianity entered the West Africa, before Latin, Roman theology, before world pagan ever existed. You cannot retroactively apply a Christian insult to an African system that predates it. That's not classification, that's colonial rewriting. This man, shouts out to my AI.
So let now,
And
now are you, are you
Basically,
done, Meter? Let her finish. Are you
not
done?
be controlled by a church, could not be centralized, empower local authority, produce intellectual autonomy, undermine missionary dominance. So it had to be demonized, infantilized, renamed. Pagan was a weapon, not an analysis. Bottom line, Yoruba Ifa is not paganism because it is monotheistic at its source, philosophical, not mythic, ethical, not ritualistic, epistemological, not superstition, pre-Christian, not pre-colonial, based on balance, not divine warfare. Calling Ifa pagan says more about European theology than African reality.
Okay, stop right
paganism.
there. You're done. No, Meter. No, Meter. I don't want to kick you off the stage. Stop. Stop. You just right there, even at the last of that, you said it. Everybody listen. You notice it said it's not pagan. Did everyone hear her say the reason why? Now I'm going to ask her to read that if she won't start going over it over and over again. I want you to quickly read that part where it says it cannot be called pagan. Why can't it be called pagan in your reading? What did it say, Genesis? Why can't it be called pagan? What was what you said at the end? Because what?
Hold on, let's go.
Ifa cannot be called pagan. Why? According to that Google.
Because it's monotheistic at its source.
Stop right there. Everyone. Abrahamic faith is monotheistic. That is the foundation of it. So even with her source, she cut herself because Ifa is not monotheistic. Why are you talking over me? I let you go. Don't do that. Don't do that, please. I'm gonna let you have the mic back, but you just said it. We already know Ifa is not monotheistic because it's not dogmatic anyway. It doesn't have, you must worship this one God. And if you talk to other gods, I will kill you. So right there, that is incorrect, or not actually incorrect. You use your source to make a point that they're saying, according to that definition, it's monotheistic, so it can't be pagan. So it's saying that paganism is polytheistic. Ifa is definitely polytheistic. Now, there's Orishas, right? I don't know. You know it better than me. There's different names for it, so I don't know, but I know there's several gods. Now, you said it's the same as Taoism. Taoism is also religion. The thing is, it's not dogmatic. It's not death and doom if you don't worship this God. But there's a set of rules and traditions and rituals. When I say rules, I mean rituals, tenets for you to live by. And Ifa has that. You just said it yourself. Ifa shows you how to live. It gives you rituals. You contact this God, you contact that God. That, my friend, is a religion in essence. Religion teaches morals. Religion is a lifestyle. It tells you how to live. People who teach Torah can argue the same thing, saying, oh, even though they're that's the dogmatic Abrahamic religions. If you say, oh, but this is how we should live our lives, and these are the morals. So even though you want to say it's not a religion, because for some reason you want to separate yourself from religion, it is a religion. Because there are gods, there's worship, there's rules, there's tenets that you have to follow. There's things you must do to say, I am an Ifa what? Priest. An Ifa what? Priestess. Okay, it's a worship system. And the word religion is so broad, just like pagan and just like consciousness. But we know in essence that it is not just something like, well, just do what you want. You want to do Ifa? Because if I come in talking about, okay, I'm an Ifa priestess today, they'll be like, oh, did you do this? Did you do that? Did you do this ritual? Did you go through this? Did you say this? Did you contact this God? It's a religion. It's a religion. So I'm going to say this again. ChatGPT will give you what you want, because obviously, you know, they know you are a definitely, I respect you as an Ifa priestess, so they're going to give you what you need. But when I look up Ifa for my end, it just tells me the truth. It's a religion. So we could do ChatGPT, or we could just sit back and just analyze it. Are there gods? Check. That's the first thing you
No,
need
they're
for a
not
religion.
gods. Orisha are not gods.
Oh, I'm sorry. Excuse me. Are there heavenly spiritual beings?
Orisha
Energy.
are king you, ma'am.
Are there energies? Whatever
No,
you call them. I'm not
they're
trying to be
gods.
disrespectful.
No.
What are they?
Listen,
What are they? Are they energies? Wait,
Orisha,
are they beings that exist outside of this realm?
no, they exist within you.
Okay, and what are they? What are they? Are they spirits? Are they
Vibration.
spirits? Wait a minute. Are they spirits? Are they spirits?
From God.
Are they spirits?
Vibration.
Same thing as angels or the
Are they
separate.
spirits? Just yes or no. Are they spirits?
They are the owner of your. They are part of your body. They're a part of.
Are they spirits though? Are they
I
spirits?
don't know. Like, what is the definition of a spirit?
From what? Okay, so we're gonna play games. We know they're spirits.
No, they're not. They're more like an angel or like a Christian archangels or
That's his religion.
the Kabbalistic Sephiroth. They're not like an angel.
Oh, they're separate. Now they're Sephira.
Yes.
Wait. So wait, hold on.
Isn't the Sephiroth part of your body?
Wait a minute. You're talking. You're saying. I'm just going to ask you. So Baba Legba is just like beauty in the Sephira.
Baba
Or does he do? Or does he? Hold on. Or does he actually do actions? Does he actually do an action toward people and receive types of offerings? Does he receive offerings? Because you don't do offerings to you don't do offerings to the Sephira.
These things are things that people do to enact a vibration within themselves. So here's the thing. You think that this thing, that there's like a being that's going out based on you giving an offering that's going out and doing. No, it's you.
I don't think anything. I'm saying that you said that they're not spirits.
Listen, all the things in you, just like the hold on, just like.
Do you go outside yourself?
Wait, what's going on? Wait, hold on.
People outside yourself.
Senator, why are you doing that? Why are you coming in into my show?
Hey, Nepal.
Yes.
You realize you've been up here close to 6 hours.
And we're doing great. We're talking. We're almost over. We're talking about something important
from the people, not one.
I know. I can't make the people donate, honey. I don't do that. So
come on, let's go, baby.
No, I'm not done. We're doing a show. Why do you come in front of the whole world and try to end my show?
Someone gave her $5.
Close out, baby.
I'm gonna close out after we finish this conversation, honey. Thank you. There's 186 people in here watching,
and not one donation.
I know, but that happens with you a lot. Hold on, Genesis.
No, it don't.
Sonetter, I'm about to end my show, but I just want to finish this up. I don't understand why you came in.
We should do another show about this.
No, we are, but I'm Sonetter. Thank you. I'm gonna. This is my show. You don't do that to Apostle or you or anything. I don't get it. Why are you doing
this? Yes, I do. Ask Apostle.
Okay, let me finish having this conversation with her. Everybody's seeing you do this, and it's gonna look bad. Can I finish this? It's only going to take a couple of minutes. Why are you coming in here and stopping this?
Who cares?
I don't care. Okay, please don't ruin the show.
Donate. Who cares?
It was a great show. Okay, please, God. Why, Jesus? You say you don't want me. Come on, stop. Now, Genesis, I'm ending the show, Sonator. You can go ahead. I'm going to end it in 3 minutes. Go ahead. I'll end it, honey. Thank you. I'm ending the show. Now, let me just get back to what Genesis. The Kabbalah with the Sephirah, that is not the same as an actual, what do you call them again? Orisha. The Kabbalah, when you're talking about beauty, for instance, in the Sephirah, that is like how do you say? It's an attribute. It's an attribute to something.
Is that in beauty in the Sephirah? That's the yellow. That's color yellow.
But it's not but in the Sephirah, it's not an actual spirit.
Well, no, it's
that you worship.
It's not a spirit. You're missing.
So people don't put offerings to Baba Legba.
Well, they do. Yeah, they do. And
thank you. Okay, you don't do that with the Sephirah, so stop.
Okay, so what I'm saying, so that just because one tradition does it one way does not mean that it's not.
But you tried to say that they're not spirits. They are spirits. They are.
No, listen. Oshun is a vibration of energy. Like
is Oshun a female spirit? Is she a female? Is she a female Orisha?
It has a feminine aspect.
Does she have a story where she has children and she cries and she goes to the old river?
All those are stories meant to make a point. That's the part.
So she's anthropomorphized. You don't anthropomorphize the Sephirah. You don't. So there.
So, okay, so bottom line is that in African spirituality, they have songs to represent those aspects of the Odu Ifa, and the whole Odu Ifa is breaking down all of those Orisha, which are really aspects of the body, aspects of like your whole life, whatever was going on, and those things can break you down and explain what's going on all like aspects of life. Not just it's not a spirit. It's like, listen, Oshun represents the blood running through your body.
You keep on, you know what's sad is that you're being disingenuous and misleading. On another stream, you will say, so you don't think these individual Orishas are actually who they are. You don't think that you're saying they're just an aspect. They're not actually existing in a realm where they are actual spirit.
Not. They are part of each individual has Orisha within them.
So
you have all the Orisha within you. You have Yemoya, you have Oshun.
So what about Yemoya?
If you actually go, okay, Yemoya is the ocean, right?
The ocean, yeah. So are you saying that she's not an actual Orisha?
Listen, salt water.
This is crazy.
No,
this is crazy.
Hold on.
A whole like debate with whatever his name is from the Hebrew Israelites, not broke down the entire Orisha and how they represent the body and different functions of the body. And you were the person that was actually there during the debate. It's crazy that you don't even remember how I broke down.
I know I do remember, but what do you want me to? I didn't add my opinion.
Outside of the body when I explained.
No, Meter. You hold on, Meter. No.
Body and human function and are really representative of aspects of the body, and that all the Orisha live within you. And really, the Odu Ifa is just a diagnosis tool to tell you, based on the Orisha, what is going on to you physically, mentally, from a community standpoint. And then the microcosm actually represents the macrocosm, and everything that is happening to you is also happening outside of your world. And so that's why the Ifa is actually like how they use the diagnosis. You know, that's bottom line.
I'm about to end this show and show you all something. So Genesis, you know what? We got to talk about this some other time, because here's a quick Google. You said a lot, but we know.
On my channel, and I'm a counter it.
Yeah, you can do that. That's fine. But I'm a be clear.
I welcome you to come to my channel to have this discussion. You can.
If I can, you know, the boss is telling me I have to talk to him. But hold on. All right. Deities in the Yoruba religion. Even a Google search, y'all.
What the hell does that mean? That means that someone made a deities
in the Yoruba religion. Deities in the Yoruba religion, y'all. Let's see. Orishas are deities, gods, in the Yoruba religion, believed to exist as gods or divine spirits. They play a crucial role in mediating between the human and spiritual worlds, and their worship is integral to the Yoruba culture and diaspora. Orishas are often associated with various, like she's saying, natural forces, and are seen as messengers of, like the angels, of the supreme creator, that's a god, Oludumare. Each Orisha has unique attributes and is believed to influence different aspects of life, such as nature, healing, and warfare. The worship of Orishas includes rituals, music, and offerings. That's not like the Sephirah. And they are revered, that's worshipped or praised, for their wisdom and guidance in various aspects of life. So it says that they are deities. It says the Yoruba is a religion.
Whoever the hell said that, who cares who said it?
It says that they're spirits. Well, you're the one that relies on ChatGPT, my love.
Oh, no. I just use that to like make my point plain. It don't mean that I'm only relying on that. I know when ChatGPT explained it, it actually explained it better than I could, and I use that. It does not mean that that I use that as the source of my information. Well, okay. It just helped me to explain it in a better way than I could, in a quicker way. Like, that does not mean that I'm using it as the source of like why I would say something. Now you're saying that this person said that Yoruba, that the actual Orisha are just only deities, and no, they are not. They are forces of nature They are forces within your body. They are way more. So you could just play She Got Cooked or whatever. I don't care.
Yeah, Genesis, because you tried to say they're not.
No, ma'am. No, ma'am. You know, it's okay.
You know I love you, but you did get cooked because you said they're not spirits.
Oh, no, I didn't.
They're not spirits. But I would like to hear you try to we could definitely have a conversation.
I can break down the whole thing.
It's a little late right now. We can do it early.
No, maybe another time, but we're not fixing to only that's the you ever heard what's his name? What's that one guy? He said, Oshun. He said, I'll tell Oshun this, that, the other, right? I forget what his name was. He was a real well-known
Lady Care and Afro Nation.
And so the bottom line is because that all of the Orisha are a part of you.
Why don't you want them to be God? So it's weird how y'all are like not wanting them to be pagan. Not like if you really are getting away from Christianity and these definitions and these programs, why do you have a problem with them being pagan? Why do you have a problem with them being gods? Like it's weird.
No,
that's what it goes back to being separation.
I'm not going to give the Orisha, the Ori, the head owner, the Orisha, the actual name of that is not like a god.
Okay, they ask Oludumare created the earth. Isn't that a type of god? A god?
Yeah, I would say Oludumare is the closest thing that we have in the Yoruba pantheon as God.
I gotta drop her a bomb, y'all.
And I said that. If you actually listen to what I said,
I heard you say they're not God.
I didn't say that. I said that.
You said they're not.
Oludumare is not an Orisha.
Peace meter.
No.
Okay, Genesis. I'm gonna stop sharing this.
Oludumare, singular, supreme, transcendent source. I said that. If you go back and listen to
a singular transcendent source, also known as
God. We only believe in one God, Oludumare. The Orisha are just forces, not rival gods, and they do not exist independently of God in Oludumare. So Oshun does not exist independently of Oludumare. Just like Gabriel don't exist independently of Yahweh. But it's okay. You believe what you can continue to like say whatever, blah blah blah. But I'm just saying is that you guys can believe what you want to believe, but like I said, the Orisha are functions of the body. When you get a reading from a Ifa priest, it's pretty much a reading of your entire essence, and then they give you a reading back based on the Orisha because each Orisha represents a different part of your body. Period. Shango, your sacral chakra. Oshun, the heart chakra. All these different things. You know what I'm saying? Yemoya, blue. They all have the colors. Oshun, yellow. Shango, red. Yemoya, blue. You have green.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
I wanted to.
Can you hear me?
Mm-hmm.
You can hear me, right?
I can hear you now. I couldn't hear you. You were saying something.
Okay, great. Yeah, I had the wrong. Okay, so I'm going to close this out. Meter, Sonnetter is backstage. I don't have any control over what's going on with the controls and you being on the panel, but thank you for being in. Sonnetter wants me to close this down. We'll have this conversation prime time so we can talk about this more because, I mean, they're gods to people who don't practice it, I suppose, but I would say that they are definitely spirits to people who do practice it. From what I've heard, it's a spiritual. It's
is your blood a spirit?
There is my blood, my literal flesh,
blood.
like the actual bilirubin. I said bilirubin. The actual I said bilirubin. I'm talking about the liver, y'all. I'm tired. No, are you talking about the actual blood in my veins?
In your veins, is it a spirit?
What do you mean? Is my blood a spirit?
It's a pretty.
If I'm not talking about Bible and philosophy and all this Christianity and divination stuff, no, blood is not a spirit. If I'm just talking about, if I'm a doctor in a hospital or I'm a phlebotomist drawing your blood, I'm not drawing your spirit. I'm drawing out your actual red blood cells and white blood cells and all of the plasma, everything that's making up your blood.
What happens
if
you took all the blood out of a person? What would happen to them?
No, you asked me if my blood is, are you trying to tell me that literally, biologically, Ifa is saying that the Orishas are biologically real, my blood?
That each Orisha is connected to a bodily function.
Oh my gosh. Okay. And that has nothing to do with actual biology.
And not only that, it also connects with an herb that actually can heal certain problems within that bodily function. So it's
that's the same in Hinduism. It's called Ayurvedic.
Well, it's the same thing in Africa.
And that's a religion.
In Yoruba tradition, it's the same. No, it's a way of life. Ayurvedic, Ifa, whatever you want to call it, it's the same thing. So what happens is you get a reading. That reading leads to a diagnosis. That diagnosis leads to like not only like what might be even wrong with you. I get told, hey, listen, go.
It's still a religion and it's still a belief.
It's not a religion.
Even if it works, it's still a religion. Yes, it is. It's a belief system where you're saying the gods are doing it.
So if you go to the doctor and the doctor diagnoses you based on a CAT scan, is that a religion?
The doctor diagnoses me based on a CAT scan because the doctor can see what's actually going on in my body.
Okay, well, before there were CAT scans, this is what they did. So is that a religion though?
Okay, no, it's a religion because it was still a belief that something was going on in the body. Now they can actually look.
Or maybe that before we had all this modern technology, this was the way that they diagnosed problems mentally, physically, psychologically, communally, due to readings. Ifa is just a diagnosis system. That's all it is. People think that Ifa is a religion. Ifa is just a divination system. It's not
okay. Oh, it is? Divination literally means contact when you're doing divination, you're contacting spirits.
No, you're not. Now listen. When you do a divination in Ifa, it's a mathematical
so now divination doesn't mean contacting or dealing with spirits.
Listen, the only thing that happens is that they sing a certain they do a certain ritual, and based on the number that comes out equals out to a certain Odu, and just like you would do a search engine. If I type into a search engine, do you know what's happening? Is that I type in something, zeros and ones are being typed in based on what I are typing in to that text, that little form, and then it goes out into a database, and based on what comes up in that database, I get a result spit back at me. That's what Ifa is doing.
But that's still not.
There are 200. Listen.
Oh my goodness!
When a Babalawo does a reading, it's not because a spirit told them. It's because the number came up, and this is the Odu. They came up based on.
Who gave him that? Where did he get the numbers from?
The numbers came up from the Odu Ifa.
What's the Odu Ifa? What is the Odu Ifa literally? The Council of Gods, right?
No, it's a numerical system. How many times?
Tanya, I'm ending it. You don't have to do that. I just wanted to make it clear that.
Listen, we need to I will go back.
You're comparing a CAT scan to somebody going to the village priest and saying, "Look, what's wrong? I feel from the spirits because I'm divining."
There's no spirit. It's a number that comes out, and the number comes out is equal to a words, and the words that are said is based on an Orisha.
Where are they coming from? Where are these numbers coming from?
That came from Ifa. That is what Ifa is.
Where? Because I know a CAT scan. They're actually listen to me. A CAT scan is actually a reading. It's a visual. You can visualize. See, you're not. Why are you cutting me off? There's a device. There's a device that lets people see into the body of another person through CAT scan radiation. Wait, from radiation radiation imaging, and then they have MRIs with magnetic imaging. We can actually look inside. We're not guessing or throwing some dice, and I'm trying to be disparaging, but it's like, you're like, I want to know, where are they getting the information from when they do the draw the lots? Where is it coming from when they draw the lots? What information? Where's the information coming from? Who? The spirits. That's who. Because I got to close this out. But Sonetta ready to shut this down, but I think Nepal versus DJ Genesis
when you roll dice
on the horizon. Everyone would pay for that. Thank you very much.
It lands on a number. Where's it coming from?
Exactly. It's coming from it's like, what is it, ratios, or it's just by chance.
Okay.
In math, I forgot what it's called. My daughter knows math really well. Well, it's called something in math when God, I used to know it. I'm horrible.
The dice is what is a divination tool?
I'm closing it down right now, son.
You know that when they actually throw up during the football game and they throw what they say, heads or tails, that's actually a divination practice. See, the thing is that people don't even understand what divination really is, but they will try to make it into a religious practice, but it's happening all over the world. And what they're doing, they're going to a casino and throwing dice, but they're really divining, and a result is coming out, and that result equals a number, and whether they can either guess what that number could be based on whatever thing, that's divination pretty much. But it's okay. We can have that conversation another time. Shouts out to Sonetta. Thank you so much for the time that we've had here.
Yeah. I was just asking my child, because she's a math genius. It's called, I think it's probability, like when you roll the dice, and how the chance that you will get a certain number depending on how many sides are in the die. Like there's 6 sides to the die. So you rolling it, it's like 1 out of 6 chances that it would show up 1. Or
what happens is that, okay, when you have 4 different 4 things on each side that have either a 1 or 2 on this is the first binary system, right? So you have
no, Genesis, I don't want to cut you off, because I hate for Sonetta to just cut this off. No, this is the thing. I get it. And I'm sorry.
Break it down, but I might go on my channel and break it down, because I don't
I want you to do that, and I'm going to listen in, but we'll have this conversation again about religion. Shout out to Reverend Whoopass. Wow. He was doing great. Genesis, thank you so much. Meter, who else joined that was talking to us a lot? Dang. Brother Law. Was there somebody else? Somebody else came in. Meter came in. Meter. We have love for Meter. Meter just be Nepal not ready for DJ Genesis. Let me put this up so you can see. Yeah, I'm not ready for DJ Genesis. You're right. I'm not ready for Genesis. Reminds me of my brother, Elder Yara. They be talking, knowing they wrong, and just talking about all the facts. I'm just kidding. No, I'm not kidding.
Same thing to you, Genesis. Look, Gemini sister.
Okay, yes.
Having Gemini, the Gemini moment.
That's right. I'm gonna let you have the last word.
Evil twin, evil twin. I guess we evil then. Evil twin, evil twin. You're a song like that.
That's right. Evil twin. Yeah, you're not my evil twin. I wouldn't call you evil, because evil is relative to them. And evil is not paganism. I want to leave it on that. Shout out to Reverend Whoopass. We got to bring him back. Genesis. Sonetta, you play the song, because I can't. Sonetta has a new song. Oh, he's calling the women out of the Bible, but it's a good song. I want you to listen to it, Genesis. Sonetta, you got to play it. You got to play it. I don't have it. So let me see if I can find it. It's a new song he has, y'all. And it's R&B, and it's really good, but it's hilarious. It's like, the part that I like is like, especially Paul. was crazy. Yeah. But let me get it. Here it is. All right, peace. Listen to the song.
That is for my sisters trapped in religion. Wake up and free the babies. So let us speak the truth, he's on a mission. The house of consciousness, the final call. Will you Bible thumpers wake up? Bible like a lantern in the night, trying to wake up my sister. True light, the house is closing in, it's a total mess. You ignore my wisdom, the ultimate test. Step inside the HOK, it's the toughest terrain, where the truth hits hard, the cuts bring pain. I try to wake you with the word in my hand, to get you to the truth, to help you understand. I gave you the scriptures, chapters and verse. I gave you the keys to break the curse. I gave you Torah to unlock with keys. Break the mental chains and be free. Final call. Yeah, will your Bible thumpers wake up? All just fall. The house of consciousness. Final call. Stop believing in fairy tales, especially Paul. They call you apostle like you a prophet of God, telling lies and fooling people can't be that hard. You're preaching from your tube, looking for a handout. I'm standing on family, trying to bring the truth out. Welcome to the HOK, where the truth resides. No more hiding in the pews where the dies. We speak against the Bible just to wake the inner sight. Come inside the HOK doors, we bring the light. The house of consciousness, the final call. Will your Bible thumpers wake up? All just fall. Stop believing in fairy tales, especially Paul. Don't stop, wake the sisters up. Don't stop, wake the sister up. Don't stop, don't stop. Sayonara. Don't stop, wake the sister up. Don't stop, wake the sisters up. Don't stop, don't stop.
Let me have my round. We gotta wake them up, and it's easy to see. The house of consciousness is the place that you need to be. I'm just kidding. I don't even know how to rap, y'all. I'm just kidding. That was just a little fluke. That was beautiful. I love the part with Paul. I was cracking up. Go ahead and stop that. That song was good, right, family? Peace to Afu Nation. Peace to Lady Kier, Brother Devin. Peace to all the artists. Peace to everybody that hit the panel. And peace to the darkest minds of the light and the HOK family. I'm ending this. I'll see you soon. We're going to get back into this paganism conversation. 6 hours. Thank you so much. Peace, everybody.